Media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive, scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know it's the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive, scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know it's the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Where is that? Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive, scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know it's the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Where is that? Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive, scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know it's the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Where is that? Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive, scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know it's the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Where is that? Fast making maxes look back.
Joining us now is the team from DIA, Decentralized Information Asset, one of the OG Oracle networks in crypto. DIA provides transparent, verifiable, real-world data to blockchains powering DeFi, RWAs, and on-chain financial products across dozens of chains. If smart contracts need accurate price data, reserves, or real-world inputs, oracles like DIA are the bridge, and DIA's big focus is making that data open, auditable, and trust minimized. Excited to dig into what they're building, what's new, and where oracles are headed next. And we have Josh. Josh. I'm from Rhode Island. We don't pronounce our R's unless there isn't one. Josh Bellrive. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Welcome, Josh. How are you today, man?
Very good, very good. Thanks, Steve, for that intro. And yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself about an intro to DIA there. So yeah, much appreciated and glad to be here. Looks like I'm a little fuzzy, hey, but that's okay.
Yeah, it's a little. You are a little hazy, but it's not. It's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world.
Some technical difficulties on my side too. Then
it looks like it's a sunny day, and it's
camera here. To be honest,
what's that?
I probably just need to clean my camera here. To be honest, let me just.
Maybe. It could just be a time of day type of thing, though.
There we go.
Oh, that is actually much better.
Yeah.
Very good.
Perfect. I guess when I close the laptop, I probably put my finger right where the camera is. So
it actually just looked like it was hazy from the sun time of day, which I am
familiar
with also.
Yeah, it's definitely coming through my window, which is so I'm from Canada here. We just got a crazy snowstorm last night, so it's about -20 to -30 where I'm at.
That is chilly. No, we're actually I'm in Rhode Island, so not too far. You know, we still get pretty cold. You know, it was definitely down in the teens a couple days ago, but I think it's in the 30s right now. I don't have a fire going, so that's how it's usually when it gets to if it drops much below 30, I have to burn some wood. I'm old, you know. I just can't handle it like I used to.
Oh, for sure, it gets to your bones.
For sure. So we met down in Buenos Aires. I can't remember what. It might have been multi-chain day. I don't remember which day, which event it was. We worked a couple of them, but you were talking to us about DIA, and why don't you tell us? Well, you're here to talk about what you want to talk about. So obviously, but you're from DIA. And I don't know if a lot of people, our audience, understands a lot about oracles and how that works. So give us the basic background on what you guys do.
Yeah, for sure. And to be honest, to be fair, like when I started with DIA, it was kind of the same situation. You know, I have been in crypto since 2017. I had a basic understanding of, you know, what oracles are providing, but never really delved too much into the technology. So it's actually much more interesting, especially nowadays than you know I anticipated when I started. I think I'd like to maybe just jump back and just kind of talk about, you know, oracles in general and just kind of what that really means. So I'm pretty sure most people understand them as the price feed part, but I think where it gets confusing is what an oracle really is taking a price and pushing it on chain. So you're pushing it to some smart contract for an application to consume. So a lot of times I'll get people that are, you know, they understand the price feed part. They say, well, where do I access this information? So you can technically access this information through like an API. That could be directly through DIA, that could be directly through another oracle, or that could just be through like a third-party provider like CoinGecko. You could access an API directly on CoinGecko and get that price data. So why then would you need an oracle, right? So the oracle is actually taking that data and pushing that to like the contract. So you could take CoinGecko, you could take DIA, But what you really want with the Oracle is that smart contract basically automatically updating. Now what that really allows is, so I guess there's like 3 steps to like Oracle price oracles today as they are. So the first like least secure methodology is like what we've seen when we originally kind of started looking at smart contracts and building out applications on chain, is like a time weighted average price, something that you could get from Uniswap. You could get that directly from a pool, or you could pull it from like an API like CoinGecko. So what this means is like, this is like the least secure methodology. You're basically taking the trade data directly from either Uniswap or like the aggregated amount from CoinGecko. So this is the least secure methodology because there's not like removing of any transactions, any trade data. If you're, for example, taking a price on Uniswap and you're going to say, okay, now we're taking this trade data, we're going to push this to my smart contract. Say you're running a lending protocol. So what this basically does is any trade data that gets pushed through there is going to update to your smart contract, and then that could potentially cause some issues if there's trade data that's malicious. So early on, and what we've seen a lot is that you can do something called like a flash loan, for instance. You can borrow a bunch of funds so that you have a high amount of volume, and you can maliciously attack a pool so that you can change the price for potentially a few blocks, 1 block. You could alter the price 50, 60, 70% with the amount of slippage depending on the liquidity. So in doing so, based on that flash loan trade, you may take like a huge loss, but the loss may be higher, or the loss may be lower than the attack that you've done on the lending protocol. So you could, for instance, go into lending protocol after the fact and then cause a bunch of liquidations and then gain the profit from forcing those liquidations, because the liquidators are generally getting 1.5%, 2% on some of those lending protocols.
Right. So there is an obvious flaw there. If there's an attack, if somebody is sophisticated enough to pull that off, which is becoming easier and easier these days with the tools available, then that's it. So that is one of the attack vectors, and why you need more security than that.
Exactly. So this is like a stage 1. This is stuff that's happened, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 4 years ago. And then most recently, ironically, that happened again on Binance, where, there was all those forced liquidations because protocols were only taking price data from Binance there. So,
Oh, really? I didn't
yeah, I
realize.
don't remember the exact situation there. But like a lot of tokens went to almost zero. Some did, like Atom there. I believe this is about a month and a half ago.
Adam went all
Yeah,
the way to zero on
Atom went
Binance.
all the way to zero. Yeah, so then there was a lot of protocols that had the price data only sourced from Binance. So then when that happened, it caused this cascade of liquidations, right? So there's situations like this that are still happening in 2025, which is these protocols set up with what I would call is like a stage 1, like Oracle, right?
Right. So Binance was basically not. Binance isn't really an Oracle, but they were being used. Their API was being used as an Oracle for pricing.
Exactly. So in like some of these older tokens, like I'm not sure what the liquidity depth is, obviously not high enough to match kind of the the amount of money that people were able to put in to push it down. And then it's always like a measuring act. Like if the value you can extract through the hack is higher than the money you need to put in, then it makes sense to do it, right? So it essentially just breaks down to that. So as soon as they found out that these kind of markets were segregated, then it made it easy. So then that's kind of where oracles are today, is like a stage 2. So that is basically adding the adding the filters, so you're removing any kind of malicious trade data, and then some kind of a system to remove liquidity or liquidity sources that are outside the bounds of a benchmark. So for DIA, how we work is we are scraping data directly from sources. So we're scraping data from central exchanges and decentralized exchanges, all that trade data. And for example, on say Ethereum, we're supporting 20 to 30 different liquidity sources. So all that trade data for us gets aggregated, and then it goes through a filter. So the filter could be like a TWAP filter. For us, we use a volume weighted filter, and we also use something called IR, which is interquantile range. So we're removing the bottom 25% and the top 25% of the trade data. So you're only getting the 50% of chunk of that data. And then that gets processed by the nodes on our layer 2 orbit chain. And then one final system check there is we utilize a Guardian, which we're checking against the benchmark price. So the benchmark price is typically, say, like CoinGecko, CoinMarketCap, some source like that, to say, hey, ETH right now is 2,900. What does it say on CoinMarketCap? CoinMarketCap is 2,915. Okay, that's within, say, we typically set Guardian price at 5%. So then if the price we're pushing is greater than 5% compared to CoinMarketCap or CoinGecko, we won't push it. We won't add that price there because there's something going on with the data, right? With stable coins, you can go a lot lower. And then once that's confirmed good to go, that's sent to all the available chains we support. So 62, 63 different chains. So it's really cool because it's all done in like a decentralized, transparent way. So a lot of Oracle providers today, you're getting the aggregated data. That could be aggregated by themselves. That could be aggregated through a third party like CoinGecko or Kaiko. And what you really don't know with some of these oracles is the origin of the source of the data. You're just getting the aggregated price, but with DIA, you can actually see and verify the source of the data, and you can actually select the sources of data that you want. Now, it makes, of course, sense to include most of the sources or all of the sources that you can get based on kind of the issues I described earlier. But for example, some applications like to segregate their markets and have isolated markets. So you could say take a price on Arbitrum or on Optimism and have those like separated. So we offer that kind of flexibility there as well. So that's kind of like a stage 2 Oracle where you have that additional security layer there that you didn't have with, like, say, going directly to Uniswap or pulling a price directly from like an API like CoinGecko.
Very cool. Very cool. Joining us, well timed, is my partner in crime, GPSC from the Gigapepe Spaceship Club. And he is actually fresh off of winning an award from the Stacks community for being an excellent chat, I believe was the title. What was the category again?
It was most positive community impact.
Yeah.
On Josh, man. Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Yeah, glad to be here. Just
Yeah.
kind of running through the Oracle stuff.
Sweet.
Hopefully it's not too dry, but
Man, let's get to it, man. It's alpha.
I mean, it's honestly, these are things that we need to have more awareness of. People need to understand why it matters. Because it is important that the data that's out there, it is largely pricing data right now. There is more stuff to come as on-chain apps develop more. You're going to be pulling more data, and it needs to be secure for all sorts of reasons. Like we already touched on that layer 1 security issue where people can just manipulate markets to manipulate the price feeds and then take advantage and exploit on the back end. that's a big deal. That does happen, and in this space, any exploit that can be attacked is going to be, so
Exactly.
it's a huge deal. Like the oracles are utterly important for really all the programmability on crypto requires secure oracles. So it's a fundamental piece of infrastructure for crypto to advance.
For sure, for sure. And I think if you look at the data actually behind like attacks on chain, loss of funds, I'd say I wouldn't say like a very large majority of them are oracles related, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's anywhere from 33 to 50% of the the hacks are somewhat oracle related or like price manipulation, right? So
yeah, if you can manipulate price, you can do a lot of things, especially if
exactly.
if you're going to, and that happens, by the way, outside of data feeds and outside of oracle information. There's all sorts of manipulation going on that people exploit. Oracles is just one way, but that's a big vector, because all of these, like on Stacks, one of my main partners is Bitcoin. Bitflow. Bitflow is the decentralized exchange on Stacks. If that price data isn't accurate, when I go to trade, I lose money, and then I get insecure about using the platform again. So, and by the way, that doesn't happen. I'm very confident in Bitflow. I love the platform. Those guys are doing awesome. But it's important that if the users can't rely on secure data, the whole thing doesn't work. So it's fundamental. It really is very fundamental to the success and the further success, which I think we're through the woods. I think this crypto thing's gonna last. It seems at this point, but it's still, there's still a lot that can happen that can hinder the development and make things take longer to develop. And we're really on the precipice right now with we're calling it onboard your mom. With the with all the the passkey, and we have native passkey and WebAuthn on Clarity now on Stacks, and all of the stuff like Privy's doing, and like making it basically just abstracting away the wallet function and making it real easy for non-crypto natives to engage with applications that are using crypto and built on crypto, but the users don't really need to know anything about crypto to use. That's where we're hoping to go.
Right.
And we need reliable data for that.
Right.
We need these people to have good, secure, safe experiences when they come here, or they won't come back, or they won't come back for a long time. So we need you guys to keep doing an excellent job getting us secure data.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And yeah, I mean, it's interesting with there's how many of these hacks have driven people away over the years, and it's something, I guess, that needs to happen, because you need to kind of standardize things. You need to have you need to put it in people's minds that, hey, we need to do something different, or as a user we need to think differently and push like transparency. Like a lot of things today, a lot of hacks that we've seen are transparency issues. If we go all the way back to kind of the worst situation, which was Terra Luna and UST, we're talking 30 to 40 billion dollars lost there. That's fully a transparency issue, right? If users understood what was held in the vault or in reserve with Do Kwon, with his team, Terraform, then that wouldn't have been such a situation, right? But no one had any idea, how many tokens were minted, what was actually backed, what the understanding there is, right?
Right.
And that's where users need to say, hey, I'm not going to deposit my money here unless you can be transparent about what's going on, right?
Right. No, exactly. Same thing with FTX.
Yeah.
You know, they were just using people's money. And if
Yeah.
that was
Where's the money? What's going on? Right.
right. It's
So
crazy.
and really crypto's built on the ethos of transparency, of
Right.
understanding where your funds are and being in control of your funds, right?
And not
So
having
it's
to trust anybody.
exactly no intermediaries. So it's crazy that people kind of lose sight of that. Um, and you know, it's tough because you see, oh, this is giving 50% APY on my US dollars. I'm going to go put my money in here. And you don't really think about, you know, what's the underlying risk? How are they actually giving this 50%, right?
Right.
They're likely leveraging in the background. They may
Yeah.
be providing some points which aren't actually truly, you know, that.
We have a I don't know if it's a mantra, but it's, you know, where does the yield come from? And if you cannot answer where the yield comes from, you are the yield.
Yes, yes. That's exactly right, for sure, for sure. So,
So, and that is, I mean, I'm generally a lucky guy. I didn't get burned with I didn't feel good about FTX for some reason at the beginning. Something just seemed off to me about it. It was too hype. So I missed it. I was in BlockFi collecting I think it was 8% on Gemini dollars, which was very high at the time. The banks weren't giving interest on anything at that time.
right.
And I got out of that just, again, I had a hunch. I had, you know, not a ton of money, but a lot for, you know, I'm not super flush. So it was enough for me to be very burned if I hadn't gotten out. And I got out of that real quick, just in time, and before they collapsed. And then there have been a couple. I got out of Gemini just by the skin of my teeth. I had some funds in there before they got, you know, attacked again. So, but these things happen. They're not all data risk errors, but they are situations where you're trusting. You're not really verifying at that point, and so.
Right.
Good data oracles also help us verify.
Exactly, exactly. So that could essentially take us to, you know, the stage 3 then, Oracle, like where we're seeing, you know, more customizability today, more capital efficiency, and that's through something called like nav based feeds, or as we're calling them, fundamental feeds. So nav is like a net asset value feed, and very simply, it's just the collateralization ratio. So we, for example, take the ratio of how much a derivative asset or synthetic asset or stablecoin token, how many of those tokens are issued versus what's held in reserve or what's held in the vault. So we're seeing tons of these tokens come out today, all different kinds of stablecoin derivatives, XUSD, SUSD, USDP, et cetera, et cetera. So we can measure that ratio and say, hey, there's $1 million of these tokens issued, and there's 800K in the vault. So then you're getting the ratio there. The ratio's coming back and saying, hey, this ratio's 80%. So what's in the reserve is actually 80% compared to what's been issued. Then if we can price that derivative token at 80 cents automatically. So, for example, I always like to go back to Terra Luna here. If UST was priced using a fundamental feed, everyone would have known automatically what the price of UST would have been. UST actually had, I believe it was 80% in backing. Now, what happened, obviously, when the bank run happened is anytime there's, you know, not enough funds to back it, it's impossible to keep it afloat. So it dropped down to 13 cents, I think, at the lowest before it finally, like, you know, collapsed and ended itself. But had people known, hey, this is actually backed 80%, that's not as bad as we anticipate. The coin is now priced at 80 cents automatically. You know, maybe there wouldn't have been this huge panic, which ultimately led to the collapse, right? It might have just people seen that there's transparency there. You know, maybe they would have wanted to continued to sell off, but it would have been less of a big panic to.
Well, the price would have had more stability.
Exactly. There wouldn't have been as many people running to the door to beat the guy in front of them, right?
Right.
You think if I don't get out now, like I was very much the same. I had UST. I added it to the curve pool, so I didn't get kind of hit directly as bad because the liquidity in the curve pool kind of kept it afloat a bit longer. But the thinking is, okay, I got to get out of this ASAP because everyone is trying to sell, right? So you got to beat the guy.
Right. That's why it happens that way.
Exactly.
If the price hadn't been so starkly down, it's still a shock to see something go a dollar peg. What's supposed to have a dollar peg to be at 80 cents.
I mean, this happened kind of overnight, right? Like I woke up that morning and went, holy crap.
That was set up. Somebody that was an attack. Somebody made a lot of money doing that.
Oh, for sure. And whether it was an enemy of Do Kwon or just an instance of that we talked about previously of money in versus money out, which is more likely the case, right?
I think it was actually an attack on crypto.
Yeah, it could be for sure. And these narratives stick around where people kind of bring them up again and again. It's not secure because did you see what happened with like Terra Luna? They lost $40 billion, right?
Right.
And that's where like strong infrastructure comes into play, where you need to have these robust systems. You need to ensure security. So like a lot has changed obviously since then, but like there's still these instances where you kind of go back to how things used to be because it's easier, right? It's easier to not do 2-3 audits. It's easier to just go into pull an API instead of setting up a custom Oracle contract, situations like that, right? So what's really cool with the fundamental feeds is you can do them in conjunction with the market feed, right? So you can have your market-based priced, and then you can have your NAV-based fundamental price, and then use those together, and then derive your price of your market from that. So you're essentially taking from two sources. And then you can maybe run your liquidations based on the fundamental side and then have your market-based price for like redemptions or whatever. So there's, I think that's where we're moving today, is to like that stage 3 security where there's more, not only more sources in the market for the pricing, more filters, secure guardian systems, and then different methodologies for providing price that are actually more capital efficient, right? Because you're not worrying about the day-to-day trade. You're just actually taking what's in, held in reserve, which is essentially, the same methodology the banks are using, right? So you're seeing basically kind of the highest level of capital efficiency that we're seeing in the traditional market. So
now, do you guys support data for real world asset tokenization, institutional products, stuff like that, or mostly focus on pricing feeds right now? What are you guys getting into?
Yeah, for sure. So we're supporting RWAs as well. We support over 5,000 different assets. So copper, any kind of commodity or stocks, bonds, T-bills, Forex, stuff like that. So teams can reach out to us to set up price feeds for that. One really cool thing we're working on right now is we're integrating the Ondo global markets. So Ondo is providing tokens for trading the stocks essentially. And what's really cool is the stocks are then able to be traded 24/7. So we can get a price for these that the apps can use to say trade Amazon after hours essentially. So I think that's a really good use case for crypto. Today we see like a lot of these per platforms, you can only trade the commodities or the stock within certain trading hours, right? Because they're getting the data from a source that doesn't allow after hours trading. And, we've kind of scoped that out a bit on our side and said, hey, can we provide or can we go with a third-party provider that allows stock trading after hours? And what we found is it's kind of like a closed cabal, right? Like they don't want for one, they don't want you to take this data and then kind of resell it or repackage it or let someone else use it. So we've seen kind of huge barriers to entry that way. And then also with price, like we're talking for us to get data for 24/7 stock trading, it could be 30 to 50 grand a month just to get the trade data. So there's these huge barriers to entry. So I think with the Ondo global markets, us being able to tap into those tokens and then dApp's able to trade these stocks 24/7 is a really cool use case for crypto on the RWA side. So it's just kind of starting. We've seen a few teams tokenizing stocks and commodities and things like that, like X stocks.
So you think that trading on Ondo will provide enough pricing data to satisfy overnight trading?
Exactly. It's early days right now. I haven't checked liquidity and volume in a while. I know a lot of those tokens have reached over 1 million in liquidity, which is enough for us to provide a price feed on that. Now, you still want to kind of do your research on kind of, how much is the price actually fluctuating from either the after hours or when the stock market opens, how close are we to parity, minutes before or hours before that, right? So I haven't done my research on that, but things will continue to get more robust, definitely. Ondo's a huge team. They're building really cool stuff to allow, tokenization on chain. So I think that's really exciting direction we're heading in the RWA space is, allowing.
Sure. Well, and they're also, so Ondo's on Base. And Coinbase literally yesterday just announced stock trading and prediction market coming soon. I have to assume that they're probably going to use some of the information from Ondo as well, and or maybe, I don't know, because it's on Base. I don't know if that's
right
or how affiliated they are with Ondo specifically, but if not, then there'll be some other option in the marketplace that they're using anyway, right?
Yeah. They may be paying for those premium sources, and that would be great. I mean, again, they probably are facing the same issues of, they have these premium sources, but they can't kind of disclose them to others. But again, like with the Oracle feeds, if we were able to tap into that and tap into our own and then tap into Ondo, we can provide an aggregated source, remove outliers, use the Guardian, and we have like a stage 2 Oracle for RWAs, right? So the more and more these teams get involved in this, the easier it is for us to provide robust infrastructure on it. So
very cool. Very, very cool, man. So do you see, is AI development and or the iteration of the AI, the more sophisticated applications of it, is that causing challenges for you guys as far as security of your networks? Like what are some challenges you guys have from that?
Yeah, the AI side is interesting. I think we're still pretty early days for any kind of risk from those kinds of attack vectors, especially on like the DeFi side. I haven't seen too much sophistication in all the teams that I've talked to. Where it's really cool and kind of moving away from, and like maybe the benefits towards people, and what I've seen is like AI controlled vaults for like yield, right? So you deposit your stable coins with an AI, and the AI is looking at all these different pools and all these different vaults.
So the AI could also be a consumer of your data feeds.
Exactly.
Really, probably more of the issue is not, it's less of a challenge that it could be a threat and more of a challenge of how do we serve these agents?
Yeah, and I mean, looking at from the security side, now I'm not like an expert on that, but you could tap in these AI agents and say, look at our data feeds and see where there's any kind of risk, right? Where we could be thin on liquidity, or what are the potential attack vectors. All teams can be looking at this, not just Oracle's. Verify the smart contract and see. We've seen so many of these re-entrancy attacks over the years that just keep popping up again and again, and people forget about the past, right? And I think where AI is really, really good is analyzing the data, looking in the past and seeing and making sure that, these one or two lines of code are updated, to not allow kind of previous attacks to happen, right? So I think as people forget, or they haven't been there back in 2021, 2019 when these things happened, because it kind of goes through cycles, right? These things get like, these particular attack vectors are like hot, and then they fall off. People forget about them. They upgrade to a new contract, but there's a bunch of teams using the original contracts, and then there's those attacks again, like we saw with the Curve V2 pool there a couple months back.
Yep.
So, yeah. So I think AI will be very, very good on the security side, and then super useful to kind of maximize yield as well. And yeah, data plays a massive part in that. It's going to need to be tapped into all this data, all these sources, how you want to use it, right? So the more data you can feed the AI is going to be, that's the number one thing, 100%.
So we have we know a couple of people working on the X402 solution, which is payments between AI agents, and it's a little over my head, the conversation. We've had a few on our show. A lot of these conversations are a little bit over my head, but it's closer than I think we really. It seems closer based on the conversations I'm having with people to this stuff becoming more actionable than, because we play around with a lot of stuff because we're doing a show. We are now a live stream all day. We cover a lot of projects, and we love touching around on stuff that's new, a lot of stuff in testnet, and we've played with a number of trade bot agents in testnet, or even in beta mainnet stuff. Agent Hustle over on Solana. We've played the AI BTC dev guys are doing some really cool stuff on Stacks. There and a number of them, and they're mostly just conceptual. They're not lined up with enough memory. They're not really they're still, just MVP products.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of solutions that are being worked on right now that I think we're probably a little bit closer than we may really we're trained to expect, because of how fast these things iterate, because they're iterating themselves to a large degree. They're being used to actually build out the agents are actually building out their next iteration. So it's crazy how these things are going. But I think that it's going to be here actionable, like trading on your behalf, agent to agent, interacting with APIs and stuff like that, and different data oracles, and then transacting probably with Bitcoin, actually, in a large degree, in microtransactions for access to data. I really think that that's probably not that far off.
Right. Yeah. One thing that I've always been interested in, and when it came to the space, I thought was like, oh man, this is really going to change the game, was like intents. So
that's another one that, yes, that's,
yeah. So
we have a guy that built
basically,
subnets on Stacks with intents. It's crazy.
There you go. There you go. So basically with intents, you're essentially saying, okay, I want to make a trade, US dollars to ETH. So right now we're seeing intents being used for, I think the biggest one on the swap side is Cow Swap. And then there's a few other ones. I think Matcha uses intents and some other ones, but it's really cool because then, you're taking a idea, and that's essentially the intent of saying, okay, I want Ethereum, I have USDC. Then it goes to a solver network, and the solvers are going to look for the best price for that user. So that solver networks is where it gets interesting, because you have like a level of competition. It's going to look at, the network of solvers. I don't know how many CowSwap has now. Let's say like 50. Each of those solvers is going to have a different set of code that it's running through, and in a different, essentially, set of liquidity sources that it's sourcing. So those solvers can say, hey, I can provide this for this price, and the best solver wins. Now, going back to what you said about, abstracting away the complexities for these users so your grandma can use crypto, it's the same idea here. I can go to CowSwap and I can ensure that I'm getting the best price, or that's the theory anyways, around the intent-based system. Once everything is kind of tied in together with these robust solver networks, you're generally getting the best price. And personally, I use CowSwap all the time. That's what I've seen. I'm getting an amazing price, sometimes better than the market rate, sometimes better than Binance, where you assume the highest liquidity source is always going to give you the best price generally. Sometimes it's even better than that. So you really can't go wrong there. And that's all done, through that intent-based system with the solver network. So we also see that with bridges. And then we're going to see that intent system happen with AI. And I think that's where it gets extremely interesting, where you just tell the AI, what is my intention on here? My intention is to earn the 6% or higher on USDC, if we're just like strictly dealing with DeFi stuff. Then it's going to go and look at all these sources. It's going to deposit it in different ways, maybe. You may say, I want to lower risk by not using one pool. So you're feeding information to this AI, and it's doing it on your behalf. Outside of crypto, this could be, we've seen this with DPIN stuff, where you simply tell your refrigerator to order you, or it happens automatically. When you're out of milk, your AI agent goes and orders you some milk, or adds it to your order that you're doing like once a week, right? So this gets like really complex, but like very interesting in reducing maybe the mundane tasks that humans typically have to do. So the AI stuff, very, very cool. I feel like, there's going to be a lot of ups and downs and figuring things out. People maybe are getting sick of hearing about AI, especially, Google and Amazon and all these big names, Meta, every day, essentially sharing all this information. But it is becoming game changing, even with these like AI robots that they're building to suggest that, it can do the tasks that maybe humans don't want to do anymore. It's just another step towards, higher efficiency and maybe lower risk and lower, increasing the standards of how this work's being done, right? Because you can standardize all these robots to do, concrete work the same way every time, right? So you're kind of removing the human element in a sense. Not necessarily you're removing the creativity, but you're standardizing everything to be done the same way, which has a power to it, right? So tons of interesting aspects there with AI to kind of jump around a few of them.
So I do want to make sure I get these in here before we have a kind of a hard stop by 2 p.m. because we share our Restream account with our partners at Bitcoin Live, and they have a show coming on at 2 today.
Gotcha.
But I want to make sure I point people in the direction of the DEX account. It's at diadata_org. So you guys can follow Dia, and the website is diadata.org, which if you guys are interested, you're building a project. We have a lot of developers that watch and tune into our stuff because we cover a lot of developers. Dia is a great place to go to look into your Oracle services that you need for the platform projects you guys are building. So make sure you check them out, diadata.org. And Josh, was it so, bro? You are such a really nice. I love your personality. Really even keeled dude. Great chatting with you. Would love to have you on again whenever there's something going on. Even if you just want to come hang out, we do the morning show. Sometimes it's a little more casual. Happy to have you jump in and chat with us sometime. Anything else we should know about Dia before you sign off?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, would love to join you guys again. It's been awesome chatting. Definitely super passionate about the space. So I'll just mention on Dia here. So we're generally working with teams in two ways. We work with the chain foundations directly, and then we work with like the dApps to provide their Oracle feeds. So any dApp can come to us and request a custom Oracle feed. In most cases, if it's just a standard price feed, that's going to be completely free of charge for the applications that reach out to us. If it's a price source that we are supporting, for instance, if it's something on price feed on, like, generally we can theoretically support any price feed as long as we can get that data source. In some cases, we need to scrape like a local ecosystem DEX directly to get that source. But I'd say 95% of the time we can just support the price feed completely free of charge for those applications.
Wow.
So definitely reach out to us. And we also are doing a grant program right now where we're reimbursing the gas for updating those price feeds. And that's actually on Stacks as well. So you can use Dia Oracles completely free on the 63 networks we support. And then we're doing 15 chains that have gas grants where we're reimbursing the gas fees. Essentially, that would be the only cost if you're doing it on a chain that we're not doing the gas grant, or after 1 year, you would just have to pay the gas cost for those. Most chains today, that's not an issue. Might be a little bit of an issue on Ethereum, I guess would be your only concern there.
So sometimes it's pretty cheap on Ethereum right now. Though.
Yeah, we've seen it lately where it's been cheap. So that's the good thing about the bear market is you are getting cheaper gas.
Yes, it hasn't been too bad on Ethereum for almost a year. Like I haven't seen anything like crazy. Like I'm sending out like $30 payments, $100 payments for like 5 cents, 17 cents.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah,
it's great. Actually, ironically, that's funny. So Ethereum still has the issue of spiking, right? So Vitalik again proposed, I think it was a week ago, maybe a bit longer, about bringing back gas futures. Back in, I want to say 2019-ish area, there was a gas token that you could buy, which it was essentially a gas future. You could use that token instead of paying those gas fees, right? And then that got kiboshed with one of the Ethereum update proposals there. And now it's funny that they want to bring it back because it makes more sense, right? You can start loading up on, gas prices today, in anticipation of gas prices going up in the future, right?
It's a smart market to make.
Exactly.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's funny that Vitalik is kind of proposing that again.
I forgot about that. That was when they were still proof of work, I believe.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it was. I can't remember the name of the token, but I remember thinking, man, this is a fantastic idea because back then, we generally saw at least once a week gas spiking to 500, sometimes 700 Gwei, and I think the overall price wasn't as bad as it is now with the token being as high as it is, but you're still spending $30, sometimes $50 per transaction, which is crazy.
Right. Well, and then also when you look about how much you were spending back then and how much Ethereum it was.
Exactly. You're spending a large amount of Ethereum on the gas.
Yeah, because the price was so low.
Yeah, I think I remember as high as for myself as 0.05 or 0.1 in some cases.
Yeah,
there's that website. Can't remember what it's called. Like it measures how much gas you spent on your wallet over the life of it. And when I go back there and it's like, oh, you spent 12 ETH or 15 ETH. It's like,
yeah, it was well, because you could have like, there was times when you were getting like fees at like
keeps flowing, and hunters tools they be showing. The AI guild keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks another L2. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game has arrived. Bringing the games to satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stand. From the underworld, the game has arrived, bringing the game to satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovate in the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad. Keeps flowing and Hunters tools they be showing. The AI guild keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks, another L2. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stand. From the underworld, the game has arrived, bringing the game to satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovate in the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad. Keeps flowing and Hunters tools they be showing. The AI guild keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks, another L2. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stand. From the underworld, the game has arrived, bringing the game to satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovate in the chain. Letting the community know pumping the name. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxes look bad. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxes look bad. Them in clips that be glowing, consistent on the daily. They bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks another L2. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game has arrived, bringing the game to satisfy the hype. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Takes a sip, it'll fade in the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxes look bad. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxes look bad.
Every post is a signal. Give it fuel. BoostEggs, the social value layer.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on.
Just noticed something. I had my mic muted in here, so I don't know if it was muted when I actually made the launch of the show earlier this morning, an hour ago. If it was, I apologize for doing a Peace Love pantomime, which I've only done like once or twice before. But I do apologize for that. I think my mic might have been off, so you might not have gotten all of those details I shared. It was like the best opening I've ever had, probably. I just noticed it, so news to me. Good morning, my friends. It's your old pal Peace Love Music with another episode of the Let's Go Good Morning Show, brought to you live by DeOrganized Media in partnership with our amazing friends at Bitcoin Live, decentralized broadcasting Today is Monday, 5th of January, the official start of the new year. We're done with the holidays. It's all behind us now. We don't have the hustle and bustle. Everything's put away. Everything's taken stock of. Any returns that had to be made. The kids are back in school. And we're back into like just regular life mode, which is great because, as much as I love holidays and I love getting together with people, it does make it harder to be productive and consistent. Too many days off, too many days where, we have other things occupied, and I'm looking to a nice solid week of just putting the work in and crushing it. It's been too long since I've been able to do that. So I'm excited to be back. Lots to talk about, lots going on, awesome price action going on in the space. We are super excited about that, and we'll get into it soon. I do want to shout out the homie GP. I believe we will see him on the show this morning. However, his father's had some issues, been admitted to the hospital. I guess he's doing okay, but they're still not sure. So prayers, positive thoughts, and all that to GP, our brother. I hope everything's going okay. And if he isn't able to show up, that's totally fine. And we'll make it happen as much as we love him and value his contributions to what we're doing here. Friendly reminder, this is a news show. We're providing news and information, some education, some entertainment, never financial advice. Always do your own research. Never invest money you cannot afford to lose. I can't say that enough. I really believe that. Like, it's important that you guys don't get yourself into a bad situation and then have a bad experience with crypto and then put it away and forget about it for the next 3 or 4 or 5 years and miss out. And we miss out on your participation as well. It's a bad situation when people aren't encouraged and or guided wisely. I am not a financial advisor. I am not in any position to give financial advice. However, I do understand that nobody ever went broke taking profits. Usually, if you're feeling like you're missing out on something, you already did. So sit on your hands. Don't chase things once you've missed the opportunity. FOMO usually means that your fear of missing out means you've already missed out on some kind of gain. And I just want you guys to be safe. And I want you to, I love the people that participate. I love the people that join in our conversations. You guys make DeOrganized great. You guys make stacks great. You guys make Bitcoin great. Make life great. And I want to make sure that you're able to. That being said, let's take a look at the numbers this morning. I'm going to bring that up here. This morning, we're looking at Bitcoin is over 92K. It was actually up at 93 at one point. This is excellent news, up 1.5 on the day, up 6% in the last 7 days. Ethereum solidly back over 3,000. BNB pushing back towards 1,000, over $900. Solana back up over 130. Where's Stacks at? I scrolled too far. Stacks almost back out of the 80s. Stacks was in the low 90s last week. Stacks has absolutely crushed it, back up over 35 cents, up 36% over the last 7 days, up 7% in the last 24 hours. Great weekend, and it seems like the ecosystem is waking up. Fear and Greed Index is actually back to neutral at 42. That's also an excellent sign. And the top 3 gainers over the last 24 hours, Stacks in the top 6. Virtual Protocol, Render, nice move for Render. Fetch AI, Later Lit, I'm not familiar with. Tensor, lots of green this morning, guys. Fair amount of red, but most of the red's flat. But we do have some losers as well. So it's mixed. But it's good where we're at for sure. Really excited about some of these games today. Feeling good about that. Let me actually take a look at Tonero. I want to just look at that stacks chart real quick on Tonero. Tenero is the evolution of STX Tools, put out by Rubes and the amazing team from STX Tools. Tenero is a broader Bitcoin-oriented market analysis tool. You can see what's going on in Stacks, Sports Fund, and Spark, and more Bitcoin token platforms to come, token protocols. And we're excited. We're going to take a look at Stacks today. I want to look at that Stacks chart. This is the 15-minute chart. We can zoom out a little bit, get a couple of days. This is just from the end of the year. We were down, down, down. And since the new year, it's been green. Seems like we maybe had some profit taking and or loss harvesting towards the end of the year, tax loss harvesting, and now pressure's on back up. Let me see what we got here. Can I go? I'm gonna go to the daily. So this is where we were not that long ago. End of the year last year, we were still over $3 going into December, and it's been a correction. We corrected into quarter one. Quarter two, we had some good news. Things started looking good. The Alex hack, the second Alex hack, happened like right at the end of May. It's like right here. I didn't even see. I don't remember Stacks going. That must have been an absolute flash crash. I don't remember Stacks going down that low. And then we came in, and we were all just down, settling. This is crazy. And now we finally have the sign of life pushing up. Let me just bring this up here a little bit closer to the. This is where we are right now. This is a turnaround, guys. This is definitely a turnaround. You're up above these little bumps. We turned up above. We're way up. We're way up over this. If we can get up over here, we can get back up over 45 cents. And then the next target is 60, 68, 70 cents. It's not impossible to get some momentum out of this. Look at this volatility and this liquidity here. Lots of push. We're excited about that. So Tenero.io is the place to go if you're looking to do your research on your Stacks. And let's take a look at the news. Bitcoin flips bullish amid bets of a big year. Bitcoin sentiment has turned decisively bullish as traders and long-term holders position for what many expect to be a breakout year. After a period of consolidation, renewed inflows, improving macro expectations, and reduced sell pressure from short-term holders are driving confidence higher. Analysts point to tightening supply dynamics, growing institutional exposure, and anticipation around continued Bitcoin native infrastructure growth as key tailwinds. Rather than a speculative spike, the shift reflects broader conviction that Bitcoin is maturing into a macro asset class, with capital increasingly treating pullbacks as accumulation opportunities rather than exit points. Things are looking up. Not financial advice. Look at this one. Visa crypto card spending explodes 525% in 2025 as digital payments go mainstream. Adoption is coming, is here. Crypto-linked card spending processed by Visa jumped 525%. That's more than five times more this year than last year, signaling that digital assets are increasingly being used for everyday transactions rather than held purely for speculation. The surge reflects growing consumer comfort, improved wallet UX, and smoother on-ramps between crypto and traditional finance. Visa executives note that users are spending across retail, travel, and online services, indicating normalization rather than novelty. The data reinforces the idea that crypto adoption is advancing quietly through payments infrastructure, even amid volatile market cycles. Japan is pulling crypto into the heart of regulated finance. This is good. Japan is accelerating efforts to integrate crypto assets into its regulated financial system, signaling a pragmatic shift towards supervised adoption rather than restriction. Policymakers are refining frameworks that allow banks and financial institutions to engage with digital assets under clear compliance rules, positioning Japan as a model for structured crypto integration. The move reflects recognition that crypto markets are not going away, and that oversight, not exclusion, offers better systemic protections. Japan's approach contrasts with reactionary crackdowns elsewhere, emphasizing stability, innovation, and investor safeguards. More and more coming, my friends. It's great time to be here. Vitalik Buterin declares Ethereum solved crypto trilemma. See, yet this 2030 roadmap exposes a massive ideological risk. I am a fan of Ethereum, by the way, but because I support decentralization and multiple options in the marketplace. Ethereum co-founder Vitalik Buterin claims Ethereum has addressed crypto's long-standing scalability challenges, pointing to roll-ups and roadmap progress toward 2030. However, critics argue that the solution introduces ideological trade-offs, including increased complexity, reliance on layered trust assumptions, which is risky, and distancing from the base layer simplicity that defined early crypto principles. The debate highlights a growing philosophical divide, whether scaling through layered abstraction preserves decentralization or quietly reintroduces intermediaries under a different name. And that's the concern, is that we're quietly reintroducing intermediaries into crypto, into blockchain, into decentralization, in under a different name. That's a concern. We don't like it. And I love Ethereum. I do think that they are a great option in the marketplace. However, I think building more directly on Bitcoin it also creates options for users in the marketplace. Fake MetaMask 2FA security checks. So I'm on the wrong one. Fake MetaMask 2FA security checks lure users into sharing recovery phrases. Be careful out there, fam. And nobody in any project ever is going to ask for and nobody legitimately is ever going to ask for your recovery phrase. If they're asking for your recovery phrase, it's a scam. They're trying to steal your Bitcoin. Do not give it to them. And seek help elsewhere. But as far as this one goes, attackers are exploiting fake security prompts impersonating MetaMask, tricking users into revealing recovery phrases under the guise of two-factor authentication checks. The scams often appear as browser pop-ups or spoof sites that look legitimate, reinforcing how social engineering, not protocol failure, remains the biggest risk in crypto. MetaMask reiterates that it will never request recovery phrases, emphasizing that self-custody demands constant vigilance. The incident underscores that as adoption grows, security education is as critical as technical innovation. And that is true. Education is the single most fundamental thing right now, is making sure that people know how to use the product, that they're comfortable with them, that we're removing the friction, but also reinforcing the need to be aware, alert, never trust, always verify. And that's important, not just now, but going into the next phase as we start getting through the institutional adoption phase and we start mass onboarding retail. We have a lot more apps, a lot more vulnerabilities. We need to make sure that people are protected and that they have good, safe, and fun experiences and don't get hurt as they're onboarding into crypto. That's the only way crypto is going to make it. And our last story of the day, most of you guys know that the president of Venezuela was captured by the United States over the weekend, and the U.S. has captured Maduro and tests limits of China's diplomatic push. China rejected the idea that any single nation should act as a global enforcer following a high-profile U.S. capture, highlighting rising geopolitical friction. While not crypto-specific, the statement reflects broader power realignments shaping global finance, trade, and monetary policy. For digital assets, these tensions reinforce the appeal of neutral, borderless systems that operate outside unilateral control. As geopolitical fractures widen, the demand for censorship-resistant financial rails continues to grow quietly in the background. It's very curious. And so I'm just going to kind of give you guys my understanding of where this actually is all coming from. I'm not all one way or another. I generally personally stand for smaller governance, less military intervention, more open and free trade. And so from that premise, I also understand the geopolitical maneuvering right now, that the United States is not the only player on the world stage. There are huge actors like China, like Russia, the two biggest counterweights to the United States. And in my opinion, from a global perspective, we're still better with the United States generally in control or the main dominant force in the world versus China and or Russia. Both of those would be worse for humanity being in a seat of control and power versus the U.S., in my opinion. Now, I know people say that they went in to get the oil, and so the general reasoning behind it was drug trafficking coming out of Venezuela, organized crime, including drug trafficking and related weapons trafficking into the United States, which is not untrue. That's been happening. It's been being facilitated by the Maduro regime for decades. And there were a lot of humanitarian issues with the regime. So there's plenty of excuse, right? But the real reason for this is, A, it's in the U.S. sphere. This is in our backyard. This is in our area of the world. There was a lot of Chinese and Russian presence and or transaction with Venezuela, specifically with regard. They have a ton of resources, by the way. It's not just oil. There's a lot there that makes control of Venezuela attractive. And again, I'm not saying that this is 100% a great thing, but to counteract the dominance or the growth of China and Russia as a legitimate balancing against the U.S., this was a move to bring down a notch some of their resources that they have in their war chest. It makes it harder for less access to oil. Consistent oil will help the U.S. negotiate against China and Russia in the future. And so that's what that's about. That is the news. Took it all the way to 9. Let me see what we got here. I do see the homie here. All right, so let's bring on the Chads. I'm going to drop this out real quick. I do want to remind everybody, Bitflow is the top DEX on Stacks. They allow you to trade runes, USDC, native BTC, SBTC, STX, USDC, USDH. Everything you want is tradable at Bitflow, and they aggregate the best prices across the Stacks. Broad DeFi-oriented ecosystem from Arcadico, Valar, and Alex as well. So you're always getting the best swap rates, and there's all sorts of cool stuff happening at Bitflow. So get started today. If you're looking to trade, it's at bitflow.finance is the place to go. Let me actually just do this. We got GP in the house. How you doing, brother?
Good morning, peace.
Sorry to hear about your dad. I don't know the details. I only caught that a little bit when you first dropped into the whatever morning space. But hope all is okay. Thoughts and prayers with you, my brother.
Thank you, brother. Yeah, he's getting a sleep study done. He's having some very lucid dreams. So, thank you for your well wishes. 2026 starting off bullish. Feeling the pressure right now, and pressure makes diamonds.
That's true. That's true. We got our brother 300 in the house as well. What is up, 300?
Morning, Birdie.
And sorry to hear about that.
Sorry.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good.
Awesome. Yeah, I was saying that good to be here, and also sorry to hear that, GP. All prayers to you and your dad. Yeah, let's keep being bullish, bro.
Thank you, brother.
It'll work out, man. It'll work out. It's hard when you're in it, and we love you so much, man. Hate to see you having a hard time, but it'll be good. It'll work out.
Yeah, I think it'll be just fine. You guys see that price action over the weekend? Insane.
Yeah.
Insane.
Fantastic.
Extremely bullish.
Makes me feel pretty good.
Yeah, for sure.
All is right with the world. The Patriots are in the second place and tied for the best record in the division, in the conference, and in the NFL. And Stacks is on a positive trend along with Bitcoin. Oh, look at this. We're gonna get some GP trading, charting. Let's go.
Charting
Let's go.
with GP. First thing, starting off the year right with a nice little pump. The last couple of days, we go to the daily time frame on Stacks and Bitcoin. Let's take a look at Bitcoin first. Bitcoin kind of dictates these moves. Bitcoin up in the last couple days, it's gotten a pump. So green. We've got this 21-day moving average looking to cross the 50 moving average, the red here crossing the blue. And, we are working our way back up to the 200 MA on the 4-hour or the daily time frame. And on the 4-hour, we are actually getting what traders call a golden cross for Bitcoin. It's when the 50 moving average, which is this blue line here, crosses the 200 MA to the upside. So a lot of the times whenever these moving averages cross in this manner, we get a good pump. We're also above the 4-hour 200 MA, which has me bullish. Maybe we might come back down and test again. We shall see. I'd like to see it stay above and bounce from this 200 MA. I don't know if we'll come all the way back down to 90K, but it has potential. It has not really tested the 200 MA as support yet. So, but looking at Stacks, man, is that a good looking chart and a good looking move off of the bottom, making a higher high here, breaking through resistance. So this was a horizontal resistance right here, around 32 cents, and we have broken back above that, putting in a new high. So, and also getting a golden cross on the 4-hour time frame for Stacks. So a lot of different bullish catalyst, including new integrations, new features, all sorts of stuff in our ecosystem. Price action is going to get volatile. It's going to get violent and move back to the upside. Multiple days, it was like 8% one day, 6% the next day. This is the way Stacks runs. Look at those daily candles. Insane.
Yeah, I like that green, bro. I like that green.
Very, very green. This is a bullish look for our beloved ecosystem. Also, the 21-day moving average on the daily time frame, looking to curve back up to the upside and cross this 50-day moving average. A lot of the times, whenever you see these moving averages on the bigger time frames kind of far apart from each other, you will get a pump. These lines will consolidate, and then you pump back to the 200 MA. The 200 being the outlier. is where I'm looking, sitting around 53 cents to go up there and test 53 cents if we continue this bullish momentum. So stay tuned, boys and girls. This is a great way to start off 2026.
Yeah, I see a higher low and a higher high. That's what I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that bottom is finally solidified, and you know, we are going to see some more bullish.
God knows we tested it.
Yeah, we did.
We have been at the bottom for a long time. We had hit rock bottom. So
Yeah,
do you guys think we should take the profits, or we should wait up a little bit and watch it?
Profit taking 101.
Profits is for losers. Who said taking profits?
Nobody has ever gone broke by taking profits.
I take
A great philosopher say that. I think we're gonna go with that.
No, I just honestly, I need the price to run for me to actually have more profits than losses. Still, I'm not in profit yet. Back on stacks. I'm in short-term profit on some of my short-term trades, but I also don't like taking short-term profits because that kills you in tax. They kill you in taxes. It's not short-term gains too. I usually try not to take profits under a year because I don't want to end up with short-term gains tax. But you know, if you ran in a lot in the 20s and you're in the mid 30s and you realize that 30% gain or whatever, you're probably silly for not taking some profits right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah, I'm extremely bullish by 2026 because the last the last January that we had, the markets were falling. So yeah, this is a good sign. We are starting going up. So hopefully we're gonna go up to December. But what GP was saying was true when he was analyzing the charts, that we are going to do like a retrace and then maybe go up.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like we'll have it. It never all just goes. It's never up only. We all know that. I gotta fix that.
It's a seesaw.
I got too many sun rays coming in on my face over there. But we definitely have. I feel much better about things with the price action over the weekend and into the end of the week versus where we were a week ago before that, because we definitely have evidence that this is a turnaround. You know, it does seem like, it feels like it felt like we were bottoming 2 weeks ago, but there wasn't the evidence yet. Now we have the evidence on the screen. The price action is reflecting that. Forgetting about the price action though, we all know this, but so many bullish things happening for Bitcoin adoption. And then on Stacks, our beloved Stacks L2, the leading L2 on Bitcoin is adding so much functionality, adding the institutional grade rails or infrastructure for Bitcoin DeFi. We have all this other stuff happening on Stacks, so I'm super bullish on the future of the ecosystem. Outside of that, because I think that this is actually even more important. I think that this is actually part of why the markets will turn around. The activity over the weekend in Venezuela is a big deal on the global stage, and I don't know if you guys quite understand even what happened. Are you familiar with the situation very much, or have you been following it all?
Yeah, so what I know of the situation is, you know, we dropped some bombs on Venezuela, bombed some stuff, and then got some troops on the ground, and then captured the Venezuelan president. Is that what happened?
Yes, more or less. So they bombed a bunch of strategic targets. They sent special forces in, captured the president and his wife, who were both indicted and been charged with various drug and arms trafficking and terrorism charges. And don't get me wrong, I'm not under. I don't think it's all good, right? I do think that there are some ethical considerations here, right? And precedent set. I don't know that it's necessarily great to set the precedent that a country can just go take the leader of another country and take them for war crimes and basically take over the country that way. I think that that's a tricky precedent to set. And how would we feel if that's how China and or Russia and or Canada even, like any country was acting? Like we don't necessarily want to establish that as a
Norm.
Model.
a norm, right?
So you're saying that he's going to be imprisoned in the States?
He's got a court date. He's going in front of a judge this morning. He might be in front of a judge right now. That's what I read. So he's already been back. He's in New York. He's been charged, and he's going to. I guess he's being arraigned. I'm not sure exactly what the. It's a little strange that this is happening to the head of a country.
Right.
I don't want to. 100%, there's no doubt about it. Maduro is also a crook. He's a criminal. He's an organized criminal.
Narco-terrorist.
He's a narco-terrorist. They're.
That's the word that they've been using.
It's true to a large degree. I prefer to just say organized crime because that's really what it is. They don't actually use that term in the mainstream media. I wonder why. They're afraid of accusing organized criminals. Maybe they don't want to.
You mean the government? The government officials? You don't know why they don't use the word organized crime?
Right, or their sponsors. Well, anyway, Pfizer. But it's kind of hard to like. It's like when two bullies are fighting, right? You can appreciate the work of one bully without supporting the bullying per se, right? If two bullies are fighting, you could actually prefer one bully to the other. Where in a perfect world, a comet would come along and knock off both bullies, and we'd have no bullying, right? That would be the end of the bullying. But you can also appreciate them you can be more nuanced in your understanding and realize that, well, this bully doesn't actually take my lunch. He just calls me names. This guy takes my lunch. He beats me up. So the one that calls me names, I'd rather win in a fight between the one that's taking my lunch and beating me up. That's kind of the situation. Yes. And the outcome of this is going to be cheaper oil, a stronger foothold and bulwark of the United States or by the United States against a growing China and Russia, which is, in my opinion, again, preferable. I think all three of them are essentially a form of fascist states. So I think that there's problems here. This is why I'm kind of hard to. I don't have a. It's hard for me to actually get my entire opinion out because I don't. I'm an American. I am a patriotic American. I want what's best for our country, for the people of this country. I love the idea of peace and freedom and free markets, free enterprise. That same mentality is what attracts me to Bitcoin, is the opportunity for people to better their lives by putting the work in without having a control system above them that is domineering and doesn't allow them to really engage fairly. I think Bitcoin offers a fairness, which is what attracts me to an open market and a free market and a government of the people. I don't think we necessarily have all of those things really now, in fact. And I think that's something we need to overcome, both in the U.S. and globally. But I still think that the opportunity to facilitate that is better with a stronger U.S. than it is with a stronger China.
Yeah, so didn't the Venezuelan president, didn't he, like, so they had an election and he just didn't resign, or like how did, like I read something about that.
I don't know all the details, but I know like around the last election they like imprisoned like 1,200 people. They're not. He's not a good guy. He's not a good guy, and neither was Hugo Chavez before him. Although they might do things that you like some people see nationalizing their oil industry as a benevolent thing, because on its face it sounds like it might benefit the people of Venezuela. They're going to get more, the resource. They should get the benefit of the extraction of resources out of their country. However, the entire apparatus that's there to facilitate the extraction of those resources was put there by private companies that had paid for rights and paid for licensing and paid for the machinery and paid for the people to be there to use it, and it just got taken by X. It was all controlled largely by ExxonMobil or Exxon. I don't know if they were one company at the time, but so it got nationalized, it got taken over by the state, and that's probably also going to be reversed, to be honest. I think you're going to probably see U.S. oil companies come back in, further develop the oil. That will create more infrastructure, more economic development, more economic activity in Venezuela. It'll probably likely be a net positive for the average Venezuelan, assuming there isn't massive constant civil war over it, which I don't think there will be. I don't know that they really have. I am super impressed with how we were able to just go in there, extract their president, peace out. And I think that we're probably going to be in control of Venezuela for a long time. I don't think it'll be short-lived. They might prop up a puppet regime that's basically just going to do whatever the U.S. tells them to do. And I hope that it ends up reflecting the interests of the Venezuelan people as much as it can. But I don't know where it's going to go.
Yeah, insane to think that, another country can just go bomb another country and take their president. I get why it was done, but we shall see. This is what we're talking about here. Just another little news article.
Sounds unreal, and it's more like a movie.
It sounds like a movie script. You're absolutely right. That's kind of what I kept feeling like over the weekend as it was developing. I couldn't believe it when I first read about it Saturday morning. I'm like, this is crazy. And countries from around the world, not obviously like Germany, China, Russia, France, like. Lots of world leaders are coming out condemning what happened, and that's not a great place for the U.S. to be. Except, at some point they can all bitch and moan about it, but what are they going to do about it? And so it's really just another opportunity to flex the might of the country. It's like, you guys can all complain about this all you want, but these guys were facilitating drug running into our country. They were committing crimes. They were arming terrorists that were killing people, killing our citizens, and we put an end to it. That's not the whole purpose behind it. I know it's not, but it is the reality.
Yeah, and the drugs they were smuggling into the U.S. kill many like a lot of Americans every year. You know, it's an epidemic. You know, the drug problem in the country. So it's you know, I get why he did it. You know, to protect Americans. You know, made the rash decision. Did he go through Congress? Doesn't stuff like this have to be like has to
No.
go through Congress or something like
The
that?
president
No?
actually does not require Congress to send in the military to commit military actions. If they were going to have troops in the country for more than, I think it's 90 days, then they need an authorization from Congress. But they don't require an authorization from Congress to act.
So pretty much like to declare war.
Well, this wasn't a declaration of war. It was just a military action.
Did you see the one he was threatening the Colombian president?
No, although they were saying, I read earlier today that they're saying Cuba is ripe to fall, and that's probably the next one on the list, in my opinion. They're probably going to try to topple Cuba, because that would actually give it. That's another strategic. You know, if they can take Cuba and make that a strategic, location, more in control of the U.S. Now we control the entire Caribbean, even more so. All the way down to the northern tip of South America. We got a bunch of countries all along the Pacific in South America that really are part of the U.S. sphere already too. To the other side of it, by the way, like, I am opposed to prohibition. I don't think drug prohibition is actually the right way to handle our drug problem. I think criminalizing the issue is why we have the crime and violence element to drugs and drug selling. I think that it should be largely decriminalized and treated like a health issue, like it is. That's what drug addiction is, a health issue. It's not a criminal issue. So I do think that we actually need to change that. And that could actually solve the problem significantly. Look who popped in. Is this real or is this a ghost? Let's see what we got. Hey!
How's that?
Happy
Canadian
New
president
Year!
himself.
Wagwan, bad man.
There you go.
Dude,
Wagwan.
Merry Christmas. Happy.
how you
When
doing,
did
Mike?
DeOrganized start?
Happy New Year.
When was the first DeOrganized?
Sometime in July or August of 24.
So it's about a year and a half now?
Yeah, just under a year and a half.
Wow. Seems like a long
Here we are.
time, guy. What the hell?
I know. Seems like forever, doesn't it?
Oh, man.
How you doing, man?
You've been
What do you guys
hiding
do?
Blockface.
I was actually
know.
wondering about you over the weekend. I was like, "Where's Mike? Where's he been? He must have." His wife must be on vacation, and she won't let him on the computer.
You know, you know how it is. First things first.
How you doing, man?
I've been watching the
Yeah,
shows.
what you working on, dude?
I saw Rafico.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah. CDC.
The Unreal Developer Championship. I'm really excited about that. Getting that lined up. You want to tell us?
It's
a little bit
Unreal or
about
Ultimate?
USDC?
Is it
Well, I
Ultimate?
mean,
I thought it was
Unreal might be
Ultimate.
the second one.
Well, that might be.
There's no reason
Yeah, I
we
was
can't
on,
Unreal
maybe
one, too.
Unreal might be.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Yeah,
actually.
I said
Yeah.
Unreal because I'm working in Unreal Engine. Yes, Ultimate.
we should do an
Ultimate
Unreal.
Developer Championship.
No, we're
Yeah,
It might
changing
be
it now.
Unreal.
That's a
Might be
better
the
idea.
better because then it slightly
Unreal.
differentiates from UFC a little bit more. Unreal might be.
Yeah.
There you go.
I like it.
Good job, GP.
Cool
Yeah,
ideas being spun up on accident there.
Yeah, that's everything. How it all started, bro. Even that's how the Sticks Hair Guild started. You remember that?
Facts.
Right? So none of this happens without the Stacks AI Guild. Let that be 9%. And so, you know, we've been in the community for 3 years now. We had the idea with the Stacks AI Guild before I went to Buenos Aires, and after going to BA, we're like, okay, well, these are all the competitors. Here they are. And so, yeah, we just have a stacked lineup of the best and the best of programmable money on Bitcoin right on Stacks. And Bitflow is carrying with everything they're doing with HODLMM, LP Army, you know, the list goes on and on. You guys probably know better than I do. Learn DeFi and Bitflow from 300 because I was talking to Jake about this. Even if you have like a nuclear chemist in programmable money, those skills can only be brought to bear if they have the business acumen and do sessions with you guys where I can understand BTC, Fi, and DeFi. Make the jokes about STS. Now I really want to learn all now, so that
that's a hell of a loop right there.
foundation in DeFi. I mean, many of them already do, but I want to bring.
Yeah, man. You broke up a little bit there, but I think we got the gist of what you're saying. You just
okay, my bad.
Realize the value in. So the narrative lately is that Stacks is building out the institutional grade infrastructure for Bitcoin, and part of that is, you know, all of the Bitcoin oriented protocols we have, starting with Bitflow, Stacking DAO, Zest, Granite. We have BSD coming online now, Arcadico, Velar. There's so many, Alex. There's tons and more. Now we have USDC that just launched. So now we have native USDC on Stacks, which is native USDC on Bitcoin. These rails are still in their infancy, but the functionality is there. We're not buggy. We're not slow. So a year ago when we first launched Nakamoto, it wasn't buggy, but it was inconsistent, had to be tuned. It wasn't always fast blocks. Sometimes we lose a tenure block and all that stuff. And I'm talking a little over my head as far as the understanding of the technical side of it goes. But then we came along and SBTC, again, same thing. SBTC came out, but they had to limit the amount that you could peg in, peg out. And they had to do cap raises, and there was, you know, timing the demand, and it took a little while for those things to roll out. But USDC hits the ground and it's just here. Wallet Connect hits the ground and it's here. We have, you know a lot about passkeys with, what's it? What was it? Not Privy. What was the other one you guys were working with? Turnkey. You guys won a hackathon with Turnkey, didn't you? And so, like, that's all on board now. Roth is like constantly working on things to try to help people with their abstraction so they can embed wallets. We're really onboarding your mom. Like, this is not just theory anymore. We're really here. Like, this is all functioning. And now Stacks is up 30% on the week already. You know, things are coming.
Oh, really? Is that true?
Yeah, Stacks is up.
So it's at
30%.
15 cents now? What is it at now?
It's at 35.
36, almost 37. Look at that.
Yeah, cranking.
I like it.
Cranking.
Like,
50 cents.
I've been joking around with people for the last look. You can either make fun of the token for being down or say this is the best buying moment you ever had. Take your pick.
You can do both, actually. I've done both. You know,
Yeah.
It is kind of
Right.
ridiculous that we're down so far. It's kind of we're stupid.
People complained People complain that Bitcoin was crashing at $3,000 and they complained it was too much at 120. You'll get both.
I witnessed both. I witnessed Bitcoin crashing to 3,600 right at in the start of COVID, in that March of 2020 with COVID happening. Bitcoin went down to $3,600. And if you had any cash and you bought some Bitcoin, you're up 20, 30, 40x on that.
When you talk about where the technology is, it really has changed over the past couple of years. It's one of those, the future is here, it's just not evenly distributed yet. I went with Davek and Human to San Francisco to do the X402 hackathon. Can Human create a software-defined radio using LoRaWAN to do stablecoin transactions without even the internet? Like, the stuff that's here.
So we can transact in Bitcoin with ham radio? Is that what you're telling me? We can transact with Bitcoin.
That's what he's. Yes, he got these little LoRaWAN devices, right? These kind of things, and he got the stable coins to transact between two laptops connected with these LoRaWAN devices, these radio devices, and so. You know, that's just what I know about. If I didn't go to San Francisco, I wouldn't have seen that. But when you see this potential, to me, it's how do we get this technology in the hands of voters, if that makes sense? Right? Because I find vibe coders are kind of like our chief prototype officers these days. These people who are already working for companies and know what needs to be done. So that's what I'm looking forward to with, again, the EDC and bringing together all of these developers, which is not only showing people what can be done, but I remember talking to Trip and we asked ourselves, why don't people, vibe code or whatever, even though we know how it works. And he said, it's not that they're not intelligent. These people are very intelligent. There is a fear factor involved in anything with the C word coding. You know what I'm saying? And so if we can lower that
I
fear
think there's
level,
a number of factors there. It's not, the process isn't clear. The process isn't clear because there's not just one process. There's almost infinite ways to go about it. So I think part of the hang up is there's too many choices on how to get started. You don't know exactly where to go. I don't even know which AI should I use. Should I use Gemini? Should I use
So you're like at a
ChatGPT
Chinese
or
buffet.
infra?
So you're like at a Chinese buffet. You never had Chinese food before, and they're asking you, "Hey, what would you like for?" I don't know.
I guess I'll go with these chicken
That makes a
tenders.
lot.
I know what that is.
And many people do.
Right.
So what we're saying is we need to, if we're going to introduce people to new cuisine, we have to introduce first. It's wise words.
Yes, and or just abstract away some of the decision-making process. Say, here, this is where you want to build an app. Here's how you build this app. Here's how you get started. Here's your chat PRD. Here's your lovable.
So instead of saying, "Hey, here's some tempura shrimp," I would call it shrimp tendies. Right? That's what you're saying.
Yeah. Or just
A
call it
broccoli
shrimp.
tendy. Yeah, broccoli
It could work.
tendies. I like it.
Work.
I'm in.
Or something, just we want to make it less of a. You need to make it an easy to identify with, and less choice, more direct. Like, this is your option. Here's what you should do, And then when they try it, you open up more. And so, oh, you like this? Try this, kind of thing, like a baby stepping approach. Mike, I'm so glad you joined us. We actually do have Find to Earn rounds coming up. The Game Master is on his way up from the underworld right now. So we will have a quick word from our sponsor. But man, you're always welcome. You're happy to have you here. Anything? Are you going to hang out for Find to Earn for a little bit?
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, I'll chill.
Cool. All right, cool. Guys, I'll be back with the Game Master right after a quick word from our sponsor, the amazing Bitflow.finance. The Game Master has arrived in his true form. How are you today, sir?
GM mortals, as eternal as ever. Let the hunt begin.
GM Zenny.
Let's go. Guys, we have, we're going to do a little bit different model, at least for the time being. We're going to have game rounds on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 9:30 a.m. We're going to have fewer rounds. It's going to go quick, and over time we'll probably increase the prize amounts as we develop this a little bit further. Who do we have rounds for today, sir?
Yeah, we play 4 rounds, Pepe, Leo, Droid, and Stax.
All right, we're going to start with the Bitcoin Pepe round. Guys, the first rule of Find to Earn, you must like and share the live stream. And you must also, second rule, these games are played on the Skullcoin BTC account on X. You must like and repost the game rounds. If you are the first one to find the location to win the prize, but you did not share out the live stream or did not like and repost the game rounds, we will give your prize away to somebody else. Today, we're going to give your prize to Blockface. If you don't actually answer properly or you get the right win, but you didn't follow the rules, you're going to give Blockface your prize. And we do have an advantage for tuning into these live streams. We always show the first game round image live before the game round starts. That gives players tuning in live an advantage over other players. Everything's a little slow today. You guys notice that? Like
Everything is slow like these people on the picture.
Yes, very good. Okay. So first game round, we're looking at Bitcoin Pepe walking along the streets in, I don't think it's Venezuela. It's probably not Venezuela this morning.
Yeah, like there is no Google Maps on Venezuela. That's why.
Shut up.
That's why that's why they capture it, to make it Find to Earn there.
I thought we were supposed to keep that top secret. That's why I didn't tell anybody. The real reason why it wasn't the oil and it wasn't the geopolitical maneuvering.
Yeah, we need just to explore this country finally.
We need to get into for Find to Earn. So we will now be able to expand Find to Earn in Venezuela.
I thought they went to Venezuela to farm.
They did. That's exactly it. That's why we're gonna have Google Maps there now.
They just have the coordinates that they follow. Delta Force follow the coordinates. Okay, let's go.
All right, let's go. GP, you want me to play?
Yeah, if you could,
I will.
I'm gonna have to bounce in a few minutes.
Not a problem, man.
So
Not
play.
a problem.
Do you want to quarter?
Oh, Mike, you want it? Yeah, no, Mike, you want to play?
Do it.
It's been a while.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's
get
do
him
it.
off. Yeah. To dust this off.
All right.
So
We'll wait until Mike has his screen up, and then we'll do a countdown.
All right. So this is up.
Yeah, we got you.
You can see my screen.
Yeah, you're on X right
First
now.
things
Here we go.
First. Come on. Everybody. So we have to do this critical step of, okay, this is playing. Beautiful. That's us looking at us. Yeah.
That's us.
So we have likely shared the round. And now we go to Skullcoin. Bang. Come on. All right. Showing that again. Oh, look. All right. Here we go. So now we are going to do it again because that's what we like.
No, you have just to count down, Michael. You have just to launch the game.
10, 9, 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Let's go.
Andiamo, Ande, Hajime, Igzu.
Let's go. Let's go.
Hajime.
Hajime.
All right. So let us refresh. Oh yeah. So this is a
Michael,
the coordinates.
lagging a little bit, yeah? Or it's just me?
Mike's lagging slightly.
Yeah, he lagged.
Oh, am I?
He lagged
Okay,
for a
let me.
bit. Yeah.
One second.
But you do have a
all right.
babushka on. There was definitely a babushka on there. It looked like a babushka.
Yeah, you see it.
And at one point, I thought about creating a character called the Crypto Babushka, and then I would come online dressed up
Yeah,
like
it will be funny. Yeah.
Oh, I should definitely do it then.
Okay.
Zenitron thinks you're anything, I'm gonna do it. We all have the Crypto Babushka. I was actually trying to talk one of my sons into doing it, but I'm not sure I can really coordinate it properly. GP likes it.
Yeah, I like the idea. I'm just imagining it right now.
Crypto Babushka.
Baba Boosh. Things that make you go,
Remind me of a search wizard on Windows 98. It was the one that was when you try to search something.
Well, we found one old person.
Okay, while Michael is searching, we'll launch the whitelist game.
All right. Whitelist round getting launched in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Jekalo!
Andiamo, Hajime,
Whoa,
Igzu.
is the map changing? View is sick. Whoa.
It changes periodically, and sometimes different features are available in different locations.
Oh, that's right. So the more civilized they are. Gotcha. So it's like, do you have like first world Google Maps? No.
I don't know. I wonder if the technology is actually based on where they're trying to surveil the most.
We never had this before. Should be able to find Babushka.
Where are we?
Some Frenchy place. Where is it?
Oh, those French.
Algeria? Algerie? France?
That is French E.
Yeah. Well, I mean, still French. I heard it's never mind.
It's French E.
Yeah. I heard 300 and his friends took over France. Is that true? That's what I heard.
I don't know about that.
We friends, bro.
Every time I look at videos from France, it's just a bunch of. I'm like, that's France.
Yo.
I'm lying.
Which ones, bro?
I don't know. He does look
I'm
kind of like
look at the
Macron.
soccer-
What did he just say? Look at the soccer team.
Look, you know the who got suspended sentences for online cyberbullying of Macron. So watch yourself. Did you know that?
Well, what's the problem? I mean, if it's a suspended sentence, who cares? By the way, I will cyberbully the shit out of Macron. I don't care what they threaten me with.
Easy there, Candace.
Ah, 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 ah.
To get Candace Owens on the show.
Ah, I wonder
Are
if
you
we
talking
could.
about the president who got slapped by his wife? I think months ago.
It's correct. That's correct. Not been with the wife.
Oh.
What'd you say? He got stabbed by
Oh. Slap.
Okay,
Oh,
we have the winner. It's Haris Maine. Congrats. And we
Alright.
continue. We have Leo and one jackpot game. Let's launch the Leo game.
Oh,
While,
let you
while
guys-
Michael searching for Babushka, we play Leo game.
We're gonna find this lady.
that's not how you say lady. Say it right.
Okay, we play Leo game in 5,
Oh,
4,
three.
3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Andiamo.
Andiamo. Let's go, Decalo.
Ikizoo.
Exu, grande.
So what I need to explore? I will create the test group, like maybe from Zenitron account. I need to explore if we can launch the games in community page. I'm not sure. What do you think about it? We need to test it on X.
You mean
I mean, you create community and you launch game in community. Is it possible? But
Oh, you mean like
I believe only there will be like, I don't know like how it works. If you see like the notifications from community page on X, etc., we have to test it. I will test it. So
I think so. Yeah, I think that would work. I just don't. I don't know if the reach. You won't have as much reach. You only get reach to the people that are in the community.
yeah, right. Because maybe it will be not optimal, but in the same time, we'll say
It
like
might
if you want,
actually
if you
yeah.
want to play, if you want to be like in whitelist, you have to join community.
Yeah. No. I
And
understand.
that's the way how community may grow the bigger than like followers of certain like standard page.
Can't hurt trying.
You
Yeah.
want to cross post from community to the timeline, right?
Yeah, we'll test.
It works.
I will create the test community and we'll see how it works.
Yeah, it does work.
Wow.
Hunter already knows. Hunter's already got it down.
Yeah. Been experimenting. So if you saw some of the clips that I post, those gaming clips, I post from in a community group, and then it cross posts to the timeline. It gets more reaches and views, views from my timeline and views from the community.
Well, what is your community group?
In the one that I post. Okay. I normally post in a community called Grinding, and the one called Arc Raiders, the Arc Raiders community.
You
Not
go
Grindr,
where?
Michael. No,
I've been
not
a-
Grindr.
I've been away for a while. I thought he had a wife.
Okay, let me share.
No one out there would have made that connection.
Oh, Zenny, can you check this one?
All right, you share.
There's this one. If you see this link that I shared. Blockface, what up?
Yeah, grinding and
Yeah, I see.
the world is very progressive.
Oh, so
Go away for 6 months.
I,
Now we're
it's
grinding on
cross-posted from the community also to the timeline.
Cross-posted on grind.
So you post it in the community and then on your timeline separately?
Yeah, it's maybe let me share my screen if possible. Or like this.
Yes, please.
Like this.
Safe to share your screen.
It's never safe to share a screen, bro.
Oh man.
But it is what it is. We don't care, bro. Oh yeah. So what I normally do is here post. So I have communities here.
Yeah, I see you fly on the Hornet and Archiders. Yeah, I see.
Yeah, so they are.
I complete Archiders. We grinded for 1 week. Yeah, Archiders is a great game, like, because Embark Studio is one of the greatest studio ever, gaming studio.
Yeah, that is. Yeah.
And
So,
the great innovation is communications, because you decide you will be the PvP or PvE. Yeah, okay,
those guys
we'll
are
explore it. We'll explore it maybe together. I will DM you today or like tomorrow. We'll test it. We'll test it.
No
I will
problem
just
at all.
create the test community because we need like preparation. We prepared this Find2Earn for years to make everything like right, everything correct. We have the winner. It's imid.btc for the Leo, and we play the last game for today. The price will be 30 stacks. If there will be no winner, the price will go with the day after tomorrow and will double. So it will be 60 stacks. You have 5 minutes. Also, I have to mention the price of stacks just skyrocketing, and we believe stacks is the future for L2 Bitcoin. It's a Rails to Bitcoin, and it's very cool. So the prizes will be bigger for Find2Earn. Are you ready? Who want to count down?
I'll do it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Checalo.
Andiamo. Ixu.
Maybe sometimes we'll drop random games, but in the middle of month we really want to focus to scale Find2Earn to whole crypto Twitter, and we want our community to help us to share, make good words, and to grow together. Because we chase organic growth, we build sustainable games. It's very hard to achieve.
I dig it. We're looking for the stacks truck on this one.
Let's go.
Let's go. Checalo. I always like to look at the compass here because it tells me which direction we're looking in.
Very smart.
So we're looking slightly to the southwest. This is the jackpot round. So we're
Yeah.
probably we're looking.
Treasure hunt live. Skull coin flame. Game master calls. Remember the name.
Also, I believe like heroes still celebrating New Year, and after we have to communicate and think how we move this SIP together, like with encrypted NFTs, because we have a lot of comments, people support it, and we can move slowly forward.
Yes, absolutely. We haven't had a SIP show in a couple of weeks. Last week we were going to do one, but it was still kind of the New Year, the holiday, things have been slow. So we will definitely. I know Hero should be back more in action this week, and we'll get him pinned down on that. But definitely for those that haven't, you guys can get over to the the forum right now and read about the encrypted NFT SIP.
Yeah, I believe like it's more for developers, and for our community, it's already like based on their feeling in the game. They play Citrus Hunt, they like it, they adore it so much. They have like teams, they have bluffs, like friend or foe. They decide to like whom to share their seed words, and it was fun, and people really like it. So that's the best reward for me, like a game designer, and for our like stacks community developers, whatever. So first of all, look on the picture. It's sunny weather, and it's not in the city. It's outside the city, far outside. I see a lot of trucks, people dropping, but come on, chat. We need like blue truck. You dropping like white truck, black. It's original picture. It's not the Ghibli image. Anyways, tomorrow we will drop like random games and random time to support our community to keep games going. And we will back on the show the day after tomorrow. And in the middle or in the end of month, I expect a lot of newcomers to DeOrganized from CT, from Solana Boys. We will have fun here. Maybe Peace will find the new guests. We'll see how it goes.
We will see. We're definitely growing. We're definitely going to have some more opportunities to play, maybe some bigger prizes as we do a few less rounds during the week, but regular, consistent. We're going to do, I think we decided we're going to do, this is not the right one. I think we decided we're going to do Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for the time being.
Yeah, it's optimal. I agree. To be honest, like when you DM me, I had the same thoughts. Like all my mentor Albert from Startup Lab says, like the great minds think alike. So, man, yeah, we are playing very good non-zero sum game together.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love doing this. I think it adds value. It adds entertainment value. It also kind of gives us an opportunity to get to something that's a little less serious, where we're talking about invading countries and all sorts of stuff like that. That's a heavy subject. So
yeah, sure. You see, like Aaron, you see, like the politics try to be like the more memes, the more fun. They understand the like humankind, the crowd. They want joy, they want happiness. They don't want like serious things. Like even like White House account have like some trolling nice pictures. Yeah, so it means like that's what we have to chase. We have to chase like happiness for people.
That's exactly right. These give us an opportunity to have some fun, to engage in a different way than we normally do. Is that the truck? Hold on. Did I find the truck? No, it's not the right truck.
Okay, Peace, you want to give the clue to the people, or like to move the price soon?
What time is it? It's, well, you know what? I can do another like 5 minutes. We can do a few more minutes. Let's do a clue, and we'll do 3 minutes.
Okay. Clue in 3 minutes.
All right. So we're gonna drop the clue, and you guys have 3 minutes left to find it.
Chat, are you ready for the clue? I hope everyone like following the DeOrganized show, so you know the clue is coming.
Yeah, let's give the clue is just live.
Oh, you want me to share the clue, yeah, to you?
Yes. So the clue is just on the live stream. How about that? That way, if they didn't watch, then they're not getting the clue.
So I'm giving you the compass, right?
Right. Well, the compass would be like this. that's not the right truck. Somewhat.
Okay,
Well, you're gonna give me a
I
direction.
send you our mystery compass, treasure compass in DM. You can show to the people, so people focusing more on the organized and they follow the clue to find easily.
So those who are paying attention that have tuned into the live stream, you're going to the northwest from the starting location.
Yeah.
That is the clue. That is your clue.
Chat, northwest. Let's go. Easy. With the clue, it's always easy.
So northwest is this way.
I like we have a lot of comments. People understand how to play, how to compete. We have a lot of new names. To be honest, I think it will be banger on like Pump Fun. We will have a lot of audience.
I'm curious. I've never played around with it. I know Jack was getting on it a little while when they first kind of launched it, but I just never had enough time to really play around with it to see what I had to do. And
it's not about like different mechanics. It's just a lot of people will see what's going on here.
Right, it's a completely different audience.
Yeah, it's just about the audience. It's just a way how to get the audience here.
Right, and I agree. I think that we absolutely need to do more to get outside of our echo chamber. Like I love our community, and this isn't a negative on the community, but Stacks can't grow if all we're playing with are people from Stacks. You know, if we want to grow, we need to bring people in from Solana, bring people from Ethereum, and everything. So I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, it will be like a smart move because like Stacks price is rising. We have very good roadmap. It's a good timing.
Excellent timing. Sometimes things just work out the way they're supposed to. If you're patient.
Yeah, right.
God knows we're patient. We are a patient bunch. Those of us that are still here, we're patient.
Yeah, I'm already dead with my patience.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about being patient. You got nothing but time. So, but like the mortals.
Let's go, chat. 1 minute more, and that's it. We will move price.
1 minute. Hurry up. You got 1 minute left. Treasure hunt live. Find2Earn zone. Skull coin rising. For the throne. Game master watching. Reading your speed. With your BNS ID, you were born to compete. I don't think I'm going to get it this time.
But, okay, chat, I don't see the actual, like, the win. Seems like we'll move the price day after tomorrow and today. Okay, tomorrow I will drop you more games, but today we have no winner, like.
No winner today. We'll bring the jackpot to Wednesday.
Yeah, like I'm refreshing last time. Let me check.
Did you hear that X algorithm changed
Again?
to the beta? Yeah, they say that maybe we might go viral because Grok was a bit mean, so I think they changed the algorithm.
But I never asked Grok about Find2Earn. Okay.
Yeah, I definitely don't. I definitely have not found it. Found another truck, but it's not the right one.
Okay, price goes day after tomorrow. That's it, centers.
Prize goes for the day after tomorrow. Congratulations to all of our winners from the earlier rounds. Thank you guys for participating and playing. And let me actually just grab this location so I can show you guys where it was. Go back to the start. I'm going to get directions.
Let me pull up the posts.
All right. So it was to the northwest, and I was way far north. I was up here, so I went to the wrong location. Wasn't even that far, guys.
Yeah, congrats everyone. Tomorrow I'll drop like couple games and be ready to be active in January. We want really to share with you rewards if we will be recognized in the whole crypto Twitter. Okay, thanks everyone for playing. We're still in development strike. We still decide, make different decisions how to make it better. We do it slowly. I believe we pass our milestones slowly than other projects, but we need to ship the good product. It's complex product. And since it's holidays, like my co-founder Anton, like on holidays, he will be back like in 5 days and start coding. Like, yeah, that's a lot to build.
Oh yeah, and yeah, I'll be waiting for your DM, Zenny, for that community thing.
Okay, we'll test it today or maybe tomorrow.
No problem.
Awesome.
Okay, thanks
Let me know.
everyone.
I'll join too, just to, that's the extent of my participation sometimes, but I'll join the group too. And that way you have some guinea pigs in there to mess around with, see how it works. Awesome stuff, Zenny. Cannot wait. We'll be back with you on Wednesday. We'll definitely be looking forward to some rounds dropping on the TL tomorrow as well. Thank you, Hunters, for joining us today.
Thanks everyone. See you.
I know GP has to wrap. I don't want to keep him too long, but we have
oh yeah.
I want to play something real quick that Michael had left from his hackathon in Arizona. He said it's like a 3-minute video. You guys got time? Drop that real quick.
I got it.
All right, cool. I don't know if this content is going to be safe for work. Who provided it, but I will play it here, and we'll see what happens. This is from Blockface.
This is for mature audience only, so make sure viewers' discretion is advised.
There are children in the room. Send them out just in case. But this is Michael's interviews from going to a conference in Arizona. I think a few weeks back. I think it was before Vegas. Before Buenos Aires. So let's see what we got here. You guys hear this?
I'm thinking about it.
Well, I'm a local Phoenician. Live here over in Scottsdale, Arizona. My background and my domain expertise is actually in real estate.
Okay.
Which is a highly compliant environment. I've been in real estate now for 25 years, and I've worn a lot of different hats in real estate, from being a broker, being an agent, been in residential, been in commercial, founding a fairly large female-owned real estate brokerage, having sold that, and creating AI to help support and create efficiencies for that real estate brokerage. Have now re-architected that into a generative AI solution. And now that generative AI solution is now embedded into a larger platform that I just presented on today, which is a blockchain-based MLS system. You okay?
I'm thinking about it because is it true that the velocity of real estate is hampered by the fragmented underwriting process?
Yes, it's hampered by the underwriting process. It's hampered by the legacy systems.
Correct.
That real estate agents, and I think actually mortgage is a little ahead of residential real estate systems. It's hampered by the inability for different vendors to speak to one another. And the communication overall with all of those vendors, even being able to have a good conversation with the consumer that's actually purchasing real estate.
What does it really take to bring the MLS to distributed ledger technology, or vice versa?
Not very much. It's just creating the adoption of the users. The average age of a real estate agent is about 56 to 57 years old.
Right.
And they hear Web3, decentralization, transparency, efficiency,
Sounds like I'm
and
gonna
you
lose my license.
No, they just glaze over.
They glaze over.
They glaze over, yeah.
Right.
So it's really coming down to almost not mentioning those things and just providing a better user experience.
Correct.
And I think you could get mass adoption.
Correct. Yeah.
Real
Beautiful.
estate agent and a broker is logging into, on average, 5 to even 10 technologies a week, and they don't communicate with one another. So when we can create an ecosystem that mimics all of those 5 to 10 technologies with one login and show them how easy it can be, plus access to the inventory and easier to transact and communicate with their client, we believe we can have mass adoption.
Everything I do is because God placed me here. And that's at the base of it. I chose GCU. I was going between 6 colleges, and I came down to 2 of them. I was in a room for 4 hours, like writing down different like value charts.
Yeah,
there are actually several of these in the playlist, so I don't know if he mentioned it was only 3 minutes.
And where was this at? This was in Arizona for ETH?
I think ETH Phoenix. ETH Phoenix.
Okay.
So there's actually a playlist. I'll probably maybe I'll drop these. I'll let the playlist run after we sign off for the live.
Sick, dude. Sick.
And then I'll put on some other replay content. But we'll run through Mike's playlist and then carry his stuff. You know, he's definitely been cranking. He's out all over the place. Love what he's been doing in the ecosystem. Oh, he is in here, actually. Hold on.
Fly as a bird.
What's up, Mike?
All right. So, video editing always takes 3 times you think, but we went to Vegas. You were there with me, San Francisco, Phoenix, where this is being held. And this is Isabel from Grand Canyon University, which is a faith-based university, and they have an entrepreneurship program for servant-based leadership and entrepreneurship. Who you saw before this was Sarah Richardson, who exited a brokerage in Scottsdale, and now she's in the system. You'll see Eric, who's active with Bit Angels, and he was a part of the Facebook IPO. He's won the investor event. You'll also see Tyler Gentry, that is endeavoring to bring stable coins to domestic SNAP benefit payments for Americans. These are just a handful of the people that I interviewed. I have about more interviews to upload, but yeah.
That's all state run.
All of that talk about, going here and there.
Yeah.
Say again?
Benefits are all state run, so you don't have to sell the entire government on one shot.
You're gonna see the
this one
interviews.
state might have a better. Yeah.
And Blockface, so before we played the video, people were scared to play them. We had to tell the audience, like, the viewers' discretion is advice. We had to place that 18 plus.
What videos do you think I'm
color grade
creating?
the viewers.
We had
never
to,
trust you,
we gave a warning
You know?
to have children leave the room.
We had to be sure.
You said you can never really be 100%
right.
sure with me.
Well, I kind of feel that way with everybody.
I appreciate it.
think
Yeah.
it's more that I can be 50% sure with you. that's it's the 50% sure
35% for me.
But what if I just like speak like this, you know? No, I appreciate it. I think you're
I
going to
can't
love
tell,
these
is that your
videos again.
hand or the... Yeah, no,
I know,
all right.
right?
So let's do this. I know GP's got some stuff he's got to get to. So I don't want to. Why don't we officially wrap up the morning show segment? GP, are you good on time if I play through these videos?
Yeah,
or?
for sure, man. I'll hang. I'll be headed out shortly after this, but yeah, no rush at all.
All right. If you're gonna drop, just wave and drop out.
Yeah, I'll let you
I
know.
didn't want to. I wanted to make sure we gave you the opportunity to leave if you needed to.
Thank you, brother.
All right, Mike. I'm going to go through the whole playlist then, if you're cool with that.
I'm great.
There's four more videos, including this one. A total of like 15 minutes. So you guys are. So we're gonna.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry. What's this young lady's name again? It's Isabel.
This is Isabel. So this one is for 3 because I think they are aligned. Let's say 300 has God is good.
I don't think we have to divvy the girls up. What? Oh, I'm sorry. Go on.
No, it's fine. Again, 300's subtitle is God is good. I think
it was fair for him to call dibs. No, I'm sorry. I'll stop talking over you. What? Introduce the video again. All right, I'm just gonna play it.
Yeah. Just she says it better than I ever could.
Everything I do is because God placed me here. And that's at the base of it. I chose GCU. I was going between 6 colleges, and I came down to 2 of them. I was in a room for 4 hours, like writing down different like value charts.
Yeah, the
the Ben Franklin. As one does, normal things, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was sitting there and I just could not make a decision. And I was like, I haven't actually prayed about this, so I should probably do that. So I sat down and I closed my eyes. I was like, all right, Lord, GCU. I was like, wait, I didn't ask yet. And
really,
it was such a complete surety that this is where he wanted me to be. And every step of the way, every person that I've met, every opportunity to grow as an individual, to grow in my faith, to grow as a business professional, has all been because God put me where I'm supposed to be.
That must be one of the most powerful feelings on the planet.
It is, and it's incredible, and we're consistently, new things are coming, and I'd love to just be in a place where I can watch all of these people come together for God's purpose. Like GC right now is putting together an ETF.
You're kidding.
No. And for like faith-based companies.
Yes. Has that ever been done?
I don't think so.
Wow.
And like,
well, you would be the people to do it.
We are the people that would do it.
Yeah.
And we are like, GCU is building a faith-based, servant leadership-based
John C. Maxwell driven approach,
to teaching students how to enter into the workforce, teaching them entrepreneurship. You go into our business building, it's the CCOB, you see big letters on the wall about servant leadership and entrepreneurship, those 2 things.
Right.
And that's what they build the values of the business students on. And it's just being in that environment makes me want to reach higher, to do things for God's world, for the vision that he has for our future.
It's a different kind of ambition.
Yeah, it is. And
servant leadership driven ambition.
Yeah.
That's powerful.
Isn't it? It's unlike anything else that
we are in a state where we will be out of water.
I just had an opportunity to interview
Azos?
Yeah, the winner.
The collateralized debt positions
Yeah.
that can help municipalities keep the lights on?
Yeah, isn't that awesome?
We all have to live on this earth. I've got kids. I would like their children to grow up in a water and food secure environment. We are in a state where we will be out of water very soon.
Correct.
I don't know the exact estimate, but California or Colorado could just shut off our water at any point.
Right.
What are we going to do? We're going to just continue to raise money to import water.
Take it to the speculative market and
Yeah.
bring in NVIDIA and TSMC.
Sure. And so when you allow people to speculate, more money flows into the ecosystem. And we would prefer people speculate on things that help rather than just have memetics.
What, did you see the same thing I saw when what did you see in them?
Well, I just see amazing talent. And not only amazing talent, but a future worth living inside of. These people are creating the future.
The state of California tapped us to distribute about $500 million in aid, and the state of New York about $2 billion. I give a nonprofit $10,000. I don't really know where that money went. But I also found a tremendous amount of fraud. Not all the money was being used on the prepaid cards. But what I'm imagining is a way where we can move that donor money directly into the pockets of people that need it. And that's what we're going to do over the blockchain. So we're going to issue stable coins into digital wallets.
Whoa,
Yeah, and
whoa,
people who are in need of aid.
Yes.
And you know what this is? We are actually signing an MOU next week with my alma mater, University of Wyoming. They have a center for blockchain and digital innovation.
So what brings you at ETH Phoenix?
Well, my buddy Shelton, he invited me to come down and pitch Need Aid, which is a new startup. I've been in the payment space for years, and over the last 7 years, well, because of COVID and pandemic, I was at a place where I was distributing aid on prepaid cards. Yeah, the state of California tapped us to distribute about $500 million in aid, and the state of New York about $2 billion. I worked with hundreds of government agencies and nonprofits over that time, and it inspired me. I mean, it made me angry because so many people have been left behind in this country.
What do you mean?
Well, they've either, 60, 70, 80% of Americans are not making ends meet.
Correct.
And so, they qualified for this emergency assistance. And I got a front row seat, to like Department of Social Services, Department of Labor, and all of the people that are in need of aid. That's why we call it Need Aid. I am now creating what's called a DUNA. It's a decentralized unincorporated nonprofit association.
Yes.
It's a legal framework out of the state of Wyoming, which is where I'm originally from.
Really?
Yes, and I graduated from the University of Wyoming.
The most important state in the Western Hemisphere.
Well, for crypto and digital assets,
Wouldn't you say?
they're I think they've penned over 40 digital asset laws or related.
For Wyoming to have a relationship with Arizona,
yeah,
that's just the best because you got the accounting from here, and now you have TSMC and everyone else kind of building here. So I'm interested in your payments background because I imagine they didn't just say, hey, want to distribute $1 billion of aid? You must have been doing something before.
I was with a large private company in San Francisco that's been in the payment space forever. So a known entity, but at the time, they did not have a public sector practice. And I'd done a stint with Governor Ducey and Sandra Watson with the Arizona Commerce Authority.
Okay.
From an economic development, I was vice president of business attraction. And so I was recruiting companies to take stake here in Arizona.
You're kidding me.
No. And so I had this government experience, but I jumped back in. That was a bit of a hiatus, but I jumped back into the payment space. and landed with this company. COVID hit, and the demand was overwhelming. They were like, we need to get money out, and cutting paper checks wasn't going to work. So they were looking for somebody to outsource payments. And there are a lot of different, what I call program managers that provide prepaid cards. And prepaid cards are an easy way to get money into somebody's hand. You know,
Maybe the easiest.
Once it's activated, I can go into any store and use it. But I also found a tremendous amount of fraud. Bad actors were hacking into those cards. The other thing, not all the money was being used on the prepaid cards. And so when the pandemic was finished, you know, I was inspired enough where it ignited a passion. And I said, how else can we do this? And I've been a huge fan of Bitcoin since 2014. I opened up my Coinbase account and started buying a lot of different cryptos. And of course, yes, it was for the investment, but I also thought, you know what, this is the future, a digital currency, a digital dollar. And what was more exciting to me was the utility of, you know, the underlying technology of blockchain. And it being
For the consensus and the AML and
the
fraud.
immutability, the accountability. I started to see that connection of transparency and governance.
Because I went to school so long ago, we were talking about double entry accounting. And what I saw with Bitcoin is N-entry accounting, where you can have as much metadata as you please about any debit and credit transaction.
Yep.
And what that does for KYC, AML, I imagine distribution of aid, has never been seen before.
It's, you know what,
in the
it's
payments
trust.
industry.
It's a way to build trust.
You are right. It is a trust.
And I'll tell you, like donors, there's a lot of fatigue because, you know, you think about it, I give a nonprofit $10,000. I don't really know where that money went. You know, they can tell me and I can believe
and
them.
You can look at the pie chart, but what does that mean?
Well, and so much of the money is going to administrative expenses, and that's fine. Like, they need to sustain their organization. But what I'm imagining is a way where we can move that donor money directly into the pockets of people that need it. And that's what we're going to do over the blockchain. So we're going to issue stable coins into digital wallets.
Whoa,
yeah, and
whoa,
people who are in need of aid.
Yes.
And you know what this is? We are actually signing an MOU next week with my alma mater, University of Wyoming. They have a center for blockchain and digital innovation.
You're kidding.
No, and so they've invited their business school, their law school, their researchers. They are going to help shepherd us through with their existing ecosystem, and we are going to launch our proof of concept next year, probably mid next year, and it will be a closed ecosystem of 100 Wyoming 501c3s.
Incredible.
And then we'll also reach out to the donor community, whether that's corporations, you know, digital asset type companies that are already coming to Wyoming.
Because they want this more than anyone.
Well, they're already giving money too.
Exactly. This
you know, and the tax benefit.
And they're not going to stop.
Is incredible. No, and so for us to invite them, and for them to see us, like you're one of us using blockchain and stable coins and promoting.
We have a consortium of people that have a vested interest in making sure that need aid is politically, legally, regulatory, and compliantly, completely, almost ahead of the game, which is allowed for by this University of Wyoming.
And it's so important, you know, to have that credibility.
It's everything.
Yeah. I mean, it's somebody's money. But to have a proposition where we can share back with them exactly what happened,
the living
and how
value
that
chain.
spurs more giving. So it's democratized giving in the sense that, you know, it's no longer a government grant. It's no longer a foundation gift. It's like this money coming in. Now they decide where are the most pressing needs at any given time. And then we fund it.
There's problems and solutions, then there's breakthroughs. And I think we're at that catalyst where things are going to pop and things are going to be a little bit different. You know, it's really exciting to be creating a future instead of trying to solve just problems. But really, we've had a group of talented developers, financiers, and BitAngels tries to connect companies, founders with capital. And we want to build that ecosystem so that it can thrive. And I think we've done a good job at least launching that here in Arizona now.
You have. I just had an opportunity to interview Azos,
Yeah, the winner.
the collateralized debt positions that can help municipalities keep the lights on.
Yeah, isn't that awesome?
Did you see the same thing I saw when what did you see in them?
Well, I just see amazing talent. And not only amazing talent, but a future worth living inside of. These people are creating the future. And it's just such a relief to witness that kind of commitment, that kind of talent, that kind of drive. Because the world, you know, people are wondering what's going to go on. But we're in good hands with people like this.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Any final words for the people that are looking to attract capital in this space? Can you let them know what kind of competition they're facing? Because this room had some of the stiffest competition I've seen.
Yeah, well, competition is really a good thing.
It is.
Because this is a collaborative effort, and rather than compete, we collaborate. And to do that, we create a whole ecosystem that builds things that work and a better life for everybody.
I can't imagine it was easy, but I imagine it is worth it.
It is.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Sick interview, dude.
Awesome. I think was that all of them? That was all of them. No, there's one more.
Yeah, these are there might be one more.
There's problems and solutions, then there's breakthroughs. And I think we're at that catalyst where things are going to pop and things are going to be a little bit different. You know, it's really exciting to be creating a future instead of trying to solve just problems. But really, we've had a group of talented developers, financiers, and BitAngels tries to connect companies, founders with capital. And we want to build that ecosystem so that it can thrive. And I think we've done a good job at least launching that here in Arizona now.
You have. I just had an opportunity to interview Azos,
Yeah, the winner.
the collateralized debt positions that can help municipalities keep the lights on.
Yeah, isn't that awesome?
Did you see the same thing I saw when what did you see in them?
Well, I just see amazing talent. And not only amazing talent, but a future worth living inside of. These people are creating the future. And it's just such a relief to witness that kind of commitment, that kind of talent, that kind of drive. Because the world, you know, people are wondering what's going to go on. But we're in good hands with people like this.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Any final words for the people that are looking to attract capital in this space? Can you let them know what kind of competition they're facing? Because this room had some of the stiffest competition I've seen.
Yeah, well, competition is really a good thing.
It is.
Because this is a collaborative effort, and rather than compete, we collaborate. And to do that, we create a whole ecosystem that builds things that work and a better life for everybody.
I can't imagine it was easy, but I imagine it is worth it.
It is.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah, some more to come.
More because you're going to more places, or more because you have more content to get through?
3-minute clips of 3-minute interviews. Like that was like I think I spent a good 15-20 minutes with Tyler. You can imagine, right? Wait a minute. And you think they know about stacks or SBTC? They don't. And he's at ETH Phoenix, but guess what? Bitcoin first. Show me an Ethereum person that didn't own Bitcoin. You know what I mean? You can't find them, right? And so Ethereum and Bitcoin
and
right?
Ethereum people are all Bitcoin people. No one goes into Ethereum being like it's the opposite of XRP, right? XRP people hate Bitcoin. They like, if you try to, you can't just They hate Bitcoin. Ethereum is the exact opposite. They were the whole purpose for Vitalik was an Ethereum developer before he made
Bitcoin magazine.
Was a Bitcoin developer before he made Ethereum. Yeah, exactly. Like it was. Ethereum was built kind of for the same purpose as Stacks was built originally. Ethereum was built to add functionality that Bitcoin couldn't do. Stacks
the
just
slogan was
doing
"Let's bring Ethereum to Bitcoin." Yeah, the whole message when I started was, "How might we bring Ethereum to Bitcoin?" Well, Stacks.
That's when I first found Stacks. I without any slogan or anything, I was like, "Oh my god, this is actually Ethereum on Bitcoin. This is actually what this is." And then and then we started trying to be like, well, maybe we should call it Solana on Bitcoin because Solana's taking more of the market share right now and stuff like that. But Ethereum is really the de facto smart contract layer right now. There's going to be multiple options in the marketplace for sure, but I think Stacks is
base there.
Stacks is definitely base is on Ethereum.
If we were going to get any,
base is Ethereum,
but if I mean, sometimes when you go to these, if it's an Ethereum event or a Coinbase event, you know what I'm saying? I guess the only thing I would say is if we were looking for a CMO, someone from Coinbase might, right, with their track record of growth. But everything Base is offering.
Someone from Coinbase, from Base. I'd take someone from Ethereum. I'd take someone from Solana. I'd shy away from somebody from, XRP or Cardano. I'm not looking for Charles Hoskins to come be our CMO at this point. But there are absolutely
live streams on DeOrganized. Charles Hoskinson, 25 stream on DeOrganized.
Yeah, but then he's gonna say a bunch of shit that sounds like he's lying because he is. He's just full of shit.
Yeah, he's
the guy. I don't.
Yeah, Charles is kind of like the Quentin Tarantino of crypto.
That's not an unfair assessment. Maybe slightly less successful Quentin Tarantino of blockchain.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
Does have that vibe, yes.
But
well, he's also got a ton of Ethereum too. He was one of the founders of Ethereum.
Esque.
Oh, you're right. But can you get someone else to say it? So more interviews to come. But again, the interviews that I'm doing in person is a continuation of what we do here, if that makes sense.
Yeah, sure. No, absolutely. And we've started the month of December just because we're kind of working at the same thing from different directions to some degree. And so for the month of December, I think we had like 15 live segments that we coordinated with different guests, like specific guest interviews or spotlights. And that's including like Rena coming on for the SIP show. That's we had Data Oracle. We had Para Wallet Solutions, which is like another wallet abstraction project. We had you joined us for a couple of them. We had Dan O'Ferrin, who has that project that's working on the quantum resistance for Bitcoin problem. We obviously a lot of our local guys. We had Rafa, we had Boom Wallet, we had Mark, we had Toonie from X402 and that stuff. On and on and on. We had Bitcoin Magazine came on, Bitcoin for Corporations, and George McHale, who's one of the bigwigs over at Bitcoin Magazine or BTC Magazine. He has a Bitcoin for Corporations project, and there was a MSCI does indexing. They're a major indexer. They determine what companies can be on indexes and stuff, some indexes. And they came out with a policy that they were going to implement. I don't know if you heard about this, where they were going to implement that no company could be put on whatever major index or a couple of different indexes that they oversee, if they had more than 50% of their book value in digital assets. So we spotlighted that. They were they had a petition going through the end of the year. We definitely generated some site signatures. I'm not sure how many, but maybe 100 or so. Drove some traffic to their website. I'm sure I'm missing some off the top of my head, but tons of stuff. We just, we're covering as much as we can, as often as we can. And then I absolutely fear your plane, because then we have an hour or so, maybe a half an hour, maybe an hour and a half, generally around an hour interview. We have to go clip out of a 12 or 13 hour live stream, then manipulate out of that what we're going to use for short content. And it takes longer than an hour to just go do all that stuff. So you're doubling your work time, and then you still got to get it's not, it's very time consuming still. There's no easy way. Like you had to do physical editing of those to get that to come out right. You couldn't use an AI to really give you. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the AI
and I can tell
if you use Opus, you can use Opus and you can get
it'll
clips,
find the spots.
but
yeah, they're not
it's one of
what
those,
they're not what you just produced. Freezing up, Mike.
Check. Oh,
No, it caught up. It caught up with you.
But yeah, when
you're
you
good.
interview Tyler and he's doing things with the University of Wyoming, it's like, to just have it arbitrarily cut off, spell Wyoming wrong, all that kind of stuff. Because these are fancy people, and these are going to LinkedIn now, right? Right. Like it's topic is mainstream. What we're talking about in terms of our corner may not be there yet, but you can hear it in Tyler's voice. What does he want? Accountability, blah, 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 blah. And we're in an era of Minnesota and whatnot. So I think there are going to be more than a few people who are. I'm just interested in, is it possible that SBTC can be introduced to people like Tyler and everyone that I met? All of those people that I interviewed. I didn't necessarily talk about stacks because I only had 20 minutes with them. You could imagine it's one of the topics I want to discuss.
Sure. And you have a limited amount of time. You can only do what you can. But I mean, I think you got a lot of great content. You got into a lot of great conversations for sure. And the people you were talking to also seemed to feel heard. They seemed to feel like you were paying attention to what they were saying, which is important.
But to your point, I prepared to interview them with you interviewing people that you introduced me to. Does that make sense? Like about underwriting, conversations with you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. And I absolutely, I would have absolutely had plenty to say in that conversation. Listening to that short.
Exactly, right?
I was like, oh my God, I want to talk to her. I want to.
Well, maybe
yeah.
Look, if I can have all of those people on the show, believe me, right? But this is, the beginning. So
and that's another thing.
Go ahead.
Yeah, baby steps, man. We have one of the things that I've noticed is 15 interviews in a month when we're also streaming 5 times a day for 18 hours. That's a lot of work. Just 15 interviews in a month. If we were just doing periodic podcasts, 15 segments in a month is a lot. We did 15 segments in a month on top of running a live stream all day and all the other stuff we're doing. So it's a lot. It's a heavy workload. I haven't done one in the last 2 weeks, and I'm like, oh my God, I got to get back. I got to start scheduling interviews. What am I doing? I haven't done, and in the short term when we're focused, it feels like we're not doing enough. But we're doing plenty, you know. So my point in saying that is, I would love to get those people on anytime, and it doesn't have to be in a rush. It's not like we have to get them on today. If they wanted to come on today, we could facilitate it because we have a stream going all day. We could drop in pretty much whenever we want to. And that's another part of it. Like, we don't have to be limited to 9 o'clock in the morning. Oh, you can't do it on Monday. Well, how about Tuesday? It's like, oh, you can't do 9 o'clock in the morning. Well, how about 11 o'clock in the morning? Or how about 2 o'clock in the afternoon? We can accommodate that too. What do you need? And so that's part of the beauty of the advent of doing the all-day live stream, is that we have tons of real estate to start facilitating these interviews, Mike. You know, so if you have people that are interested in, and you can even leverage that as an opportunity to get your interview. Say, you know, let me sit down with you. We'll chat a little bit, and okay. And we also have this platform where, you know, we usually get about 1,000 to 2,000 people a day. Sometimes we're getting 10,000 people. We'd love to have you on there sometime too.
So we look at the 3Ds, you know, Rocky and the team at 3Ds. When we meet with a client, they usually have the business expertise, but what they often need is help with design, development, and distribution. And this is the distribution side. And we don't need 1,000 people to agree with Sarah or 1,000 people to agree with Tyler. It may only take one. It sounds trite, but you only need a handful of people with their picture.
That's a sales mentality. It only takes one to say yes to get your sale.
That's it.
And it's
99 no's and
right. And when we also do we're very easy here. Like I very rarely have I had anyone say that they were uncomfortable, they didn't feel good about the show, didn't feel good about the conversation. I know we need to kind of get things to be and we're always improving, right? We're a little bit unpolished maybe, and a little bit, you know, we're still working on being a little bit more tight, and I don't want to say professional, but that is the word. You know, we're not unprofessional, but we're not maybe
I think it also,
we're not what people expect.
Yeah, I think you'll notice in those interviews I virtually cut myself out, right? Because I really just want to focus on the person. So I think the person you're talking to be interacted with, if that makes sense.
Yeah, they absolutely do.
Right?
They absolutely do.
So
and more often than not, yeah, no, you're right. And so a lot of what I try to do is just prompt them to talk about whatever they want to talk about, and then let them go. And then just ask questions around that as we need to. But oftentimes it'll be, you know, an hour where I'm only really talking about 10, 15 minutes of that hour. And it should be that way. Like, they're talking 45 to 50 minutes of the hour. They're filling it up. And, you know, so we've come a long way in not quite a year and a half, for sure. But feeling good about where we are with things. And I appreciate you popping in.
Yeah, the thing that you and GP and 300 have done, what I think 99% of people forget about success, and it's the simple yet hard part of showing up every day. This simple showing up every day. Almost 3 years
Consistency
now,
is
right?
important.
You've been broadcasting, whether it's spaces or live or both on the same day. And I'm gaining a newfound respect for you think to find the perfect strategy, and sometimes the perfect strategy is showing up every day for a couple of years and there is a delayed gratification in that. And but it's beautiful when you're on the other side of it. But I think emerging from that sowing of energy investment to the reaping of the energy investment, so to speak.
I think you're right, and part of the reason why that has such an impact is because we become reliable, undeniably reliable.
Yes.
People know.
Yes, reliability.
That if they have something they want to share, DeOrganized is here for that. We're not the only one. We're not the only one here, but we are here, and they know that they can rely on us. And we're going to be here tomorrow. We're going to be here next week. We're going to be here next month. We're going to be here. We're going to keep doing this, and that the consistency, it breeds trust. Ultimately, the reliability turns into trust. We're a trusted provider. They know we're going to be here. They know we're going to be providing, they know the type of opportunity they're going to have too. Like, Rena, the chief operating officer, I'm not sure exact. She was the chief operating officer at Trust Machines. I'm not sure her exact role at Stacks Labs. She's also the only employee position on the Treasury Committee or working with the Treasury Committee. She felt comfortable coming on our platform. She felt comfortable coming on our platform because not only are we here every day, but we're here every day in the same way. We're not trying to sensationalize things. We're not trying to create scenes. We're not even if there's someone on here with something we don't really necessarily agree with, we're fair about how we're engaging. And that's different. That's novel than a lot of at least traditional media, So it's
even for the Ultimate Developer Championship, it was a no-brainer that we were going to broadcast with DeOrganized. Does that make sense? It wasn't a conversation about, where should we go? And there's no conversation. It was only one option.
We're here, and we'll do it. Like I think I suggested it before you guys said anything about it. When you guys were first having that conversation about it, I was like, I believe I interjected when you guys first were talking about it. I just said broadcast live on DeOrganized Media because and I know we can do it because we're here every day. So of course we can do it, and we're happy to do it. And we know almost all of the people that are going to be involved anyway. So we have good relationships with the people that are going to be on, and it's just a matter of figuring out how you guys want to do it, and then figuring out the technical aspect of things to make sure we can do it how you want to do it. But however it ends up going, I'm sure it'll be fine. And the content's going to be great. And we'll probably show that stuff over and over again for weeks and weeks afterwards. Make smaller clips and all sorts of stuff because it's great. It's going to be great evergreen content for the ecosystem.
Yeah, there is no
win-win relationships.
If anyone's on Stacks, this is the only way to. If Rafico has a new product to launch, coming here, right? There's not a single person in the community here to show off what they've been working so hard at.
Sure, and we're happy to have them all. And by the way, there's other people that do decent stuff in the ecosystem and do coverage and help interviews and
No, not really.
Melanie's doing her thing. Jake Blockchain does his thing.
Right. Melanie's the exception. She's the exception, right? But she right through this, right?
You learn from the best.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she's doing a great job, by the way. My point of bringing that up is I don't look at that as a competition because we can't cover everyone all day, every day, and we're not going to cover some. I've been saying this since we started this. I want several DeOrganized popping up. I want there to be more options like doing what we're doing, giving more exposure to crypto, more exposure to stacks, more exposure to building on Bitcoin, so that we can actually keep pushing this whole thing forward. That's the whole purpose. You know, this isn't to build something, monetize, and then retire. This is to build something that can actually help grow the entire ecosystem and make everything compounded, so to speak. But anyway, I'll digress because we can talk about.
No. Look, even if Bitcoin was $1 million, do you think there still wouldn't be a need for a daily show? It doesn't matter what price Bitcoin is, right?
More so,
this engine
more
is fair.
more so.
Exactly.
Right. This isn't right. This is a. I mean, will there be other options that pop up when Bitcoin has that much more liquidity in the space? Yeah, of course. There's going to be more people chasing that liquidity, and when Stacks is the de facto, second, the de facto transactional layer for Bitcoin, which is very much, I think, is going to be. You're going to have more people trying to do this so that they can monetize, and good. If there was only ever NBC, and there was no other channels, we would be the market would be much more boring, and there'd be a lot less, and development would take that much longer because people are getting exposed to less ideas and less perspectives. So the more perspectives we can provide, the better. But we're here to provide that, and until we came along, there was not quite the same option for doing so. So anyway,
the last thing I'll share, I'm not share it before. I know you're going to put on some recorded shows. This is an I did with Aztec, and I was really interested in Aztec because Stacks is a layer 2 on Bitcoin. Aztec represents layer 2 on Litecoin. And so everything I learned with you guys, I talked to him about. Right? So
nice.
Bitcoin
I never
is
heard
the
of
gold.
it.
Neither had I. So they're looking at Bitcoin is the gold, then what is the silver?
Stacks.
And they're looking at Litecoin via, right?
I know.
So,
I'm familiar. So when I first got into crypto, when I first started trading crypto on Coinbase, you could only trade 3 tokens: Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Litecoin. That was it. You could buy Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Litecoin on Coinbase. And back then, that's what people were saying. Litecoin is silver to Bitcoin's gold. But really, Litecoin is just an alternate version of Bitcoin, in my opinion. But you never know. Like, there still should be options in the marketplace. And
the reason I'm interested is because I believe that the interoperability between network states will happen on layer 2. So I was like, I wonder if there's a way for us to mutually benefit from these disparate liquidity pools that always are for circulation. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, you know what I'm going to do? Because this is 10 minutes. Unless you think we should have a conversation afterwards, I'm just going to drop everybody out. We'll sign off, and this will be the first content I run after the stream. And then I'll just go after this. I'll go into the other loop of some of our prior guests and stuff. But this is we'll leave with this. So what just for the audience that may be just tuning in, what are we watching here, Michael?
So welcome to Ethereum Phoenix, held in gorgeous downtown Phoenix, Arizona. And as we've just discussed, there is no Litecoin or Ethereum without Bitcoin. So who you're seeing, even though they might be Bitcoin maxis, they all are. What you're looking at is Aztec. Aztec is with Lunar Digital Assets. And they are a venture studio with small projects like Polygon. And what Aztec is presenting today is a layer 2 for Litecoin. So I was interested because obviously know a bit about layer 2s because of what I've learned here with the guys on DeOrganized. I wonder if the network state interoperability consists of layer 2 bridges coordinating between Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and you name it, network. And so that's what was
And
in
it'll
my
all be done
mind
over.
as I'm talking.
It'll all be done over X402 with agents and abstracted away. You won't know what chain you're working on because you won't have to know, and you shouldn't have to know. And if you do have to know, we're not there yet. And that's the truth. But we absolutely need these. You know, there's a layer 2 application on Litecoin will be able to talk to a layer 2 application on Ethereum, on Bitcoin with stacks, and the consumer won't know. And that's so we are in a very interesting time indeed. Before I sign off real quick, I just want to give everyone a chance to round up. Mike, always a pleasure, man. You're welcome to join us anytime. Make it more regular. Maybe we'll carve out a specific day or days or whatever your schedule allows, and so we know what to expect.
Yeah.
And then GP, I love you, brother. I hope all is well. What anything else going on today we didn't talk about?
Yeah, I just I posted the new activity schedules for the Zest protocol and Stacking DAO Discord. So you know, getting that done, and then I'll be doing a screen share later this afternoon for the weekly update with the stackers and the Stacking DAO Discord. And I'll be making some video style content and exploring the tools there available for video content. So if you're interested, jump into the Stacking DAO Discord and meet up with me around 3 p.m.
3 p.m. in the Stacking DAO Discord, you said today.
Yes.
Guys, get into it. Mike, always a pleasure. I am Peace Love Music. We are DeOrganized Media, and we're going to leave you with this interview with, I'm sorry, it's from Aztec. I forget the guy's name. Regarding Aztec regarding LitVM, a layer 2 solution on Litecoin that Michael sought out back in Phoenix, and we're excited to get that on. We'll have lots more content throughout the day, but this is the first time you guys are seeing this, so stay tuned. It's 10 minutes. Watch it vigorously and make notes. Thank you for tuning in today. I am Peace Love Music. We are DeOrganized Media, coming at you live on Bitcoin Live, decentralized broadcasting every Monday through Friday. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. Peace out.
Hello, my name is Michael Jagdown. I'm a headhunter launching startups with the Syndicate. I am in gorgeous downtown Phoenix, Arizona. And if you haven't been here, you need to get here, because I believe after the people I met here today, including Aztec, that Phoenix, you know, they call themselves Phoenicians. This might be the new Phoenicia. You know what I'm saying? The new Phoenicia, because you have everything from the 5 Cs to NVIDIA and TSMC seriously looking at Arizona to create maybe the most powerful state in the Western Hemisphere.
Let's do it.
That's what what do you say?
Well, there is a lot of money moving into Arizona. You have the chips coming in. We have some really great regulators, so policy is opening up. And there's a lot more of us blockchain cypherpunks, misfits, as someone said at this at BitAngels today in Arizona. So I think it's time to rally everyone up and create the Avengers super team.
So you saying that? Do you see the misfits coming to Phoenix and Arizona? Probably.
I could see more us attracting people, creating sandboxes and things so that they want to build here. But I think we have a lot of misfits already.
What brought you to this event?
So Eric, he's a city leader at BitAngels, and I'm supporting him. And Richard at BitAngels, Michael Chert in our full stack blockchain venture studio, which is Lunar Digital Assets, is involved with the global development of BitAngels. And I kind of got thrown into it. They said, hey, you have a lot of experience. And I was instrumental in launching and incubating projects like Polygon and QuickSwap. And now I'm a founder of a project called HODLMM. We're the first Litecoin layer 2, fully endorsed by Litecoin Foundation and Charlie Lee. So they said, hey, you got some experience and you've done a lot of things. And so here I am. I'm here to support.
When I think about the advent of layer 2s, what I see is the emergence of finance 3.0, where we move from having these silos of maxis to finally true interoperability. Is that what you see?
That's definitely where I think everything's going. You see all these different camps, and everyone's kind of building in their camp. There's mind share in each specific camp. But interoperability by way of ZK technology, because that technology has matured greatly over the last couple of years, is really going to, in my opinion, bring everyone together. So you're going to see the sound money, hard money guys starting to collaborate more with the Ethereum bros, and all the UTXO bros are going to be able to do things that they haven't been able to do in the past. AI is going to help with user experience, and all the other categories are basically going to kind of intersect over time.
And that's been winding down. Here right now, it seems like we are surrounded by the tri-opportuna of design, development, and distribution. But this is just my third day in Arizona. What do you see with this combination of designers, developers, and then the marketers or distributors kind of all coming together at the same time?
Well, basically, are you asking mainly like in Arizona or more broadly?
It's your experience with the people that you've met here, because I found them to be very mature thinkers in terms of how interoperability will work. Because design and development without the political, legal, and regulatory client side is almost dead. You just have that here. So the amount of coordination that you have compared to other ecosystems, you're very mature. Is that what keeps you here?
Definitely. Also, I think we're still very early. A lot of people at this event were talking about how we have a lot to do in Arizona. The good thing, though, is that we're seeing that there is a lot of appetite and hunger to build freedom technologies and work together. So what I think will happen is that essentially everyone through events just like this are going to start working together. And as technology gets better and better with like AI, we'll be able to do a lot more with smaller teams. And I spoke to many really talented individuals, like you're saying, that want to put all of our heads together on distribution, marketing, but also, infrastructure, sandboxes, regulatory type endeavors, et cetera, And I think this is really actually the starting point for something really great for Arizona.
Now, the last thing I'll say as we wind down here is you said a phrase there, freedom technologies. As someone who had their parents leave Guyana and come to Canada because of a loss of freedom that happened in the 70s, right? If America has done anything well, it is adopting freedom. And at a time where technology almost allows us to break that freedom and like just delete it from history, I believe that Arizona and North America at large, if we have a competitive advantage, it's to almost re-embrace freedom. What do you think?
Definitely. And I'm excited to see that, there's really brilliant minds coming out of ASU right now and in
ACU, North Canyon. Oh my God.
And what's exciting is that a lot of these individuals that I'm speaking to care about freedom. They care about decentralization. And this is so important because in a world, there's kind of two paths where one side, the technocrats or, these really big tech companies essentially could come in and turn us all into, just consumer-based drones.
Blendings with an alphabet. You know what I mean? You're right.
Or we can come in with all these brilliant minds, come together, build decentralized communities, and the future could be more. We could protect our privacy, our fundamental rights. We could build freedom technologies, and the future could look a lot better. So hopefully that's what we all fight for here.
And finally, for the Litecoin enthusiasts that have been waiting for an L2, we have stacks for Bitcoin and there's L2s for everywhere else. Now that we have an L2 for Litecoins, for all the Litecoin developers and enthusiasts, can you tell them how to get called?
Sure. So I would say start off with our K-Team page research paper. You can get it for free. You don't have to download it. You just go to our website. It's litbm.com, and you look at the top right-hand corner of the page, learn more. You see the silver standard. We go really deep into why Litecoin and the opportunity that's there.
We also silver standard. Is that the way you look at Litecoin?
I do. There's a gold standard, there's a silver standard.
Ciao. We need to spend a lot more time together. That silver gold relationship is very powerful.
Definitely.
I don't think Litecoin's going away anytime soon. And if that's true, that silver analogy might be very powerful. If you look at what happened with the appreciation of assets, both the guy debating Peter Schiff and Peter Schiff were both right because gold and Bitcoin were at all-time highs together. So it turns out that the debaters were both right. And that goes to show that multiple people can be correct at the same time.
Definitely.
And that is a great news for every maxi or mini or anyone in between. Aztec, thank you so much.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Honor.
All right, let me bring on our guest. We got Dano Ferrin in the house. Dano, what's
Good morning.
going? Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning.
I'll give you a brief introduction, and then I'm going to let you tell us all about whatever you want to talk about. I don't know a whole lot other than I met Dano down in Buenos Aires a couple weeks back. He was giving a talk about quantum resistance, which is a serious issue that I think not enough people are taking seriously enough. And then in my little bit of research, after I chatted with him then about coming on the show, I did a little bit of research, which oftentimes I do no research because I want everything to be authentic when you're talking to me. But when I was doing just kind of find out how to best present him, it seems like Dano's an OG developer in crypto and a bunch of projects. He's been around the block a little bit. He knows what he's talking about. So I'm super excited to have him here today to share his wealth of knowledge. With that, Dano, tell us about yourself. What's the most important parts of your background? Because there was too much for me to pin.
Yeah, I've been around for quite a while. I'd say I'm early. I'm not OG, but I'm really early in some of this stuff. Before this crypto stuff, I had a previous life as a desktop developer in Java. And that's really kind of what got me into Bitcoin. I was working on, there's this thing called graph analysis where you take, dots and lines and you connect them together. And there's really fancy algorithms from this one company that I wanted to try and use to lay it out cool. Because there's this new framework called JavaFX. It was entertaining tech for me, but I needed some real data to lay out some of these graphs. And that's about the time that Bitcoin hit its $1,000 hit. And so I started reading up on some of the Bitcoin libraries and said, you know what, UTXOs, there's these acyclic directed graphs that I want to like kind of render on this graph algorithm that I've been working on. I wanted to see what it looks like. And that really just started my descent down to the rabbit hole. I generated it for a Coinbase hackathon. I used that as a forcing function to get me to finish to build something. So I built a little program where you could graph your UTXOs. I briefly thought about building a forensics company around it, but I just don't have the government contracts. And having been on both sides of the forensics bit, it's kind of creepy. It's not too comfortable. So I sold it off to someone for a chump change. And then I spent nearly 3 years at Google thinking, you know what, if I work at Google, I can get this blockchain stuff out of my system. Didn't work. At Google, every few years, you kind of like switch, unless you're like going, super staff engineer and you're going to be committed to this feature for life. Every few years, you tend to switch groups. And it was about the time that I started to need to switch groups because we had shipped our products that we needed to do. And that's when a recruiter Consensus called me up and said, hey, do you want to work on a Ethereum client? It's written in Java. And I've been following it the entire time I was at Google. And I'm like, yes, I do. So it wasn't too much of a hard sell to get me to work at Consensus. I started working there. The client I was working on, this was before it was called Hyperledger Besu. It was called Pantheon. And the idea was it was going to be an enterprise Ethereum client. And at the time, that was a great idea that needed to be explored. We needed to figure out exactly what was going on with it. So we spent a lot of time. We brought Besu up to, we named it eventually to Hyperledger Besu because Pantheon, the name was taken by some other project. And we joined the Hyperledger project, got it up to active status, got Hyperledger Besu up to fully functional, fully performant mainnet basis. And about that time is when COVID crash hit. So I had been working on some deep database layer stuff, trying to improve the speed of our performance to build this bonsai tree thing. I'm working on that database and throwing in COVID. Kind of burned me out, and there were some changes going on in Consensus, and I'm like, this isn't quite my vibe. So I spent a few months at Reddit. They had an idea they were working on. Community Point, some of you older people may remember that, where they're going to take all of their Reddit karma and move it on chain. There were scaling problems at the time, like just about every crypto project. But I think the bigger problem that Reddit had at that time was they were in the process of going public. So anything that had just a whiff of legal problems got the kibosh really quick, because what was more important was that Reddit survive and go public. And that was totally the right business decision. So it was kind of a rough stay there. And then I switched over and I worked at Hedera. I spent almost 3 years there at Hedera as well, and upgraded their EVM. They had a really old version of EVM. Their focus wasn't really EVM. They had this really fancy consensus algorithm called Hashgraph that's leaderless. You don't need it's not like you need to have one person in BFT, everyone builds it together. There's some really fancy math behind it, but what they needed was to improve their smart contract system. And being in Java, I worked on Java and Besu, spent time improving the EVM there, and bringing it up to standard, bringing it up to snuff, and bringing features where I could integrate their native token system to where they could then do DeFi on Hedera with native Hedera tokens. So that was my major contribution there. And then I took about a 2-year detour, part-time at Hedera, part-time on my own, trying to get this feature called EOF finished. People may have heard about that. It went the distance. It's one of those features. I think Ethereum development and research is a problem sometimes. Features kind of languish, and they don't know if they're going to ship or if they're going to get killed. So when I started working on EOF, I thought it was going to solve a lot of key problems at Hedera. And then I saw that it was really pointing to some key problems at Ethereum as far as the governance. And so I made a commitment when I left Hedera. I'm going to spend the rest of the year on this, and I'm going to bring clarity to EOF. It's either going to be shipped or it's going to be killed. And that actually leaked into 2025 because it was in the process of being shipped. But ultimately, it wound up getting killed. And I'm fine with that. And my goal was to bring clarity to it. And I think it helped Ethereum in its process of figuring out what it's trying to do. So after that, after I worked on EOF, I started looking for other things that I wanted to work on. I was briefly in a prototyping group at the Ethereum Foundation. But eventually I got contacted by Ron from Tectonic. And Tectonic is working on, we're in stealth, so I'm only going to reference what we have on our webpage, quantum secure defense tech. I'm working on quantum cryptography, learning a lot about the quantum threat. And this is some very important stuff that we're doing. I really want to talk about it once we go public some of the stuff I'm working on. But quantum's really been the next rabbit hole I've been going down. There's a lot of great opportunities for it, and there's also, more importantly, some important things we need to do before we really chase the brass ring and try and do all the real fancy stuff with quantum. Probably the top level line is that quantum is on track to basically destroy elliptic curve cryptography in all ways, shapes, and forms that it's used. It's kind of scary when you think about it. So,
and it's only a matter of time, by the way, right? I mean, it's definitely happening. The only variable is when, and if it happens sooner than we expect, it's going to be it'll be catastrophic for crypto.
Right. And so, like all things quantum, there's not much certainty when it's going to ship. It forms like this bell curve. So a couple of weeks ago, one of the I think it was Scott Aronson was his name. Someone who's been in the crypto industry for a long time, not the crypto, the quantum field for a long time. And he kind of has a reputation as a timeline skeptic. Says, hey, yeah, this quantum stuff is cool and awesome and everything, but it's going to take forever to ship. We don't have the technology. A few weeks ago, he combined his change of position in a joke. He was kind of making a joke that, we don't know if there's going to be presidential elections next. So he said that we're going to have a computer implementing Shor's algorithm before the next presidential election. And he kind of hedged that and said, yeah, 2028. And that got a lot of people talking. Now, a couple of things, put some caveats in what he was saying. If we have a quantum computer that runs Shor's algorithm and it factors the number 15, that meets the standard. But even that is a huge milestone. Because the quantum computing, it was an idea that came up in the early 80s of a new way to do computation, to use quantum mechanics and all the weird fancy stuff about how quantum mechanics work together. But it took about 10 years before someone figured out an algorithm that would actually use quantum mechanics to be useful rather than being an academic curiosity. And that was Peter Shor, and he came up with Shor's algorithm. And it solves a rather difficult cryptography problem, which is how do you factor large numbers? RSA at the time that he invented this was the number one cryptography, public key encryption cryptography. And all cryptography depends on algorithms where there's an easy part and there's a hard part. And the easy part is what you do to encrypt it, and to break the encryption is the hard part. You want it to be really, really hard, as in age of the universe, heat death of the universe hard to run backwards. So you want these algorithms that run forwards quickly and run backwards really slowly. And that's what makes it cryptographic. And so in this particular case, it was factoring large numbers. And factoring a really large number to primes can be really, really difficult, like 4,000 bits is like the typical high end that they're using for some of this stuff. So Shor's algorithm can actually solve that if you have enough of these mystical things called qubits lined up together. It can solve it in an instant. Everything will just go in harmonic. It'll figure out and reinforce the correct answers, cancel out the wrong answers, and you'll get that answer. The problem is this technology didn't exist in the 90s, still doesn't quite exist today. So that's been on the radar for a lot of people. So when elliptic curve cryptography started forming and they realized that the cryptographic hard part that they were depending upon there, the discrete log problem, the thing that you run backwards is difficult, it also depended upon, it could also be cracked by Shor's algorithm. So when this came in, a lot of the cryptographers were always kind of, keeping it at a distance. And some people were making fun of them. It's like, oh no, quantum computers will never happen. And some of them are like, yeah, they will. It's a matter of time. So that brings us to one of the early quantum scientists, Dr. Michel Mosca, came up with an inequality: x plus y is greater than z. X is how long it takes to in the concept of post-quantum cryptography, and in the concept of remediations against the quantum threat. He came up with the equation x plus y is greater than z. X would be how long it takes to deploy your countermeasures for the quantum threat. How long it takes to get your post-quantum cryptography in position in all the systems you need it. Y, in the way he framed it, is how long do you need to keep your secrets. And then Z is when will a cryptographically relevant quantum computer show up. So this is a rather forward-thinking thought to be had back in the 90s, early 2000s, about when we need to worry about quantum computers. And the math kind of scared people in the mid-teens. So the amount of time the time it's going to take to deploy new cryptography, about 10 years. And if you need to keep something secret for 30 years, which for some Defense Department standards is exactly the right amount of time to keep things secret, if not forever, and you realize that you're going to have a quantum computer by 2050, we're going to backwards, and by 2010, we were already in trouble. We weren't going to be able to keep our secrets as long as we needed to do. If someone got the encrypted data streams with all our secrets, they'd be able to run it backwards before we needed to keep it secret. So in 2016, NIST launched a process to establish post-quantum cryptography standards. And that resulted in about 22. They ran through several rounds, and they came up with a few winners. Dilithium, Falcon, and Kyber were the three winners that came out of that. And a fourth one, a hashing algorithm that is standardized as SHLDSA. Dilithium got standardized as MLDSA. Kyber is MLKEM. And Falcon still hasn't been standardized yet. But those are the three cryptographic things that started showing up around 2022, and that's when people really started getting excited about post-quantum cryptography. Algorand's already got it built into their state proofing, and if you know the right stuff to run, you can actually do your transactions with Falcon on Algorand, which is kind of interesting. They're the first blockchain to actually ship a user-facing account that can be verified with a post-quantum signature. So that's kind of where we are today. And when I look at quantum, I look at Mosca's algorithm a bit differently. I look at instead of the time to implement and the time we need to keep secrets, because in top secret stuff, it's harvest now, decrypt later. You take your data streams that are given you to the public, you just store them until you have the quantum computer to decrypt them and read them. It's a bit different in crypto because you need to keep your keys, your authority to act. So as long as you need to hold your coins and act on them, call that the diffusion. So it's time to implement plus diffusion. If that's greater than when quantum computers are going to show up, you're going to lose your money. So that's the approach that I'm taking when I look at crypto in this area. There's a lot of different uses for post-quantum technology. That's the area I'm most familiar with, and that's my particular area of practice within Tectonic as cryptocurrencies. It's not the only thing that we do there, but as far as cryptocurrencies, the issue there has to do with how long is it going to take for these post-quantum signatures to diffuse across the ecosystem. And that was part of my talk at Bitcoin Builders in Buenos Aires, where I brought up that this is where the real threat to Bitcoin comes from. So we have these computers that might show up as early as 2028. I'm more of in the camp that they're going to show up and possibly be useful in 2033 or later. They're going to be room size. It's going to take a month to decrypt your key. They're going to be more interested in trying to figure out where submarines are before they start trying to crack people's cryptocurrency coins, but you never know. Performance always gets better. A lot of people are kind of surprised at how quickly that people like Google and IBM have addressed issues related to the error corrections. They've attacked that problem much quicker than they thought they were going to get to, which is what's spooking a lot of people for when these computers are going to show up. using techniques that I don't really understand involving things called qubits, logical qubits, decoherence. But the short answer is they can run these quantum calculations instead of in an instant. They can run it in a month to get the answers to crack these things. So the impact there comes in when you have your keys, your quantum keys, your keys that are subject to quantum attack. How does that affect cryptocurrency ecosystem? And I think Bitcoin and Ethereum are the top two, and they have two very distinctly different ways that I think they're going to go about it in the next 5 to 7 years to address this threat. Bitcoin is famous for not changing things unless they absolutely have. In that case, to persuade people that they absolutely have to change this is going to take a lot longer. But then you also got, go ahead.
That's the conundrum, right? How do we, until once the threat becomes apparently absolutely have to, it's too late.
Yeah.
So how do you convince these guys? We got core versus knots right now arguing, and so how do we get them?
It's 2 days before the day after tomorrow. Remember from South Park?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Welcome, Michael, Dano, Michael.
So, Dano, it sounds like there is a countdown to someone breaking into Satoshi's original Bitcoin, broadly speaking. And it could be as early as 2028. And by the way, when someone has a quantum computer and can do this, they're not going to say, hey guys, look what we built. They're just going to have it and then kind of abscond with the money as and when they choose the timing of.
So the good guys will brag about it in a scientific paper. That's not who we're worried about.
Right.
Yeah, it's the people who don't publish that we're really worried about. What I want to ask is, there's a difference between what's happening in quantum and reality and what's happening in journalism and white papers and papers used for funding. From what I understand, the major players here are players like IBM, Google, and Fujitsu, for people who actually want to take advantage of their algorithms. Is that broadly true? Or are there other players I don't know about?
So there's an entire quantum industry that I'm learning about. Quantinuum's announcing a chip today that I'm going to tune into their live stream and figure out. They're a company based here in Colorado.
Was there as well, yeah.
Yeah, Blue Wave. There's a lot of smaller companies that are producing these devices. So one argument that people might make that these are only going to be, these are going to be Defense Department computers no one's ever going to get access to. That's not the case. There's companies building billions of dollars to make these available to stock traders and people who want to forecast weather. So the retail distribution of these quantum computers is presumed. They're going to be out there. You can't just presume that it's like a nuclear secret and no one's ever going to use it. So that's one part of it.
I shared a link in the chat to one such ecosystem out of Switzerland called QAI-Ventures. And so there are entire ecosystems with capital looking to be the ecosystem in this space, because this is the level of investment at sovereign wealth, is it not? To actually do this?
Right now, probably. What is needed right now is basic level engineering. I think so. When Scott Aronson's epiphany, one of the things that he said was that there doesn't need to be more breakthroughs. It's just engineering work to grind this down and make sure we can get performance fast enough.
Sorry, does that mean that this needs to be open source in order to really happen fast? What do you think about that argument?
So that's wow. That's an angle I really hadn't thought of before, because some of these computers, without a doubt, are going to have patents. There's going to be huge patents on some of these, and that's going to slow things down for open sourcing.
Right, but if you look at how Linux worked, Linux became the most secure kernel on the planet precisely because of how they developed it. If you look at what Jim Keller's doing with TensorTorrent and betting on RISC-V, they're betting on open standards beating the closed patent standards. That's why I say, you believe that for this to really move forward, it needs to be engineered in an open source way to take advantage of the speed and resilience that Linux and Ubuntu have and everyone else.
So there's a couple of parts of the industry that are going to impact this. I don't know much about the actual physical quantum computers. I'm more tuned into my particular line of work into post-quantum cryptography. And those, I think, are done with that open requirement. NIST, if you're going to get your algorithm approved by the NIST to be used across the Fed systems everywhere, you have to sign an agreement that you're going to have a royalty-free license to distribute and share it.
Right.
And because of this, royalty-free, no cost, no charge, everyone can just build it and write it. People can come in and implement these algorithms, and they can get really solid algorithms. And that's honestly, the few times I've been involved.
Sorry, can you explain to the audience the significance of NIST? NIST, I think, is a big player here. Sorry.
Yeah. The National Institute of Standards and Technology is an American department, and their responsibility is to set standards for things like weights, measures, time. To have the atomic clock was developed up here in Boulder, Colorado, near where I live. Just things like that make society regulated and standard. So we know a mile is this long, a kilogram is this much, and so they standardize also things like cryptography, like SHA-3. This is the definition of SHA-3. This is how you use it. This is SHA-2. And they defined a whole lot of things. And some of the things they publish are FIPS, which is Federal Information Standards Practices. I don't know what FIPS stands for. But what it really means is if you're going to work with a government system, this is the published standard of what you need to do. And this is the standard of what it looks like. So these cryptography algorithms that they brought through, or they brought 3 through, they're in the process of trying to bring more through. These are standards, FIPS standards, and this is the way that you do it. This is a clear definition. And by making them require to be royalty-free, patent-free, unencumbered, it allows a whole ecosystem of these libraries to be written, and they become stronger. The few times I've been involved in trying to get encryption precompiles through on the Ethereum network, one of the concerns coming through testing is what's the quality of the particular library we're using. And what we found is the more standardized it is, the more people that use it, the more there's a spec and utility, the stronger those particular libraries are, the more resistant they are to things like crashing and side channel attacks. And so you make it open source and free and available, and you make everyone use it. And if I come up with an improvement, like there was a patent that used to cover SECP 256K1, where there was like a 40% speed up that came just from that. So when that patent expired, Bitcoin Core immediately put it in their code. Everyone started using it, and everyone's using that code, and things just got better. So when things are uncovered and open to everyone to build it, and everyone can share their secrets, and there's the spirit and the intent that I've done an improvement. If you think it's valuable, please you use it too. You integrate it in your software, and I'll integrate yours. That sort of working together and builds a much stronger lattice, because everyone's out there trying to. Yep. Iron sharpens iron. So the open source technology and the post-quantum cryptography, I think, is really going to be valuable. The problem with quantum technology is there is clearly and definitely money to be made. And that's where things get difficult in open sourcing, like, say, a standard quantum computer. And that gets into more complications, because there's more than one way to build a quantum computer. You could use optics, you could use trapped ions, you could use superconducting, because these qubits are not necessarily a physical phenomenon. There's just ways that you express it and get the math going with these. So it's tricky there. But
can you say that part again and maybe explain these quantum qubits are not necessarily, these are just conceptions, not necessarily what's happening physically, so to speak?
Right. So the theory of what we call classical computation resolves on bits. Bits have 2 states, true or false. And you put them together, you put 8 of them together with these true and false states, you can represent a number between 0 and 256. And all our computers are based upon these classical bits that are either true or false. They're either on or off. You switch logic based on this. It's clear, it's defined, there is no ambiguity in it. Qubits have essentially 3 states. There is 0, 1, and then there's a superposition. And even the superposition is multiple states within that. Because in that superposition, you got to say how close it is to 0 and 1. You need to know what the phase is. Some of these states involve complex numbers. Huh?
Is that the qubit trilemma, where you have on, off, and both on and off?
Yeah, in a superposition. And to call it superposition is to paper over a whole lot of the complexity that makes quantum mechanics work in quantum computation.
So the language we use isn't necessarily a reflecting of what's happening at a scientific level. These are just abstractions we use in settings like this. Gotcha.
Right. So the superposition covers a whole lot of fancy stuff of how the entanglement works and how these qubits interact with each other. So the idea is if you make these, and there's another complex thing with quantum mechanics. In the superposition state, you never observe the superposition state. When you measure it, it collapses either to 0 or 1 based on some probabilistic function of the superposition. So it's like you got this bell curve that's in multiple complex expressions and phases, and it's people get PhDs on this stuff. It's that complex. This is so powerful.
You're kind of describing like there's 2 points and a sine curve between the two, but every time we look, we only see the result of one of the 2 points, not the sine curve that actually is there.
Yeah. So
I'm
yeah,
gonna
this
stop
is exactly
interrupting,
that.
But thank you. This is very interesting. I apologize for interrupting.
Oh no, it's great. It's great to dive into this. And it's not just a sine curve; it could be any curve. The shape of the probability is actually what makes it work.
The
So you might
topography.
get, yeah. So there's ways to get these qubits to interact and sometimes they entangle, sometimes they don't, but they interact with each other. And so you get these probability curves and you superimpose all of them. And what happens is the correct answers get magnified and the incorrect answers get canceled. So that's why when you get 3,000 of these working together, you can suddenly just shake out a 256-bit encryption key for RSA or
It's kind
ECDS.
of like a decision tree that gets pruned in the end.
Right, except it's really fancy math and it's really hard to grok.
Gotcha.
But the math proves that it shakes out in the end. I mean, this is like if quantum mechanics is to calculus as calculus is to arithmetic. It's probably the way I would take an approach to it. I don't really understand much of the quantum mechanics. So
Say that one more time. Those levels.
there's arithmetic, there's calculus, and then there's quantum mechanics, and like the levels of logic to go in there and abstraction. It's not something that I understand. I think the math I topped out in engineering school was differential equations, and even that made me scratch my head. It's like, how on earth is this working? But
I'm
it
still
does.
trying to understand what a partial differential is, and I'm learning category theory right now. So yeah, I feel like
I never made it to category theory.
I'm struggling my way through the monad and other Leibniz's ideas.
Yeah. But what's interesting, I mean, talk about math. I learned all this advanced calculus, and I think I actually have used some advanced math. I actually had to use linear equations to do a 3D transformation, a pinch and zoom transformation. So like the one class that I thought I would never use, that I thought it was boring, that I hated the teacher in college, was the one class that I actually needed professionally. Never had to use calculus in the software world.
Is it because of the consistent scaling? Ha ha ha! It's the rate of change is what a pinch zoom is.
It's the 3x3 matrix. So you do, and in that you can say what the tilt is, what the focus point is, and what the zoom is.
It's a 3D object, not a flat thing. It's not 2D. It's really 3D.
It's 2D. It's 2D, but you need a 3x3 matrix because of the way the math works. And I guess probably a good example of the quantum mechanics. Even though we see the 1 and the 0, there's hidden variables that very much impact and influence the way the mechanics work, even though we only ever observe a 0 or a 1 when we measure it.
Which brings in
the magic.
Which brings in this whole idea of sometimes the truths that we think are truths are simply truths from the perspective of one of a myriad of observers.
Right. And that's the thing, is like sometimes when you observe these systems, you might think it's the exact same state, and they'll collapse to something different. So it's the measurements destroys a lot of the data. Yeah, and in fact, that property,
This is all very
where you observe it and it resolves one way or the other and destroys the information. This is some of the more exciting stuff of quantum mechanics that is like 5-10 years off before we could actually use it. You use that feature of the state being destroyed and a measurement happening, and you can create a cryptographic key with quantum technology and classical technology, so that you can create a signature that I can prove that I've signed once and I can never sign again. So this is called a one-shot signature. One of our advisors submitted a paper of the year in Crypto 2025 on that.
Wow.
About one-shot signatures. One-shot
signatures?
His name's on our website, Omri.
Omri, okay.
Yeah, I only know first names. All our emails are first names. Omri Shmuley.
Okay. The reason I ask all of this is because I've had the opportunity to talk to two people that have graduated with masters from Cambridge from my travels to Buenos Aires and San Francisco and whatnot. So I've talked to them about this and, you know, what Fujitsu's doing and the difference between journalism and actual production ready systems. And the last thing I would say is I understand there's a gulf between the qubits we can operationalize today and the qubits we need to operationalize this and manifest reality. And a lot of people are debating on how quickly we're going to get to this gulf of the qubits we need. Is that broadly right?
Yeah, that's probably right. There's people who think that we're just going to hammer right through this and we're going to figure it all out by 2028. And then there's people that think, you know, this is going to take us to 2040. It's harder than it looks.
Correct.
So that's why there's like a range of estimates that we don't know when quantum computers are going to land. Because we're not actually putting 3,000 qubits and entangling them. That's something that's beyond our ability. We're entangling like 2 or 3 qubits together, and we're running like millions of these with like 9 digits of error correction on it. And from that, we're estimating what, you know, from these gate operations, what the full qubit farm would have looked like if it would have shaken out. There's still a lot of classical computing that goes along with this quantum computing.
So you're saying that we're limited by the amount of decimals we have with the mantissa that we're currently using?
No, that's the error correction rate. We need like we need some like millions and billions percentage of correctness. We need to be correct that much of the time. We need to have an error like 1 out of 1 quadrillion measurements. We can have an error for this to work is kind of what we're saying. And that I think is where most of the advances from what I've been reading. You know, I'm not a PhD, I'm not deep into it. I just really got into quantum a few months ago, but all the papers I've been reading is a lot of the advancements and a lot of the excitement comes around this improvements in the error correction rate.
So
and that is what some people thought the hurdle was going to be.
So the Thomas Edison light bulb moment is reducing the amount of errors that these algorithms produce in their solutions,
right? And doing it at scale.
Ciao.
Yeah, and one of the critics' papers that I read, they said, "Great, we can do this, but the number of qubits you're going to need is that going to fit on a chip that you can cool? Because you've seen these quantum computers are these chandeliers. The chip's actually at the bottom. It's fancy cooling stuff to bring the bottom layer down nearly to absolute zero, and the number of qubits that they think they're going to need to solve some of these in a reasonable time, can we get that many on that chip that we bring to zero? So these are, you know, there's no real scientific breakthroughs needed. It's all engineering for how do we get that chip bigger? How do we get more qubits onto that chip? How do we get more chips cooler and get them to interact? These are, you know, that's I think where the real vibe shift has happened is people realize it's purely an engineering problem now, a really hard engineering problem, but an engineering problem.
Nonetheless,
this could be 2 to 3 years away where they realize this, though.
Right, it could be 2 to 3
as early as
15.
Yes, it could be as early as 2028. So the question I have is, do we really have the solutions available and the capacity to implement them between now and then to avoid the worst case scenario?
It's the willpower, isn't it?
Yeah, so we have the solution for Bitcoin. It's called BIP360. They post a new thing, post a quant secure hash. I can't remember what Hunter B's called it, but you basically take these NIST algorithms and you make them eligible to do public key signing. I think MLDSA and SHLDSA are the standardized ones that would go in the spec, and that's what would go into Bitcoin. There's also some talk about some of the hash-based signatures that are looking at standardizing. But if we needed to flip it on today, we could easily get those written and integrated into the next version of Bitcoin. But writing the PR is the easy part.
Does it automatically change everybody's wallet addresses? No. So it's not it's a big problem because you got to get, how do you get Satoshi's wallet to not be exposed? Because it's exposed now.
Right.
So you essentially have to transfer all of those funds to a new wallet address.
Right. And that's where the where my phrasing of Moscow's inequality is, the time to implement plus the diffusion across the ecosystem. How many people are going to move their coins to a quantum secure address? And as he pointed out, some of them might never, because it's based on some accounts, Satoshi has lost the keys to those. or if he hasn't lost them, he's letting that rumor spread around quite a bit, assuming Satoshi's still with us.
Exists, right?
Shamir
He's
stuff,
in
yeah.
all around.
Yeah,
So
and
that's why I
these keys. Go ahead.
That's why I say in the beginning, there is now a countdown to who's going to abscond with Satoshi's money.
Right. Or there could be a governance breakthrough, and another option, one is to see who's going to steal the money and just say code is law. But another option is to set a date, set a red flag date, and after this date, all Bitcoin nodes are going to disrespect ECDSA signatures. You're never going to see another ECDSA signature on chain, and that will effectively burn Satoshi's coins and burn everyone's coins who hasn't brought them forward. So that's why it's controversial. But if you set this date like 4 or 5 years in advance, it should be enough warning for people to move them if they want to keep them or if they want to burn it.
Software companies do that when they say, look, we're sunsetting support on Oracle 8.11, so we have to move to 9.I by 2027.
Right.
Well,
that's the only way I see to secure the network. Otherwise, because if the Satoshi wallets get drained, that's going to have a huge detrimental effect on the entire network because of the price impact. Like it just won't, So it has to be. There's no other way around it, is there?
It depends on who gets the coins. So there's the possibility that has not been completely disproven is that Satoshi has his addresses, he has his keys, and he'll just move them. That's like the absolute best case scenario. But there's a lot of people and there's a lot of credible reason to believe that those keys are gone and never going to be retrieved. And I could see him burning it for the good of the network, thinking that this will never be a problem, and never thinking that quantum computers would actually be relevant in time to crash the system. But when he was doing stuff out to 2198 to say how long the curve was the payment payouts was gonna come, you surely would have to think that he was thinking longer term with that. I don't think he would burn the keys intentionally. But he could have lost them in a server upgrade.
It's it'll be curious to see how this goes, but because of the worst case scenario prediction, it seems like this is really an imminent problem that we need to get resolved sooner than later.
Yeah, it's something that needs to have a discussion. So as far as the deadline, quantumdoomclock.com, that's run by some people at Quip Network, who's running a wallet that's kind of one of our competitors, kind of not. We're still trying to figure out the field. But quantumdoomclock.com tracks what the earliest credible date would be. But that's just the earliest possibility that it could show up. I personally am in the camp that this is going to happen after 2030. But we need to prepare for the disaster scenario of what happens if it happens earlier. It could happen in 28. You can't discount that. But I do think that we have 5 years to figure this out instead of flag date. Yeah, so that's I think that's the earliest credible time that this could happen. Now, there's also and the way it's phrased, it's cryptographically relevant. So we may have something that could factor the number 15, but the question is, can it factor Ethereum addresses 0? Well, that's behind a hash. But could it factor some of these other addresses that were meant to be single-use keys? That's going to be the real question. And can they steal Satoshi's keys? And we need to get the value I see in pushing this is to get us to do the first part, which is to get what is possible before we spend our time on the diffusion step, the hybrid step, where both post-quantum and elliptic curve cryptography is still in use, and we can encourage people to do an orderly and deliberate move over to it. Now, one of the problems with these post-quantum keys is they're large. They're like, the smallest signature is Falcon at 666 bytes, and that comes with an 897 byte public key. So you got like 1,500 bytes that you got to store for a Falcon signature. For MLDSA, I think it's 3,700 bytes on that order. So the arguments and concerns that the Bitcoin crew are having relating to the size of the chain and the stuff that they're putting in these inscriptions and all that is just going to be magnified in this debate because these signatures are going to take up more space. Bitcoin needs more space for these post-quantum signatures. But at the same time, they're having all sorts of concerns about putting junk data on there. But we need more data. This probably isn't going to land in the main In the main chain, this is going to be on the witness that's going to land, but still the witness is getting large, and they want to limit the size of the witness.
Very interesting. So it's a problem. There's a lot of people that know that there's a problem. There is a solution, but who do we need to scare the shit out of to get them to really to make this happen? That's really, I think, the bottom line.
So I think the right people are already scared. You got the NAST that created the standards and started the standards process in 2016. You have the Department of Defense. Their standard communication says by 2030 you have to have post-quantum cryptography available and use those in all your suites. And in 2035 you can't use elliptic cryptography. The EU has a similar mandate, and that by 2030 you need to have a post-quantum solution deployed, and by 2035 you have to stop using your elliptic keys. And there's been indication that U.S. financial regulators are on a similar path. So any of these chains that have had real financial interest from traditional finance are going to start feeling that pressure to move over, or risk losing their TradFi customers and the people at retail who want to use it. And chains that are really interested in this, they will respond very well to this kind of pressure. But then you have, some chains like Bitcoin and some of the Ethereum purists who say this is cypherpunk. We don't care. We're going to do what's right because of what's doing right, not because of what some regulator says. So it's going to be an interesting thing to watch. But I think some of the right pressure is coming from the right place, and the traditional finance is going to be forced to do this post-quantum migration, have it in place and usable by 2030, and ban elliptic curves by 2035, I think is the typical vibe that a lot of these regulators are going along. So the right people, I think, who have the power to use power to force this, I think are doing it. And it's just the communities where you need to congeal a community action are the ones that we really need to activate and get consolidated around this. And Bitcoin's one example. We need to convince people that having these zombie coins suddenly liquidate in the market and be sold off is bad for the ecosystem, to overcome the people that are saying, well, basically we're setting a date that we're going to steal their coins and burn them. I mean, that's like, this is the good old trolley problem. Do we ruin it for everyone, or do we burn a few people's coins? And that's classic. And the people whose coins could be burned could just as easily move their coins to a safe address, and they don't have to have them burned. This is the ethical dilemma that's going to rage through, and it's just got potential to be as big as the block size wars. But honestly, I think it's just as existential a threat to Bitcoin as to what they're going to do with these lost coins when it comes time to activate a quantum computer that's cryptographically relevant.
It's a dilemma, but I mean, at the same time, you have to do what you have to do to protect the network, right?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe instead of burning those coins, maybe there's a way to put them into a fund that can help maybe support. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I guess you're getting
maybe minor rewards, or I don't know.
Yeah, like something that actually helps the network rather than just burning them. I mean, burning them obviously helps everyone else that's holding, right? Because it increases the value of your coins. But I don't know that eliminating a huge percentage of the coins in the ecosystem is really that'll have other impacts too that we are maybe not just price impacts,
Because I'm sure someone's going to pitch. People are concerned about the schedule, the emissions schedule for mining, and I'm sure somebody's going to make a serious pitch about this. Well, let's just, after that flag date, we steal all the coins and we put them back in mining, and so we change the curve of the mining so that the number of Bitcoins that are out there is still constant. And I don't think they're going to win, but I think there are some people who can be able to make a serious, legitimate argument that you should take those coins and return them to miners through mining. And supplement the mining.
Spend the mining. You can actually even just spend the sunset on mining rewards.
Right. You could extend it. You could bump it up. You could send it back 4 years. There's all sorts of things that you could do with it. But that's going to be one of the things I think they're ultimately going to lose with it. I think if I had to make a prediction, either they won't be locked out, or they'll just be disrespected and they won't be able to be moved past a certain date. So they'll either be functionally burnt, or they will be people transfer them out. That's what I think is going to happen. There's one possibility though that I think is unique, is the possibility of zero knowledge proofs. If you can have something else that you can prove it rather than simply the key, then you can use a zero knowledge proof to recover it. This is Ethereum's current emergency escape plan, is that they would have you submit a zero knowledge proof that you know your HD derivation key and that you can point to your address and you can produce the key from that, and you post a zero knowledge proof that you have the information to do that. So your 12, 18, 24 word seed phrase, that's your secret. And if you can prove your secret that it can produce the public key from that, then you can post a zero knowledge proof, and you can move your funds to a new address. So something like that could also be an opportunity for Bitcoin. I mean, you kind of got that with pay to script hash.
So having the secret rather than the actual private key.
Right, but that only works if you generated your private key from like a HD wallet or some derivation seed, and it would only work for the derivation seeds that they have ZK proofs for.
So you're talking about not your average user having the capacity to do this. Oh man, this is a.
But your average user still has their keys, and the solution for them is simple: move your coins.
Right. Well, but even just communicating to people is a challenge sometimes. Dano, I could talk to you about this forever, man. It's really awesome stuff. We actually have a segment that we segue into usually about 10 minutes ago. We have the game master. No, it's not your fault. It's my fault listen, it's my show. We do it whatever I want to do it. And it was a great conversation. And I didn't prepare you for this. So we do a game show segment. You're absolutely welcome to stay. Do not feel obligated to stay. Super respectful of your time. But we are going to transition to a game segment where we have the game master come on. We do a Find2Earn thing where we utilize Google Maps, and we're sponsored by some of the Stacks meme tokens, and people have an opportunity to win. We'd love it if you did hang out to play, but I don't want you to feel obligated. But we'll be back with the Game Master in just a minute. Real quick, I want to just everyone follow at Shemnon. Dano Farron knows what's up, and he's working at Tectonic XYZ. That's at Tectonic XYZ. And they also are trying to solve this big problem that we have coming up. So make sure you give them a follow. And Dano, what else? We'll have you on again, man. Sometime.
I have to say, I love your bio. And the McDonald's crew. Let's go, dude. Everybody's on the McDonald's.
Oh, you must know Hero Gamer.
He must know Hero.
It's that.
What's it say?
Hold on. Don't put it down yet.
This is my badge from when I used to work at McDonald's.
Solid, dude. Let's go.
It's like faded out right here. This is legit. You got the little circles here that you would put your service awards, because I never stuck around long enough in the store to work at service awards.
Very solid, dude.
Awesome stuff, man.
Never trust. Always verify.
Hero says you guys are buddies. Also, I wanted to just earlier in the chat, I didn't want to interrupt, but Hero said if we check out Hunter Beast's X account, he is the one that authored BIP 360. So there might be some more information there for you guys to grab. And we will have Dano on again for sure. Dano, awesome stuff. We're going to transition, guys. Stay tuned. We're going to go get into Find2Earn rounds momentarily after a quick word from our sponsor. We'll be right back, and the Game Master will be with us soon. What is up, my friends? It's your old pal Peace Love Music. We have a really interesting guest joining us in 1 minute to talk about something that's actually very important, and we need to get more awareness about in the ecosystem regarding some new rules proposed by MSCI and indexing or excluding companies from being indexed in the global investable market if they hold more than 50% of their total assets in digital assets, or they're on hold more than 50% of their reserves or their on-book assets in digital assets. So we do need to talk about this. It's very important. We need to spread a lot of awareness about this. Before I jump in, I want to just take a minute to level set for folks who may not be familiar with MSCI. MSCI is one of the largest and most influential index providers in the world. They create and maintain the indexes that many institutional investors, pension funds, mutual funds, and ETFs use as benchmarks for where capital gets allocated. When a company is included in a major MSCI index, it can automatically become eligible for investment by a wide range of funds that are required to track these indexes. And when a company is excluded, it can lose access to that institutional capital, sometimes regardless of how strong the underlying business is. So MSCI isn't a regulator, but their classification decisions have real world consequences. They shape capital flows, influence corporate behavior, and quietly set rules that companies, investors end up having to play by. That's why this recent proposal around digital asset treasury companies has gotten attention, because it's not just about Bitcoin. It's about how companies are categorized and what that means for markets. We are being joined by George McHale from Bitcoin Magazine. He's an author, and he's also part of a project called Bitcoin for Corporations. And fortunately, we have entities like this to help promote awareness about this. And let me bring George on. Welcome, George. How are you today, sir?
I am doing well. How are you?
Very good. Very good. We have as much time as you want. Happy to. I really appreciate you joining us today to talk about this, because it's a very, very important distinction going on, and I think that it probably goes a little bit. It's not maybe the sexiest of news, so I think it goes past people a little bit. So why don't you give us a little bit of a breakdown of what your background, and then what the issue is.
Sure, absolutely. Well, first of all, thanks so much for having me on. I'm excited, even though it is an unsexy issue, I'm excited to talk about it because it is definitely something that could potentially have a significant impact on our industry. So yeah, my background, I've been in Bitcoin since 2017. I've been a part of the BTC Inc. team for the last 4 years. And I've been running Bitcoin for Corporations for a little over a year now. It's an initiative that we started with Strategy. We launched at Bitcoin Nashville in 2024 with the mission to accelerate corporate Bitcoin adoption. So saw a need in the space to help support these companies that are kind of just starting out by creating a Bitcoin treasury strategy, resourcing them, helping them get the right connections, hosting events, things like that. And so this proposal came on my radar. Actually, Dylan from MetaPlanet gave me a call and was like, "Hey, you got to see this. This is definitely something that I think BFC was built for." And sure enough, we jumped all over it because we have a coalition now of about 40 companies that are in some way, shape, or form adopting a Bitcoin strategy. And so we see part of our role in the space to bring attention to issues that impact our constituencies. So we started this campaign. We built the site that you're showing a screenshot from. It's msci.bitcoinforcorporations.com. If you want to check it out, it has all the information about what this proposal is, what's at stake, and how people can get involved. So the TLDR basically is that MSCI, Morgan Stanley Capital International is what it stands for. No affiliation anymore with Morgan Stanley, interestingly enough. They've since sold. So MSCI is a for-profit entity. It's a publicly traded company that has a lot of influence in how public markets are shaped. As you kind of shared in your intro there, it impacts significant amounts of passive flows into companies. And so when we see a proposal that basically creates a new type of criteria that's never been contemplated before, right? This is kind of random, kind of out of nowhere, and it's I don't want to kind of speculate in terms of like motivation or intentions here, but it does seem like either someone just whoever put this together, or whatever group of people put this together, either we're not fully educated on sort of what is happening with Bitcoin treasury adoption. That's kind of the most generous read on the situation, all the way down to the spectrum goes to there's something kind of nefarious intent, or like there's some interests that want to see Bitcoin corporate treasury significantly impeded. And so there's a really kind of one of those things that happened that was a little bit flying under the radar until JP Morgan published a report that kind of made it more known. I can't remember exactly what day it was, but it was one of the days that Bitcoin had a significant pullback. You kind of saw the market, I think, reacting to this. A lot of people think this is priced in. And so if this happens, so basically they've created a comment period. So right now we're in the comment period. We have until December 31st to submit comments from the public and from investors about why this shouldn't be implemented. And so we're engaged with MSCI. I'm hoping to have a call with them this week. We've shared with them, our kind of logic as to why this doesn't make any sense. We've shared with them that we have almost 1,100 signatures now, including some of the names. They named 39 different companies in this proposal. 8 of them are Bitcoin Corporation's members, including Strategy, Metaplanet, and others. And so, we're doing our part to try to make some noise and try to push back against this. And December 31st, the comment period closes, and then they'll have until January 15th to decide whether or not they're going to implement this.
So, and, again, we're not trying to be provocative. We don't know exactly the intent behind this. It could be just a lack of understanding. I do think that the timing is kind of curious. Just because of where the market is heading, it kind of already makes the companies that have been adopting Bitcoin on their balance sheet more vulnerable to a potential shock if they hold a certain amount. I don't think there's a lot of companies that have more than 50% on their balance sheet at this point anyway, but actually, I guess you would know better than I don't really know.
So, out of the 39 companies that they named in their proposal, basically they're split up into 2 groups. One is a group of 18 of these companies that are currently in MSCI indexes that would face immediate removal if this were to be implemented. And then the other 21, they're not currently in the indexes, but they would be barred from future inclusions because they match the criteria. So 18 companies right away would be removed. That would represent significant forced selling, significant inconvenience for investors. It's just one of those things. Again, it just doesn't make sense for really anyone involved. It doesn't protect investors in any way. It doesn't move the ball forward in capital markets. Like we're really trying to get to the bottom of okay, who is this for? Who does this benefit? What's the intent here? And more importantly, if there is kind of a concern about these companies looking more like funds, well, number one, that can be solved with a little bit more education and a little bit more insight into what these companies are actually doing and how they are actually an operating business. But number two, what makes Bitcoin any different than any other asset? It's just like going to a real estate company and saying you have 50% of your assets in real estate, then you're going to be removed from indexes and ignoring the underlying operating company that runs the actual business. It's like we don't do that.
And then there's also when you look at it, cash is pretty much a digital asset now anyway, isn't it? I know it's not, it is and it isn't, right? Hold on, we have GP joining us here, and I just got to set the size so we can all fit on the screen together. Cool. GP, you with us? GP is my co-host with the mostest.
What's up, GP?
We're cutting off your head, though, GP. We gotta.
Yeah, I got it.
There we go.
What's up, man? I'm GP. How are you doing, man? Happy Tuesday. Hope you're having a glorious Tuesday. Sorry I missed the first part of the conversation.
Yeah, you're late. You're going to have to catch up.
No worries. No worries. Good to meet you.
Yeah. So where were we? We got derailed. Oh. Cash is a digital asset right now anyway. The overwhelming majority of dollars exist only in digital form anyway. I realize it's not classified as a digital asset, but it's kind of like, what is the systemic risk? What is the rationale that they're concerned about? Oh, well, I guess we're talking about, they're considered, maybe these companies are more of a fund than a company. And I can appreciate that being an issue there.
Yeah, but I mean, it just ignores so much. It just ignores so much of the actual day to day of running one of these treasury companies. Not to mention, if you look at a company like Strategy that has this legacy business, is a software business intelligence company that represents the majority of their employees. That are working on that, and so I just don't know where you start drawing the line on some of these things, and it's just that once you start classifying companies based on their assets as opposed to based on their operations, you start getting into some really murky waters. And I think you really, like, if you implement something like this, you really have to start considering a whole host of other criteria that you have and how that's impacted.
Right. Well, and there also hasn't been any occurrences or events that would warrant a stricter eye towards these things either, or at least not that I'm aware of. So again, it's the timing of this does seem curious. Why are they really doing this now? Are they sensing that? So I don't want to drive you into speculation, but I'm just thinking out loud. Are they trying to take advantage of a market condition where they can maybe kind of prolong a little bit of negative sentiment and make it easy for people, in the know to accumulate while they're causing this negative activity? That's one thing I consider as a likely motivating factor. It doesn't seem to be to protect investors to me.
Yeah, I just don't see where the protection is, and even to take that a step further, that's not really their role. They're not regulators, right? They're an index provider. An index provider isn't. It feels like a little bit of like some scope creep for what their actual position in the market is, what their responsibility in the market is. Not saying that all entities shouldn't be interested in protecting investors, but I'm just saying that's not their primary mission or primary goal. So that part of it also feels a little bit weird. It's like you're trying to take the job of a regulator with this action, and rather than focusing on ensuring that the indexes are optimized for the best possible outcomes for investors, the most potentially profitable outcome. So you take that line of reasoning, it's like excluding Bitcoin treasury companies based on if you look at historic performance of Strategy, and like now you're excluding some of the best performing stocks out of your indexes. So you're doing the exact opposite of what you're supposed to be doing, essentially.
Yeah, and it just seems it's very suspect that there's not some kind of other intention behind, ulterior motive behind it. So I guess the question is, you said that there's only a short window of time to basically let them know opinions about this, to hopefully weigh in and get them to change. And I have actually queued up here. You guys have a website on your website now. There's also a petition you guys have going on.
Yep.
And this actually, is this a way that we can actually include comments on?
Yep. Yeah. There's a place to include comments. If you click the view letter button, you can see kind of what the core of our argument is in the letter that we're submitting to them. Don't go down there. Down. To the right. Organization. Yep, right there. Sorry. Yep. Okay. So this breaks down kind of the flaws that we see in the approach, and sort of we are trying to put a foot forward that doesn't assume any sort of any intent or any really anything. We're not trying to assume anything. We're really trying to get to the bottom of the why before we make any assumptions or draw any conclusions. We're saying, hey, this logically doesn't make any sense to us based on your own criteria that you've had historically. You're violating some of your own core principles with this, and we want to understand why. And we have 1,000 plus, almost 1,100 people who also want to understand why. A lot of them are investors. A lot of them are executives from some of the biggest companies in the space. And so, yeah, I want to be clear about that because, I do want to engage with them in good faith. I do want to hear them out, and I want them to hear us out. And I hope that, cooler heads will prevail, and that this could be the kind of thing where it's like, oh, we didn't realize that about treasury companies, and you've helped us understand it. And so, I mean, honestly, the most bullish thing for Bitcoin right now would be if they walk this back. If the market truly does have this priced in, and MSCI decides that this isn't something that they want to pursue, or that they want to take a different approach, or they want to suspend this, I think that would be very bullish for Bitcoin. So I'm still kind of holding out hope that ends up being the outcome here.
Right. And I would say even at this point, the conversation or what we need to convey to them is not so much as why are you doing this, but maybe why they should not do this, and why they should reconsider. And that seems to be really the focus here too, is XYZ here is a bunch of reasons why this shouldn't be happening. So, if you have, and then maybe there's a conversation to be had, but even if so let's say, worst case scenario, if we get through to the 31st, they haven't changed their mind, they do implement this rule, that doesn't necessarily mean that that's it forever. This is something that they could all obviously change their policy just as much as they're changing it now.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think it's always harder to reverse it once it's implemented. So I think now is definitely the time to strike. But yeah, I mean, theoretically, they could always reverse it, always change it in the future. But yeah, really hoping that we don't have to go down that road. I think that, again, that would just be messy for a lot of stakeholders, including just your average investor who has passive allocations to some of these companies. So yeah, I think. Look, I'm still optimistic. I'm trying to maintain optimism here because I don't think that this needs to go through, and I think that if we're able to have a sit down conversation and just have a logical, well-rounded, non-emotional conversation, then we can get somewhere.
Right. And that's so the goal really is to just kind of make sure that they're aware that there's a large contingent of consumers, investors, and companies that are opposed to this for a number of reasons, and maybe kind of just open up some dialogue to hash out, and it is important to understand what their actual motive is, or even what legitimate pieces of that motive might be, so that we can come up with solutions that will solve that concern without actually being as drastic as what they're proposing right now.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right.
So we got 300 joining us in the house as well. He's part of the DeOrganized.
GM.
Coming in from
GM George.
Jim. How are we doing?
Oh, good. Sorry, I'm late. So yeah, I heard that you got some alpha for us.
I'm trying to find the alpha. I think the biggest alpha will be this conversation that we're trying to set up with them. I really, right now I'm just kind of going into it dark. I don't know what the tone or what the the people that are directly engaging with us, to what extent they were involved in crafting this proposal, and to what extent they're committed to it. I really don't have any idea, and so I'm anxious to chat with them directly. And I'm glad that the industry has rallied around this proposal. I think the fact that we got 1,100 signatures in a few days was able to kind of get on the radar and get their attention a little bit, which is good. And I think that's exactly why they had the comment period, right? They're like, hey, does anyone care about this? And we're like, we care. And like, oh, okay, these people care. We should talk to them. So that's how these things kind of work. And so again, like I said, I'm optimistic, and I think that this is a winnable fight, and I think that this is an opportunity, in fact, for MSCI to position themselves as an organization with high integrity, an organization that listens, an organization that is willing to reconsider proposals that they put forward. That again, for all we know, they're looking at the market, and they're looking at some of these companies that pop up as like so-called pure play Bitcoin treasury companies, and in the end they're really just kind of trying to use it as a marketing gimmick, and that isn't good. That isn't good for our industry. That isn't good for the market. and this was their, the best kind of response that they could think of to put forward in light of that. And we're saying, hey, that's a bit of a overreaction, and that has some unintended consequences. And so let's walk this back a little bit. Let's slow down here a little bit. Let's engage in good faith. And MSCI could end up being a partner in accelerating corporate Bitcoin adoption. If you think of it like completely flipped. And so I'm hopeful that is the outcome, and that they do reverse course on this. But yeah, we'll see. I think the next few days and weeks will be very interesting.
Yeah, for sure. And so I guess the most important thing people can do right now is spread some awareness about the issue and go participate in that petition at it's bitcoinforcorporations.com, and it's with a MSCI dot before it, but I think you can actually get to it right from the main page right now pretty easily.
Yeah, you should be able to. If not, that's a great flag. But yeah,
I didn't actually double check. So let me actually.
If not, we'll
I actually don't. I don't see it really. Right. You guys need to put a header.
That's a miss. Yeah, we'll do that. Thank you. Yeah, so definitely go sign it, share it. Tell your friends. I think even just people that are investors, that are passive investors and 401ks or whatever, there's implications for them. And so MSCI is one of those things that no one has ever heard of up until a couple of weeks ago, and then you start learning about them, and you're like, wow, this company has significant influence in the overall financial system. Not just in the U.S. but globally. I mean, out of the companies that were named, they weren't all U.S. companies. A lot of them were, but not every single one. So yeah, I think it's an important time for our industry to rally.
Yes, I think that's and honestly, these types of things can actually be catalysts for better organization down the line as well. They help us get better with these things, be a little bit more reactive when future things come up. So participating now is important for not just this immediate situation, but also for being more able to participate down the line when these things come up. Lobbying and pushing for the good policy, both at the government level and at the corporate level, is important, and it's not going to be something that's short term for people that are pro Bitcoin. So
absolutely, yeah. I think we learned this with the presidential election. I think that was the first time you saw kind of the industry unite in some ways, and at least ensure that their voices were heard in some way, shape, or form. And I think this is a continuation of that. And I think it's important, again, as we head into a midterm election year, that we do kind of have these systems and these processes and this infrastructure built out for us to respond anytime there's I don't want to call this like an attack necessarily, but anytime that we're in the spotlight in a way that's going to have implications on our industry. And so I'm very motivated, and I'm very encouraged by the response so far.
All right. Well, I just signed, so I just put my signature on there. I was
Amazing.
Thank you. Like, maybe I really should. I have shared my email on the live stream a few times, but probably not the best practice. So I did it off screen, but I did just add my signature. Also, the link to that page, the direct link to that page, is in the comments replies under this live stream right now. So you guys have easy access to it. We'll probably distribute it out a few times. When's the petition end? Is it up through the 31st?
Yep, it'll be up to the 31st, and then we have already made contact with MSCI, but we'll send them sort of the official letter with all the signatures on the 31st as well, and then we will wait until January 15th to hear what the outcome is.
All right, so we'll keep pushing that link out over the next couple weeks to try to help support. What else?
There's one funny thing too out of this is there's actually a Polymarket line that is the question that it's posing is will MicroStrategy be delisted from MSCI by March 31st? So a lot riding on this. People are betting on it.
You guys can actually go. Yeah, actually, That's very interesting because what many people don't realize is that these prediction markets are actually a great way to source data in general, like market data. So going and putting a bet in the right direction could also actually could potentially be more impactful than the signatures. If you have enough people betting against that happening, it might be like, the market doesn't believe it's true. So that might influence it.
No doubt.
Very cool. All right. So you guys have your instructions. Go sign the petition. It's bitcoinforcorporations.com with MSCI dot in front of that. Very easy to get to. The links in our descriptions. Also, George, I just wanted to shout out. I know I haven't read it, but you wrote a book on parenting. I happen to be familiar with the subject myself. I have 7.
Nice.
My wife and I have 7. My oldest is 29. I'm old. And my youngest just turned 14. I've graduated 5 adult humans that are out of my house, and most of them are very self-sufficient. They're all more or less self-sufficient and out of my house and not bothering me. So there is hope for those who are in the thick of it right now. You just gotta kind of. I'd actually love to hear it. Can you give me a brief? I know you wrote a whole book on it. What's the most important thing a parent should do, in your opinion?
Yeah, well, I mean, you definitely don't need the book. 7 kids, that's incredible. Congratulations.
I don't have time for the book.
So yeah, the book is called "I Am Not Your Bruh," and it's 21 Keys to Sound Parenting is the subtitle. It's basically in response to modern parenting and sort of some of the issues I've started to notice, where kids are basically literally calling their mom or their dad bruh, and it's like so disrespectful, and it's become sort of a meme and a joke of like, I saw a T-shirt that was being sold that was like, it said mom, and mom was crossed out. It said, or like formerly known as mom, or it said bruh, formerly known as mom, or something like that. And I was like, that's terrifying, and that's not funny. And I think that the crux of the book really is just getting back to the basics of parenting. It's recapturing the relationship between parent and child as one of the most important relationships that I think we've lost in a lot of ways in modern parenting, and where you have this dynamic where parents want to be a bruh, they want to be a friend, they want to be buddy and chummy with their kids, as opposed to taking their responsibility as a role model and as a parent very seriously.
That way, in the short term.
It is easier, yeah. Yeah.
Where can we get the book?
You can get it on Amazon. Just search "I'm Not Your Bruh" book, or Bitcoin Magazine store, bitcoinmagazine.com.
I think your book would do well here in Africa because those kids, this generation kids, we call them AMA 2K. Those kids, they are very disrespectful. So what you're saying, it's with what's going on also this side. I think that book would do well here. I'll check it out.
Yeah, please do. I really enjoyed writing it. I have two teenagers. It's I think really geared towards parents with younger children. I don't pretend to know what I'm doing with teenagers right now. I'm still figuring that part out. My kids are great. I'm very fortunate.
Just gonna weather that storm, brother.
No, I mean, I'm enjoying it. I mean, every season is a gift, and it comes with its own challenges. But yeah, it's a book that I really believe in, and it's something I'm passionate about. I think that as Bitcoiners, especially, having children is the lowest time preference thing you can do. If you think about it, if we're serious about changing the world, if we're serious about this next generation being, the generation that essentially inherits the earth, inherits the financial system, and is kind of the leaders of kind of the future, then we need to be serious about parenting. And so that was kind of the motivation behind it.
That is 100% true. The best thing you can do is to make more good people. 100%.
Amen.
There's not a whole lot more anything better you could do is than to just create good people that do good. And there are a number of ways to get there, but one is you can't learn somebody. One piece that I came across just in my experience is you can't learn somebody else's lessons for them. So you have to you have to equip them with the tools to learn from their mistakes, and it's hard. That's actually very hard because there's you want to protect them, but you got to let them mess up or they're gonna Bruce, yeah, they're gonna they're gonna have a hard time adjusting as an adult when they're going to eventually make mistakes anyway. And so letting them know how to deal with it is actually a hugely important thing. And that it's not that big of a deal when you make mistakes is also important.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome stuff, though. I have, I want to just be respectful of your time. I know you're a very good man.
Yeah, no, I am at the end here where I do got to jump, but I've really enjoyed this conversation. Thank you guys for having me on. Thanks for spreading the word on this MSCI coalition letter. Definitely invite you all to go and sign, and yeah, I would love to kind of join you guys again in the future and let you know how this wraps up.
Absolutely, man. We actually started streaming. We stream all day, Monday through Friday. We start at 7:30 in the morning. We go until about 5 or 6 o'clock at night. We're East Coast U.S. Well, half of us are East Coast U.S. And we would love to have you on anytime you have something to talk about. We have lots of real estate to bring people on for stuff like this. So anytime,
Awesome.
just let us know.
Sounds great. Good chatting with you. Good to meet you all.
Awesome. Thank you.
Nice to meet you, man.
Thanks for
All right,
joining
take
us today. And guys,
pleasure.
Make sure you pay attention to what's going on. And we'll have more stuff coming up on the live stream shortly, so stay tuned. Thank you so much, George. Guys, make sure you're following. It's at G McHale, and it's
right.
at Bitcoin for Corporations and at Bitcoin Magazine. Go give them all a follow so you guys can stay informed of what's going on.
Thank you.
Thank you again, George. And
all right, take care.
You have a great rest of your day. Thank you guys for joining. Hannah, GP, we are DeOrganized Media, and we're keeping you guys informed and trying to help spread the news so that we can preserve and grow the very awesome Bitcoin and broader crypto ecosystem. That's what we're here for, the Bitcoin ethos. Y'all have a blessed day. We'll be back with some more commentary and content soon. Thank you all for tuning in.
Peace.
Peace out.
Can't remember what it's called. Like it measures how much gas you spent on your wallet over the life of it. And when I go back there and it's like, oh, you spent 12 ETH or 15 ETH. Like,
yeah, it was well, because you could have like, there was times when you were getting like fees at like $10-20 and the price was only $100.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was bad. It was real bad.
So yeah, if you go to that and you're like, well, shit, I guess I should have, and there wasn't a lot of options back then, you had your outside of Ethereum, if you wanted to keep EVM, there was only a couple chains early on, and they were very difficult to get to before bridges were around and all that kind of stuff. So, many people didn't have a lot of options there. So
right, it was expensive.
Now we're a little bit spoiled.
Well, you'd have to learn how to get it there, and then the learning curve was expensive. So
yes,
that stopped me from playing around as much as I probably would have. I just couldn't. It was too stressful for me to spend that much. I'm like, I'm trying to acquire ETH. So if I'm spending such a high amount of ETH to transact, it was just, we've come a long way. When we look at that perspective and where we are now, it's crazy.
I think it's important to put it into perspective, right? Because we, kind of forget about, as I mentioned, the past things, right? Like, people didn't want to go to those layer 2 chains because they were worried about the bridges back then. Now no one worries about the bridges because there hasn't been a bridge hack, thankfully, in some time here, right? So
we figured out how to do them right.
Do them right, do them secure, use intents, and everything's good, right? So, fingers crossed that, you don't run into more bridge issues here. But I think that side has been heavily audited at this point. So, which is fantastic.
Well, and I think it's awesome that you guys provide basically like a very low cost, if not free service for for DApps that are DEXs that are on the chains you're supporting, and that's a huge deal. I wasn't aware of that. But so you guys that are looking at building DEXs, because we do need more of them, by the way. I love Bitflow, huge fan of what they're doing, but I think that more options in the marketplace makes everything more robust. And so if you're looking at starting a DEX and you need the data feed hookup, Josh is the man. We'll get you in touch with Dia, and we'll get you all set up and squared away.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the free aspect's really cool. So like that's, generally we're seeing 10, 25 price feeds for these teams completely free. So yeah, DEX, lending protocol, liquid staking, CDP, yield, anything like that. Those are all kind of protocols that can utilize oracles and use those price feeds for adding functionality. Now, very quickly, I'll just mention too, we also support on the other side, as I mentioned, the nav-based fundamental feeds. We support verifiable randomness for like potentially casinos and loot boxes for video games. So
crypto nuts.
One thing we're seeing today, actually, with the crypto casino stuff is you can't really, it's kind of closed source. You're not really verifying the transaction, which is crazy. Or you're verifying it with their own built-in VRF. With ours, it's all, again, fully transparent end-to-end. You can verify that that transaction's done correctly and that you're receiving the right amount of funds. And then on the loot box side, that's really exciting as well. You can verify you're getting the correct loot out of the loot box and that the devs haven't, altered the math or anything like that, right? So that's not something we see. And again, this needs to come from the users a lot of the time to say, hey, we're interested in having transparency here on this. Otherwise, typically you won't see these gaming studios getting involved with this, right? But that's kind of what crypto's built on. That's the ethos that we're all here today to support. So we need to continue pushing on that side. And then finally, one thing that we're working on that's really, really cool is called AI resolution in partnership with GenLayer, so that we can open and close markets without any intermediaries using this setup. So we'll kind of push that AI resolution on chain to facilitate opening markets, whatever kind of market, and then you choose which agent where they're resolving that market. Could be like routers or like Twitter, that kind of stuff. And then that we can push that resolution back to the chain once the market's closed, and then close that automatically without any intermediaries. So basically a white glove end-to-end solution for prediction markets there. So really excited about that as well.
You guys have a lot. So Dia has a lot of services for developers building on chain. So you guys definitely need to check them out.
Yeah.
Josh, man, it's been a blast. Even without our music, which is really throwing me off, by the way. I can't tell you guys how much it is like stressing me out that I can't turn on and off music during the intro stuff. But great having you. We do got to wrap up. I could keep going with you for a while, but we'll have to have you back, guys. Check out Dia. Make sure I got the website again. It's diadata.org. Check them out. They're helping us get secure data to our apps. Lots going on in the space. Make sure you follow. And Josh, thanks, man. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. And yeah, anyone can feel free to reach out to me anytime. Excellent segment here, Steve, and pleasure to meet you, GP, and we'll see you guys again, and thanks to the community.
Awesome. Have a good one, Josh.
Take it easy. We'll be back with some more. I think Nick from Bitcoin Live is going to be joining us very shortly with Jerry for the Proof of Work podcast. And y'all have a blessed rest of your afternoon. Stay tuned. Thank you, Josh. Thanks, GP.
Peace, guys.
Oh, and
GM, peace.
GM, brother. You hear me okay?
Oh yeah, I can hear you okay. I was with Binta, and yeah, we were talking about devs.
Nice.
how they put in so much work without sleeping. We took probably fell asleep. What's going on?
Oh, well, he actually mentioned to me late yesterday that he had some stuff he had to handle this morning. He would try to get to the show as soon as he could, but he might miss the show this morning.
Oh
So-
yeah, it's
So
all
you're gonna
good.
have
So
You're gonna have to fill in. You're gonna have to be GP and 300 this morning.
oh, definitely. You know me. I'm here.
Right on.
So, amazing guest.
We got guest after. We're just becoming a hotbed of guest activity lately. We have so many things going on in the ecosystem, and now that we got the hang of running the live streams all day, gives us a lot more flexibility with what we're doing. And I'm actually really excited to get the engineer in here. Actually got I did tell him I was probably running about 10 minutes late, and I'm only 8 minutes late, so that's pretty cool. What is up, the engineer? How are you today, man?
Hey, how's everyone? Good morning.
Oh, good, Brody.
It's actually a pleasure to be here. Honestly, it's a pleasure to be on the Saks blockchain. Honestly,
Right on. Well, it's a pleasure having you. And
yeah,
I've only become recently familiar with what you're doing because people are shouting you out and saying I needed to cover you. And
yeah,
so
I saw that.
I'm glad they did, because I mean it does. We've been cranking here lately, so I haven't had as much time to go in and check as I'd like. But you have a couple of different projects you're working on. You're working on Takeo Labs, which I've heard of fairly recently, and then
so it's
you know what? I'll let you. Why don't you give us an introduction, a background? Tell us a little bit about
So
your journey here.
to a background of like what made me come here, and then it will make more sense of like what's going on. So
Perfect.
I heard of Stacks a long time ago, when I think Miami Coin was a thing. I remember that, like when the governor of Florida or something, like I think it was the mayor of Florida had announced Miami Coin, something like that. I bought a little bit, but I think I was
don't
kind
really
of put
know
off
the
by the
I
whole
came in a little
concept.
bit after that. So I'm
Oh,
not
okay.
really as familiar with the history of that.
So,
I know.
yeah, he's really an
Yeah, so
OG.
Yeah. So I would say but I wasn't active in the space. Like I was like, oh, let me just buy like $100. I don't know. Right. It's some sort of like Bitcoin project. The only thing that kind of put me off was the idea that you have to give up Bitcoin for STX. And at the time, like that didn't make sense to me. But then I was a project manager of like a software development team. And then as I started growing my own Bitcoin stack, I was like, I really want to make a project on Bitcoin. Like I want to do something to advance Bitcoin. But at the time, the only thing I knew of was Lightning. And then when I really dove into Lightning, I realized you can't. It's a great thing to send money anonymously, but trying to actually build something decentralized, I'm like, okay, I get why there's Ethereum. I never understood why there was Ethereum, but after I tried to build Lightning, I'm like, okay, Ethereum Solana makes sense from a development standpoint. Maybe not necessarily a monetary standpoint, but from a development standpoint, this is a great tool. So then I was like, all right.
You can't do things on Bitcoin that you can do with smart contracts. And Ethereum was the first. And then Solana had their own model. And Ethereum was originally proof of work, so you're probably aware of that.
Yeah, it was originally. Then they moved to proof of stake and, so, but I'm still a huge believer of proof of work. I think more of the ethos of you have to give up something to keep the economic model intact, right? Like if you just, and I don't want to dive too much into it, but like, I'm just saying I'm a big believer of the ethos of proof of work. I know many people get hooked on the electricity, but they're not realizing the ethos of having to give something up is the whole point. Something that's valuable to you.
Right. There's no risk in staking.
Exactly. They want to talk about it for specific reasons, obviously, but there's no real risk in staking. You're making the rich richer. And I wouldn't argue, right? If I had $1 billion and I was staking Solana, I'd be the first one to be like, no, this is the future of the world. Trust me. Right? Because there's no risk to me. But anyway, so as I started diving deeper, I was like, I really want to make something, but it needs to still align with that ethos, right? Because it needs to live outside of me. Like it can't hinge on my life. It has to go further than that. Then in around November of last year, I started really diving into not using pump.fund, but researching it from a perspective of I thought the concept of bonding curves was ingenious. I did. From an engineering perspective, because my background is mechanical design.
It was cool. We had, I mean, I'm assuming you're familiar with STX City and what Kawawin
Yes,
built
yes,
on
that's how I
that.
launched Techo. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. So, and that is it's a very interesting development, the bonding curve application and token launches and what Pump Fund did. I love trying things and figuring out how they work.
Yes.
There's a downside though to those as well, where it became way too easy to just launch a token that had no value, but very easy to get hyped. And actually, there was an incentive to hype it because of the bonding. So there was positives and negatives.
Yeah, exactly. So I thought in my head, I was like, the technology stack is amazing. The ability that I can now just make it is very amazing. What that is missing to me is one thing. And that was what started my journey into development. Because I said, all right, they produced the next layer of the internet. They don't know it, but they did. What I thought was missing was, and I first want to cover what they did from an engineering perspective. They allowed users to add liquidity transparently to both sides, initially starting with no liquidity compared to a liquidity pool, where you need that bigger investment. And then prices formed on a, that bonding curve, that price model, which makes it easier for people in Africa, right? Like who may only have $1. That's all they have. That's all they have. That makes it much easier for them. So I said, to me, this is the future of asset trading, right? The problem is it's too easy to make the coin. Everyone dumps, there is no liquidity backing it, right? The person that really benefited is the initial buyers and the platform dev, right? The platform dev wins regardless. If it goes up, he has no incentive to monitor the platform. I'm not saying anything bad about it. I'm just saying from an economic perspective. Now,
right. Their incentive is to provide the platform, and what happens on there afterwards is
exactly.
It's only important so long as it doesn't make people flee the platform.
Exactly. It just needs to functionally work.
The house always wins.
Yeah, the house always wins. So I thought, the reality is this isn't good for my family and friends in terms of the feasibility, but the engineering stack is good. So what does it need? Because what I see in the ecosystem from a whole is you have a bunch of people who are really good developers, but they're not product managers. They're not thinking about the feasibility or economic model of it. They're just like, it works. Now, what I thought in terms of product management was this just needs how all the trading fees go to like the platform. If you take half of those trading fees and you save it on that smart contract, that token has revenue. If you save those trading fees on that smart contract, that token now has revenue. Okay, great. Who gets to claim that revenue? In liquidity pools, you share the revenue. When you share it, it's not that great. It's okay. It's great that we're sharing it. It gives some value, but however, I thought, okay, what if the revenue can be claimed by the person who locks up the most of the token on the smart contract? We have a separate function that says lock tokens. After you've bought it, you can lock tokens. Then I'm providing liquidity that I cannot sell because I've locked it in the smart contract, and I can claim this revenue from trading. So now my incentive is like similar to selling a call on the stock market. I don't know if you've ever done options, where I'm providing liquidity.
Thanks to Robinhood for introducing those to me. Before
Okay, yeah, there was a period of time
I learned some expensive lessons from Robinhood with options, but I understand how they work.
So the seller is the opposite side. Most people know the buyer, right? I like being the seller, where I offer the liquidity, I lock up my shares for a period of time, and I gain the money everyone's gambling from buying calls. So in that sense, I was like, if you add a model like that, it's similar in the sense of, let's walk through an example. I buy $1,000 worth of Leo. I really like Leo because I think it's the most popular community coin other than like Welsh or Dog or something. And I buy $1,000 worth of Leo. Let's say the fee is 2%. 2% gets saved on that smart contract, right? Now, in order for me to claim that $20, I need to lock up. I'm just using a rough example. My real one is a little bit more in depth, but a rough example is I lock up that $1,000 worth of Leo in the smart contract. Now everyone knows there's a price floor, right? Because I've locked up Leo. I claim that $20 because I've locked up the most Leo. But here's the catch. Now that I've claimed that trading fee, you cannot unlock that money until the highest last trading fee, which was $20 in this example, has been brought back through natural trading activity. So now it puts you who claimed that trading fee in the hot seat. You need to incentivize more trading. You need to bring volatility, right? As long as you keep bringing right, then you can keep eating more trading fees. I think we need to bring an incentive to all tokens on the blockchain that there's a price floor and there's an incentive for someone to create a market, right? Then both sides get what they want. We have an ecosystem where whales are competing for the trading fee and they have to lock up tokens, and traders are competing for asset appreciation. This is the one fix I saw that would really help. The last part that's really important is I added a cap to how much trading fees you need to bring back to the ecosystem, because without it, you get this infinite loop where you have to keep locking up more and more. Yeah. So for the smart contract I worked on was 1 million Satoshis because my base pair was SBTC. You need max cap is when it starts getting to 1 million Satoshis, then that's the cap. You may acquire more trading fees, but as long as there's always 1 million Satoshis in this smart contract, you can unlock your tokens. So I've developed it on testnet and mainnet, and then I was just like, I don't really care. I mean, I'm an engineer, mentally, whether you buy this token, my token, not buy my token, I don't really care. But I think this standard should be across all DEXs on the blockchain. So that way I can buy Leo, right?
I'm sorry, go ahead. You go ahead. I'll save my
question.
I
just said that if this standard is across all blockchains in a sense, or at least on the Stacks blockchain, I can comfortably buy Leo knowing it's a meme coin and my focus of volume, right? As they're doing their giveaways, I don't care, right? I'm making money as they're doing those giveaways because users are still selling and I'm making money from trading fees. I have an incentive to hold the floor of Leo.
So Leo, this is on a specific, this is platform based or is this token based? Is this
the way Stacks works is you make a token and then you also have a DEX smart contract. So I've implemented this on the DEX smart contract level because you have to make a smart contract for the token, and then you have a separate automated marker or bonding curve DEX smart contract. So it would be implemented on the DEX smart contract.
So, and is that at launch in the bonding curve, or is that
if we were to implement this would have to be after the bonding curve.
Okay.
It would have to be after, because right now we already have DEX market makers. Like Bitflow has their smart contract for trading, like Alex Labs has theirs, Veller has theirs. I'm just suggesting another, an upgrade to the DEX smart contract is just a majority locking feature. So that, all right, if I'm buying a meme coin, I can also see how much trading fees it's generating. And instead of splitting it to everyone on the liquidity pool, save it in a pot that I can go compete for, that one person claims, right? So you incentivize me.
Replace the current liquidity fee model.
Yes, I would want it to replace the liquidity pool because, are you really benefiting from splitting those fees? Are you really feeling anything? Wouldn't you rather that people would? It's just my opinion, but I don't think users are really incentivized by claiming that that 1 penny or 20 cents. But if you put it as a pot and you start advertising, the fees are here, and the token has about $50 of trading fees saved here. And the person who has the most tokens right now locked up is this X user. And if I just lock up a little bit more, I can be claiming the trading fees. Because I would start looking at it from perspective of, Zero Authority.
Yep.
Think about how much giveaways Welsh, the last one I saw was Welsh. Think about how much giveaways they do, right? Then think about if I were to charge if the DEX is charging a 2% fee for every sell on those, right, that Welsh is doing, how much money in revenue is that smart contract making just from the selling side? I know the price has gone down, but how much revenue is being saved just from the sells? I would then wait for the giveaways to end. I'd buy back the token and claim the trading fee, right? I would just focus on the reoccurring revenue from the community. And then as people see me buy, obviously they'll be like, well, damn, I just sold. The thing just went up. They'll buy back, right? There's utility now. It's a stock. I mean, I shouldn't say that, but it's essentially a decentralized stock.
Okay, I understand the concept. So it's an evolution of the traditional liquidity pool.
Yes, and I think this is one of those things, and it's just my opinion, that we're just very early, where we only have software developers working on things. And I'm saying this from someone who's managed software development teams. They're developing it without the thought of the product evolution. They're just building. We're gonna build.
100%.
But
That's exactly what so we do a lot of talking to builders, and a lot of builder teams don't have. They're more technical builders.
Yes.
And so they're looking at, they don't see the marketing side. They're not building to the user, they're building to the function. And so
and they're making it more and more complicated, not on purpose, just because they're builders. That's what builders do. It's the same thing. You ever watch that movie with Steve Jobs, where he was talking to Steve Wozniak? It's on Netflix. I forgot. Where Wozniak was upset with Jobs. He was like, "You're taking all of the features out, right?" But Steve Jobs is like, the user just wants the computer to be clear. That's all they want. You're making the company lose by adding the USB port. You're adding this, like the user doesn't care.
Create stress. Too many choices create stress.
You're adding way too many choices.
It's as simple as one choice. So, and my background is a realtor. In real life, I'm a realtor, and I've been doing it for a long time. And I learned early on, certain types of houses are traditionally for value per square foot is higher on a ranch house versus the lowest on a raised ranch. And the reason is because with a raised ranch, when you walk in, you have to make a choice immediately. I'm either going up or I'm going down. And so that is the factor. Too many choices makes it stressful.
Way too many choices. Yep. So I have 5 minutes, so I'll just leave you, or kind of gear it towards, in terms of choices, you have two users when you're coming into crypto. You have the trader, especially people coming from Africa or whatever their background is, who have $20. In 5 seconds, they're going to make a choice whether to buy this or not. It is going to be purely based on the chart. Purely. That's it. That's all you have. There's a million blockchains, in my opinion. There's a million tokens. If they're up, they will buy it. Period. Right? And then on the other side, you have the whale. The whale is not stupid. He's not going to buy a picture of a cat or dog. He's not. So if you're saying about institutional adoption, they're not coming to buy a cat or dog. They're coming to see how much volume is coming in, because there's no revenue right now. If you implement this model, they're coming to see, oh, okay, well, it doesn't have this much volume yet, but this much trading fees is being saved in a pot that I only need to have this much money locked in order to commit. Okay, cool. I don't mind taking that risk, right? I see this much volume on chain daily from this many wallets. I'll take this risk because there's this much real liquidity sitting there. What's the trading pair? SBTC, it's USCC. I'll take that risk, right? Right now, there's no rationality for a whale to come into this ecosystem and take that risk. There isn't any. But with a feature like that, the whale doesn't need to roll up this or that. They say, this much money is there, this much risk is there. I'm in.
No, and that's great. And one of the biggest challenges we have right now in our ecosystem is value locked. We need to have more value locked. It's actually one of the biggest issues. So anything we can do that will help us get there is important. So this is a
Yes.
very interesting concept. By the way, I know we're kind of limited and you're limited with your time availability today, but this is we can definitely have you on again. Happy to have you on again. This is not a one shot opportunity. We do these shows every day, Monday through Friday, and it doesn't always have to be a morning time either. But I just wanted to make sure we got your stuff out there. It's theengineer.btc or the-engineer.btc, at theengineer_21 on X. And the project, or there's a couple of projects here, right?
It's just
but
it's the network, which is focusing on building those smart contracts, or at least the MVPs that I'd like to see implemented in the ecosystem, which is you can go to the website. And then Techo Labs is like my first, I would call it, successful meme coin project, where I'm making sure the price is always up by leveraging my income, or whatever you would call it, and going from there. Like, we just launched on the bonding curve. So I know one of the pain,
that token is relatively new, and I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure where it came from.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I haven't really done any marketing, right? My belief is more, I don't really want to spend too much money just giving it away, because I'm protecting. I think of it like, if I'm the hedge fund manager, I'm protecting the value of my token, right? I'm looking at every other token on the Stacks blockchain is like down. This is going to be the one that like is up. Right, I don't mind keeping it up. It should be up because I have my family in it. Right, I can't, like, my mom is in it. My mom looks at it because this is her introduction to looking at the blockchain. Like, she's gonna call me if the price is down, in a sense.
Right. Well, and so just on the model you're proposing, and if you have to jump, just
yeah, no worries.
That's cool, but you basically created a competitive model for providing liquidity.
Yes.
So
the one that's easier for each user.
So here's one concern, or one question I have is, does it does it create a disincentive for everyone else in the pool to pull out their liquidity if they're not the highest liquidity provider, and so they're not going to get any fees?
Way I look at it is, why were bonding curves successful? People weren't providing liquidity, they were trading value. Right? I'm saying the liquidity pool model in general is broken. Right? The average user, I've tried to teach my family in Cameroon how to add money to a liquidity pool, and they're saying, go do it. I just want to buy it. You know what I mean? Like, the reality is, the average user does not want to enter a liquidity pool. Reality, like, whales want to enter a liquidity pool. So let them focus.
No, you're
on
right.
that.
You're right.
They just want to. The average
really
user just wants to buy and sell. That's it.
Right.
So
Slippage and permanent loss. If you don't have a lot of money to begin with, you're gonna just the fees to provide and pull out liquidity can be cost you your profit anyway.
Exactly. So if you're going to provide liquidity, you better be serious. That's what I want. I don't want the person providing liquidity to be like, I'm adding it today, I'm going to move it tomorrow. No, if you're providing liquidity, you're a whale. You're here because you want to make money, period.
So I wonder,
I'm game in terms of seriousness.
I wonder though, are you familiar with the HODLMM that BitFlow's been building out? The concentrated
No, so I looked at it, but I didn't dive too far into it. If you're saying it's something I should, I'll spend the weekend diving further. I couldn't see immediately.
Right? There's bins at certain price levels, so you can add liquidity at certain price ranges. So you could actually have competition amongst bins. So it's not all or nothing. It's the highest provider in that bin. So I could provide liquidity. I might be the highest provider at a lower bin, and I'm targeting a lower price, and that way it creates it creates less disincentive. You don't want to necessarily concentrate it where the whale has it, but you can maybe take a bin and get the trading fees for a bin that's higher or lower if there's volatility.
What's a bin, out of curiosity?
So the bin is the HODLMM for Bitflow, which is still just in beta testing, and I'm they're one of our sponsors. I'm friends with the guys. I played around with it. I've been a beta tester on it. I did a boot camp on it for them. So the way I'm not an expert though, so I might be explaining it wrong, but you have, when you're providing liquidity, you have a range. You can set a range across price scales. And in that range, there'll be a number of bins. That is the liquidity pool for, let's say it's, let's say for easy math, it's USDC and stacks, right?
Yeah.
So there's a bin at the price of, let's say 20 to 25 cents for stacks. And then there's a bin at 26 to 30 cents. And then there's a bin at 31 to 35 cents. And there's also one, bins below. And so when I provide liquidity, I'm providing liquidity across a range of bins. And then there's a curve I can choose where it's actually providing more of my liquidity concentrated towards the center. It can be flat across all of the bins, or it can actually be like an inverted curve where I'm providing it at the edges. So I have control of where I'm putting my liquidity, most of my liquidity. And so I'll get fees when it trades at those scales, in those bins. And it actually prevents slippage, because it's also going to concentrate, it should theoretically concentrate liquidity more where the market's going to be, as people are trying to get fees for providing their liquidity. So as
I have to look into it. Yeah,
it's a little, it is a little
to it.
complicated, and we're getting into but it might actually be a good piece to add specific to your model to make it less all or nothing for all fees. And it gives your liquidity providers more control if you have something like that, a model where you have those ranges.
Okay. I would say I will look into it this weekend more seriously. And just for anyone listening, I do have a spaces for this Saturday. Some people ask more information. I'll give you more information on like Techo and my ideas for it, but I do have to run. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
What time Saturday?
12, like my time. I'm in Houston, so my time is 1 p.m. your time.
Houston Central?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So it'll be like 1 p.m. East Coast time, or
something like that. But it's immediately on my Twitter. So if you see it on my Twitter, you'll see it there.
All right. So follow. Bring them right up. Follow the engineer.btc space tomorrow's Saturday, actually. I know how.
Oh, yeah. Tomorrow's Saturday.
Space tomorrow morning. Awesome, brother. I'm sorry, man. What's your name?
Sean.
Or should I just call you the engineer?
You just call me the engineer.
All right.
The engineer. Let's go.
Let's go.
That's kind of like how my family refers to me now. Anyways, I'm used to it. That's kind of where the name came
engineer. From. Nice. That's a good moniker.
Because I started off as an engineer.
What's that?
I started off as an engineer. That's my background.
All right. Cool, man. Cool. Thank you so much for joining us today, man. Really, very interesting concept that you've come up with. Really cool design on you're definitely producing here. So it's very interesting. Guys, make sure you follow. Don't be a stranger, man. We do this all day. We're streaming all day, every day. So we have lots of space. If you have more stuff to come chat with us about, happy to have you on anytime.
Okay, I appreciate it. Yeah, I'd love to just share my thoughts about the ecosystem and just things I think that we need as a blockchain to be prepared for as interest rates start getting lower. To start receiving some of that liquidity, because it's coming, right? And I think we're doing a good job with SBTC in general. These are just a few little tweaks here and there that probably need to be done. I think I've talked to a few people in Discord about it. Things like many users who are on Lightning, right? That smooth transition into SBTC, because it is it's a stronger Bitcoin pair, just because the speeds are somewhat the same. You don't have to manage channels, and you can own it in your own wallet with your seed phrase. So it makes me feel more comfortable at night. But yeah, definitely love to come and share some more of my thoughts later.
I hear you on that, and I appreciate it, man. I really interesting. Seems like you have a high level view coming in on some of this stuff.
I've been in it a while, so I really took this year to really dive into stacks, making my own smart contracts, so I was more educated on it. But I've been in Bitcoin and like running my own node, my own Lightning node for years, while I've also been a trader. So surviving on that for years as well. So I can always give my own, not my financial advice, but my own technical analysis. Like Bitcoin for me recently broke out of a rising wedge, and we're sitting on that. I think the 21-day moving average on the monthly. So I'm curious to see how we're going to end at the end. But yeah, I have a lot of thoughts. I don't know if you've seen the chart of Bitcoin.
I tend to agree. I'm cautiously optimistic. I don't know when it's going to happen, right? We could still have some choppiness ahead where we are.
I think we'll bounce. It's just me. I personally, that's not my financial advice. I think we'll bounce. I just, in my gut feelings, even if we don't bounce, I'm still buying. Like I say all of this, but I buy like $1 a day. I don't care. I don't even look at it. But if I'm saying technically, like I see we broke out, everything's telling me we're going down. But my gut, it's like, nah, like we're gonna bounce. I just the way I look at like Fed policy, and I know everyone's saying, oh, he's gone to quantitative easing and all this. I'm like, that stuff takes a year to feel the economy. I know people, they push it on Twitter, but I've been here long enough that I'm like, even if you were to cut rates tomorrow, the market could still drop. It takes a year for that liquidity to.
Right, exactly. And they've been tightening they just stopped tightening. They're not easing.
Yeah, so that's a good thing, but it's going to take a while. It's going to take a while. Where I feel we will bounce, this is my own, not financial advice, where I feel we will bounce is even if people aren't using my liquidity pool model, liquidity pools are starting to become the standard. And you already see it in terms of how USDC is now on stacks, right? This is a huge thing. I know people don't really see it, but this is huge, right? Bitcoin's never had a programmable price. It's had a centralized price. It's never had a programmable, this is the price because of this liquidity. As liquidity pools become the standard within organizations saying, I want to be able to trade this on the blockchain, and I want to know the price of Bitcoin because of this liquidity, because there's this much USD versus this much Bitcoin, you finally get transparent Bitcoin pricing. That's why we'll bounce. But that's just me. I'm sorry, I keep taking your time, but I'll
no, man, it's great. It's great. We actually do have the man, the myth, the legend, Rubes in the house as well. What's up? Good morning, my brother. How you doing today?
GM Rubes.
Yeah, guys. How's it going?
How you doing, man? I apologize if I missed you sitting in there. I was engrossed in a really interesting conversation with the engineer here.
He just came through.
I don't know if you caught it, but he's got some really cool stuff he's working on as well, bro.
Yeah, I caught the end of it. So that was quite interesting about the kind of liquidity jackpot almost, kind of take like the competitive side. Yeah, I listened to it last sort of 5-10 minutes. So it was cool to see.
Yeah, very interesting.
Too big, they kick you out because it's bot like. And that was right when they submitted for the golden tick. So that was a little bit of a setback. So they decided to push it back a little bit. But since then, the community is only organically growing and showing how strong they are. It's a vibe that I haven't seen for like 3-4 years after the 21 boom on NFTs, that you saw all these mega communities going mental on X. Like, look at us, and I see that now, but the thing is, the technology behind it, the way that it's designed, I did some deep dives and some comparisons, and the way that he thought it through, like how you have, for example, have like your first pull and your last pull 1 and 5 have a full refund, right? On what you say. So even if you bid and you bid 1,000, when you win that bid, you get a full refund. So you get and your TVS and your token, and you get your money back. And it also is done for the last pull, the 5th, which creates an equity sandwich that creates a bidding war because the degens want pool 5, the long-term ones want pool 1, but nobody wants to trickle inside. But the trickle mechanic between these pools, you will only trickle down if you get outbid, right? So where do you want to end?
The degens want pool 5 because they can get their hands on it faster and trade it sooner.
Because probably the shortest vesting schedules will come out of pool 5. Because that's like, but it like I have to explain a little bit about these pools. You have 5 pools. The first one has 2.2 million tokens in there, right? Then you go down somewhere on the white paper, but the last pool only has 500,000 tokens in there, right? The last